Hey, guys.
What do you got?
Wow, that cut me off there. Let's try that one more time.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Okay, there. That's what I wanted to do the first time around. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How's everybody doing? It is me, Legal Vices. You're here on Legal Vices, where we're talking about legal things and vices. That's how that works. Today, of course, we are continuing with the fleeing girlfriend murder trial. Matthew Terry, capital murder charges. If he goes down, if the jury finds him guilty, they could also give him the death penalty. We're doing day 3 of that. Hey, Florida people, hope you're all doing okay. Haven't heard any really horrific news, but I've been really super busy today. I hope all you guys in Florida were safe yesterday, got through the day okay, and enjoying your holiday today. Well, Flux, are you on your way to work? Well, here we are. And it's going to be a long day, but there's a couple of things going that we had a discussion about this yesterday a little bit at the beginning about law and crime and doing some shenanigans. Their shenanigans here are really, really interesting. As you may recall, their buffering was horrible yesterday, so I did like a YouTube download. And we watched that, but they don't have that option anymore on this day 3. They still have it for day 1 and day 2, but day 3 doesn't have an option to download this. So I have no guarantees as to how it's going to be as far as buffering goes. We know law and crime has some serious buffering issues. We're just going to give it a crack. And I'm also just trying to download it separately, just as a separate file, nothing to do with YouTube, just in case. But suspiciously, it's not downloading. So interesting things. We'll just have to see how it goes. And with that in mind, let's just get moving. Alrighty. Here we are, day 3. If you haven't been following this murder, this is what happened. Guy is in a bar with his girlfriend. He thinks he sees her dancing with another man. But as we saw yesterday in the video, she went to the bathroom. Her jealous boyfriend followed her to the bathroom. She left the bathroom. And as he was coming out of the bathroom, some dude was walking past his girlfriend and went, woo! And so she went, woo, for like 1 second. And then he accused her of dancing with this guy, got really awkward with the table of friends they were at. They leave. And they go home, and I guess he starts taking it out on her. Being violent and whatnot, breaking doors, attacking her. She runs into a bedroom, locks the door. While he's trying to get the door unlocked, she opens the window, jumps out, pops the screen out, jumps out. He chases her down outside and stabs her a lot of time, and then slices the throat, leaves her to die in the street. He runs off. The police find him hours later in the bushes, in his underwear, seemingly fairly intoxicated, with 2 knife wounds on either side of his jugular. They were apparently self-inflicted. So they arrest him. He's been charged with capital murder, with first-degree murder with a death penalty option. And we're on day 3, and I think the prosecution may rest today. But what we're looking at here, we're starting off with a very, very important, well, 2 very, very important motions. One of the judge should rule on these 2 motions. One is whether or not the fact that he wouldn't tell the medical professionals what happened, whether that silence can be used against him as evidence of guilt. The defense says no because the police were there and he was exercising his right to silence, but there's a whole argument behind this. The other argument is whether a prior bad act can come in to show that this is his modus operandi. This is how he rolls. He's familiar with how to do this particular act he did. So in this case, he got drunk. He got drunk. He abused his girlfriend and stabbed her in the neck and left her for dead. But she died. But 5 months before this happened, he finished his time with the Michigan criminal justice system, where apparently he did 3 years in jail and 1 year on probation for stabbing his previous girl in the neck in a fit of drunken jealousy. So the prosecution wants to bring in the fact that he previously got drunk, got jealous, and stabbed another girlfriend in the neck exactly the same way as he did in this case, to show that that's how he rolls. That's his modus operandi, that he knows how to do this, and that's his actions. The defense wants to keep it out. The judge is going to rule here. So we're going to roll with this. And I've invited some people. We'll see if they show up. And it's Friday, so I'm having an adult beverage. I'm having it's in my official Johnny Depp Mega Pint Legal Vices Pimp Cup. This is a rum and coke, or a Cuba Libre, as the literati like to say. It's kind of strong. And also, from an F at Friday drunk stream I did last week, I still owe you in the chat 8 shots of whiskey. We might do that later, depending on how it goes, because it's Friday. It's party time. But I don't want to be drinking and having too much fun while we're discussing the murder of a woman and a potential capital punishment of a dude here. So, all right, that's what we're standing. We're going to jump right into this. Mods, you're here. You're great. So happy to have you here. Yes, I know Jim Stalata. It has a lime in it. Mine has a lime in it. So, yeah, I know. Yes, it is a Cuba Libre, which is made of rum, coke, and a lime. Okay. So, now Jeff isn't going to get ripped today. Oh, we just have Little Miss Giggles has just become our brand new squeaky cleanest new member of our clean and sober crew. Congratulations and welcome. Alrighty. And chat, great to have you here. I have the best chat in the internet. If you're not familiar with my chat, you'll love it there. Unbreaded, based. It's fun chat. Everything is in fun. We believe in letting you have as much fun as you need without deplatforming us. I try to read the chats. We get to the chat as much as possible. Super chats are guaranteed. I'll read your super chat, answer your question, address the issue, whatever it is, whatever you put in the super chats, we'll read and talk about. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. Where are we sitting? We're sitting at 32,190 subscribers right now. And YouTube is going through one of their purges. So if you are subscribed to me, or you think you're subscribed to me, go down there, double check just to make sure you're still subscribed. Several people have said, oh, they were unsubscribed. One person even said that YouTube arbitrarily and unilaterally unsubscribed them 3 times in one day. Kevin Cross says, did you end up being able to check your Twitter DMs about that Lovecraft grift? It'd be from user Sideshow Messiah. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything there. So I don't know. Send it again. That's the best thing to do. Send it again. So, all right. We've got the likes. Hit that like button. How are we doing on likes? We've got 303 people here and only 113 likes. That's 1/3 of you. We should have at least 2/3 of you liking it. So let's get that up to 200, 250 right now. While I'm bringing up the court video, just reach over there, hit that like button. Let's get this thing going. Let's get it up on YouTube's radar so that they can send it out and recommend that people come here and join the chat. That's the best thing to do. The most important thing for YouTube is the likes. The subscriptions are important. The likes are important. But and also coming back later and just leaving a random comment. That's also important. But likes are number one. Post-stream comments are number 2, and number 3 are the subscribers. So please do me that favor. Hit that like button. We need at least 52 more. I'd love 100 more before we get started here in about 20 seconds. So do what you see fit. I am in the process of bringing this up. We've got the audio. We're going to check. And again, I have no idea what the quality of this is going to be. So hope for the best. If it's good, we'll speed it up to 1.25 because this is a long-ass 8-hour stream. And taking into consideration lunch and breaks, that means it's about a 6-hour stream. I want to do it in about 5 hours. So, all right, let's do this. We're just going to start right now. He's going to make his ruling on the motions, and we will go from here. Oh, and Flux starting us off with a super chat. She's greasing the wheels before we can even start. You're wrong, Jeff. Now, the defense said that they're not similar at all. Yeah, the defense says that him getting drunk and stabbing... Oh, okay. We'll finish reading that, then we'll go back here. They're not similar at all. In the previous case, the victim survived. In this case, the victim didn't, so they're not similar. Ha, the defense is funny. That's literally what the defense was saying. They're totally dissimilar, so there's no reason you should bring in the old one to show that he knows how to do this, or he has this isn't his modus operandi, because they're totally different. In this case, he got drunk, got jealous, abused his wife, stabbed her in the neck, and she died. In the other one, he got drunk, got jealous, abused his wife, stabbed her in the neck, and she lived. So they're totally different. That was the defense's argument. And I think the judge is going to let it in. I think the judge is going to let them in because the prosecution was talking about flying witnesses in from Michigan, and it was in Michigan when he stabbed the other girl. So if the judge rules that they can bring in this prior bad act on Monday, I think we are going to get the previous woman he stabbed in the neck to testify on the stand. So, all right. Thank you so much for that super chat, and that's how super chats roll. You pay for it and send it. The least I can do is address it and discuss it a little bit. Here we go. Let's bring it up and see what today is going to bring. And by the way, tell me if we need to bump up the court volume at all. I'm just going to start out at 200%, 250%. We'll go 300%, and let me know how the volume is. We'll adjust it accordingly on the fly.
Cases that you put on the record yesterday and had the ability to go and review in addition to doing my own research.
Apologize. When we left yesterday, I got the impression that you were going to let the defense respond. I didn't.
No, you didn't. I mean, the most important thing is I understand the issues. The issues are very clear to me. I am very familiar with the facts. In fact, I don't think I could be any more familiar with the facts I heard at the Williams hearing and facts that I've heard during the course of the trial. So that's what's important to me, that I am comfortable with the law. There was no need for you to submit anything. Ms. Perry, I did give the opportunity to respond to one of the cases that you cited at the conclusion yesterday, and I'm going to give her that opportunity today, in addition to all the case laws she submitted and that I've read.
Ooh,
there were
he's wearing a
cases,
white suit today, kind of cream-colored suit.
Williams rule.
How Florida man.
I believe 5 cases, maybe more, that you submitted. I think the 2 this morning, or most recent morning, were on the right to remain silent issue.
Correct.
All right. So let's turn then to you now, to the defense, Ms. Perry, and allow you to make any final argument. As I said, though, I've read the cases. I've done my own research, in fact, quite a bit on the Williams rule issue, and I feel very comfortable in my knowledge. At the end of the day, as I've said many times before, I want to make the right decision because I know that that decision is likely to be reviewed by a higher authority, and I don't mind that happening. I don't mind being appealed, but I don't like being overruled. So I measure twice, I cut once, and I try to make the right decision, and that's why, fortunately, knock on wood, I don't get overruled.
Well, Your Honor, in the interest of not getting overruled, I'm going to point out multiple cases, but I'm going to end with the case I started with at the Williams rule hearing, which is Balzor, because that is directly on point, identical to our facts, identical in the question of law. But in regard to what the state
You
cited,
admit, though, Balzort was an ID case.
it doesn't matter, and there's
Okay.
a case that says why it doesn't matter that I'm going to talk about. It's one of the 5 that I sent. First, though, I'll address the case that the state cited yesterday, which is Vincent.
Right.
In that case, I would note the obvious. It is not a Second District Court of Appeals case. Balzort is. So Balzort is binding. Third District Court of Appeals cases are merely instructive unless, of course, there's no case on point. Balzort is on point. Additionally, their case, Vincent, was from 2004. Balzort is nearly a decade earlier, from 2011. In Vincent, the defendant actually made a specific claim of accident, and that's why, in that case, the Williams Rule evidence became relevant. We're not making such specific claims. All we are doing is saying we are not guilty. And as you'll see as I go through the remaining cases, that is not enough for Williams Rule to come in for any of the reasons the state claims it can. But before I get to that, just in regard to Vincent, because that's what they're relying on, I want to talk a little bit about the similarity requirement and the uniqueness requirement, which in Vincent was found to have been met, and why it wouldn't be found to have been met here. In Vincent, of course, the trial court talked about the things that it thought were similar, and the District Court of Appeals did as well. Here, and in both cases, frankly, we do have a boyfriend-girlfriend situation, but that's really where it ends.
No, I don't think so.
Here, we have a situation where we're not necessarily talking about the same place like it was in Vincent. In Vincent, it was not only boyfriend-girlfriend, but both incidents occurred inside the home. Both occurred during an actual ongoing argument. Both involved a stabbing to the exact same location of the chest, and both involved a completed stabbing after which the victim, in each case, lived, and after which the defendant expressed actual remorse. None of those similarities occur here.
Yes,
What we have
they
here, we have
did.
2 incidents. I'm going to call them the Rogers incident and the Baker incident.
They're
just
literally
so
identical,
you know.
except they died and one lived.
Here we do, of course, have both being boyfriend-girlfriend.
Yes.
But the Rogers incident occurred inside the home. The court will probably remember from the hearing, there was blood everywhere. There were things that were knocked
He
over.
tried to do it in the home, but she ran outside, so he went and did it in the street. That's right.
The child's bedroom, the door to the bathroom, the potential escape from the home through the window where the screen was removed. So how is that not starting in the home?
We have no idea when any of that occurred. That could have occurred months earlier. There's nothing in that home, and there has been zero evidence presented by the state to show that any of that occurred on the night in question. How do we know that didn't happen when they moved into
That's
that house?
actually a very good point.
How do we know it didn't happen from a prior argument? We don't know that, and we can't assume that to establish Williams Rule similarity. In addition to the 2 incidents not being similar, because the Rogers one has very clear indications of something occurring in the home, and the Baker incident does not.
Both in
have
the
that.
neck.
The Rogers incident involved a very heated argument. Here, there's been no testimony about a very heated argument. What's been described here was a tiff that occurred earlier at a restaurant. There's no testimony about anything that actually happened at that home, about an argument that was ensuing or restarted, anything of that nature. We had specific testimony in that regard.
But there's phone calls and texts from the victim all within a half hour of her being found stabbed and killed related to the tiff or dispute. But there's testimony that it's more than a tiff. I understand that some may have said it was a tiff during their interviews, but the testimony here in the video all showed that there was something going on related to whether she danced with someone on the dance floor or not.
Something going on in regard to a discussion? Sure. An argument? No. Remember, Michelle Rogers' testimony was that they were screaming at each other. They're wrestling on the floor. There's blood everywhere. There's nothing like that here. And there's nothing in regard to the testimony you mentioned in the case at bar that talks about any real argument. The testimony you mentioned about the text, the last one says, all good now. There's nothing to contradict that it wasn't all good now at the time they got home.
Other than finding her within 30 minutes with her neck cut.
Doesn't mean that Mr. Terry did that. Doesn't mean that there was an argument. We have no idea what happened, and there's been zero evidence presented to say that anything occurred between Mr. Terry and Ms. Baker after they got home.
Something wasn't good.
Doesn't mean it wasn't good between them. How do you know it was?
Oh, man. Don't do me like this. Don't do me like this.
A third party. We've had multiple people testify that there could have been a third party. We've had multiple instances where, yes, there was an hour prolapse between the time where the police actually got the call, 15 minutes before they even arrived there, which is plenty of time for someone to flee, and then an additional 45 minutes before that perimeter is even secured.
Wasn't that for the jury to decide ultimately? The issue here is whether the jury gets to hear that there was a similar incident involving him and a girlfriend previously. In order to make those decisions as to whether he's the one that did it this time. That's what the issue.
Way to go, lawn cuck. Don't do me like this, lawn cuck, please. Please don't do me like this. We're already at 480. Let's go down to potato cam here and see what happens. All right, we're going down to potato cam quality. Yeah, these guys have done something to their side. You try restarting your device. Go intercourse yourself, seriously. Oh, man. Yeah. Mothers. All right, let's bump out of that. And while I'm bringing it up, we'll just... Law and Crime has done something to their site in the past week that's making it incredibly difficult to stream from them, the clever bastards. So, you know, there's other if this was available on any other stream in any other part of the internet, we would be watching it now. Because this blows. If you actually go to the site where this video is on YouTube, every other video has this ability to download where you can watch it like offline and things. They do not have the option for this video. And every other video, I have a 4K video downloader that you just put in the YouTube URL and it'll automatically download from the site. It's not working for this video. So YouTube and other people were saying that they're getting pay notices to watch live things on Law and Crime now. They did something. They've done something which is annoying the shit out of me, and I don't know what it is. But this needs to stop. This is what was good about the Brooks trial. It was being streamed other places. So well, we have the new video up here. Let's bring it on up. I've lowered the quality down to potato cam, and we'll see how much we can squeak by. Law and cucks over here. So, just apologies for the quality of the video. They're throttling their site. I mean, it sucks. All right. Anyway, let's stop bitching and get watching.
Is before this jury, did he do it?
Absolutely. That's for them to decide, but that doesn't make this incident similar to the Rogers incident when there's no such issues there. In the Rogers incident, there is no inference or even possibility of a third party.
That's what I just said. I normally try to do that as a backup.
There are multiple inferences,
but it's not allowing me to download this particular video from Law and Crime.
As well as an egress and ingress where those people may have come from. There's a trail nearby, there's water, there's a field, there's Lithia pine crest, all of which every single person who has had to testify in that regard has acknowledged was a significant possibility. Somebody can walk across that little itty bitty wooded area in seconds, as was testified to by Mr. Figgins. Additional points of similarity
Figgins.
is that in the Rogers case, there was testimony that that incident occurred after both parties.
Well,
were significantly intoxicated. Here, the testimony has been that neither Kay nor Mr. Terry were really significantly intoxicated. Yes, drinking still. Yes, some level of maybe stuttering or stumbling, maybe. But we're not talking about the all.
Digger 420, member for 3 months, says, cheers to all the veterans on Remembrance Day. Thank you from a grateful Canuck. Oh, and hi, Jeff. Happy Friday. Alrighty. Well, now we're going just bare knuckles here. This is so wrong. I don't want to go to 240, but let's just see what happens at 240. This is so stupid. We'll beat them at their own game eventually here. Maybe, possibly. La 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 la. Let's close that out again, and then we'll reopen it again, but we'll do it at 260. Oh, I hate Law and Crime. I really, really do. I wonder if I paid on their internet page, not the YouTube channel, their internet homepage. If I paid to download the video, would that work better? I wonder. But I'm not going to give them any money because they're bastards. All right, we're at 240p. This is a lot of times it happens with these super long videos as well, where it's got to buffer 8 hours of shit. So yeah, we're gonna beat them at their own game. Law and Cuck will not prevail. And the good thing is Monday we'll be able to just watch it live. So, ugh. Right. And here we go.
In the Rogers case, you heard testimony that the parties left separate.
Oops. Oh my God, are we buffering already? Don't make me bail on this stream. No. This is utterly unacceptable. This is going to make me start drinking.
Here, the parties left the bar together to go home because it was not a big
Nobody
deal.
touch anything.
Nothing to dispute that. In the Rogers case, Matthew Terry waited inside the home for the police. In the case at bar, Matthew Terry's found injured down in the wooded area. In the Rogers case, Mr. Terry actually gave testimony at trial, as you heard from Detective Crumbadge, in regard to his self-defense, the fact that Ms. Rogers attacked him. Here, Mr. Terry has remained...
All right, I'm purposely going to pause this, let it do its little kind of internal buffering here, and read these super chats, because there's some important super chats here. We need more courtrooms like the one from the Brooks trial. The parties could be heard clearly, the cameras were clear, etc. Yeah, lawyers have a problem speaking into the microphone. I don't know why. Lawyers like to wander around, but they all sat and stood in front of the microphone in the Brooks trial. And Lancelot, 652, well, Your Honor, one lived and one didn't, case closed. That's essentially what they're arguing. And Bass, Law News Inc. is jealous of you dancing with others. Yeah, they're trying to slit my throat, I guess. Chad Morrill, this stabbing of the guy's girlfriend is so different. The other stabbing of the guy's girlfriend, shake my head. I hope the judge sees it. I feel he does. Well, we're going to find out if it'll ever stop buffering, because before too long he's going to... Oh, see, this is... Vielhammer, I sent an email. I have the video. Where do you want the video? I have no idea how you would get that video to me. I'm assuming it's too large to send as an attachment. If you have a Dropbox or something like that, or a web-based hard drive thing, we could do that. If you have one of those, just email me again. And Xcomer says, call the Indian support line. Yeah. And Law and Cuck are just getting too big for their britches, I guess. Alrighty, it's kind of done a little buffering here, so let's play and not touch anything.
silent, but there's been significant information put forth in front of this court involving the potentiality of a third party, but there's been no self-defense claim made here. In the Rogers case, Ms. Rogers, because of the ongoing nature of the physical confrontation, had 7 stab wounds. Here, Ms. Baker has 1. Now, the state's arguing it could be 2. Dr. Perkins' deposition testimony on page 14 says it's 1, possibly 2, because of the way that the knife wound is turned. But we're talking about 7 because of the lengthy, ongoing physical self-defense dispute, or at least possible self-defense dispute, versus 1 stab wound during an incident that there's been no information on in regard to how it occurred. In the Rogers incident, I forgot to mention in regard to the differences in the stab wounds, Balzort, the first case that I cited, actually specifically says that the manner in which the person is injured, there it was strangulation, here it's stabbing, is not enough for striking similarity.
But here it's stabbing and stabbing, not strangulation and stabbing.
I'm sorry. In Balzort, it's strangulation and strangulation.
What?
Here,
Okay.
it's stabbing and stabbing.
Right.
And in Balzort, they said the fact that they were both strangulation domestic cases wasn't enough.
Not enough on its own.
Yeah, just
In
because
the
they stabbed them
Balzort case,
twice
again, they
doesn't
also
mean they're the
mentioned
same.
Another point that fits right here with ours.
But the fact they were
and
both
that is
drunk,
that
both
striking
jealous,
similarity
both
can't be
stabbing,
met simply
both in
by-
the neck, similar.
Because one victim lived and the other died, and that's what we have here. In Rogers, Rogers lived. In Baker, Baker is dead, and that alone.
That's the
was
result of the action. It's not the
specifically
action.
mentioned in the
The
Balzort opinion
actions are the
as
same, the
being a
results are
basis
different.
Not to find a striking similarity. So those are all the reasons why their case, Vincent,
I hate
doesn't
her.
apply.
That's a
Now, to
fucked up
talk about
argument.
the case law that I sent this morning. The first is State versus Henry, 574 Southern 2nd 73, a Florida Supreme Court case from 1991. There, the state was trying to admit Williams' rule testimony to prove motive, identification, lack of mistaken intent. Exactly as the state here has said. They've given a broad range of what they may be trying to admit it for. There, the defendant stabbed his estranged wife in the throat 13 times during an argument in her home. He left and later stabbed his son, same night, 5 times in the throat. The state sought to admit the son's killing as Williams' role in the trial. The Florida Supreme Court stated, quote, "To be admissible evidence under the Williams rule, an event must be similar to the crime for which the defendant is being tried and must tend to prove some fact and issue. In this case, the killing of Eugene Christian was irrelevant to explain or illuminate the murder of Susan Henry." On the issue of similarity, the Florida Supreme Court went on to state that the fact that both victims were stabbed in the neck did not provide sufficient points of similarity from which it could be reasonable to conclude that the same person committed both the crimes. Those are 2 different points of law that I want to talk about. The first is that there has to be something that they are trying to prove with the Williams rule. Some fact that's an issue that it directly goes to. And there it was found that the murder of the son did nothing to illuminate the murder of the wife. Here, the incident with Michelle Rogers 4 or 5 years earlier after a fight because they'd both been excessively drinking does nothing to illuminate what happened with Ms. Baker and is not similar in any manner other than the similarities discussed in Balzort.
Yeah. Other than the fact they were both drunk, other than the fact they were both being in an abusive situation, other than the fact they both got stabbed, other than the fact they both got stabbed in the neck, totally different.
That uniqueness was required. And there are other cases, as I'm going to go through this, that's exactly
Well,
the same
and
thing.
I've read the cases, and I said yesterday I wanted to give you an opportunity today, but we had a full hearing on this and full argument, and all of these issues were argued. You may have additional or new cases now, but you can't deny that this is what we argued at the Williams rule hearing when I heard argument, right? And that was a couple hours.
He's gonna let it in.
Absolutely, Your Honor, and they've provided an additional case that brings up additional things. At the Williams rule hearing, you may remember, they didn't narrow down at all the reasons for their use of potential Williams rule testimony. Now they've narrowed it down. They said, well, should be identity, maybe intent, and
I agree with you on that. I mean, Mr. Diaz's recollection yesterday was somewhat different than mine, where I believe he went and he said, well, I can tell you what we're not using it for, but as telling me what they were using it for was largely my reason for reserving, in addition to, I think, Mr. Diaz saying I shouldn't have even had a hearing. prior to. All they filed was a notice, and it's not typical to even have a hearing. So the question why I didn't rule is, I don't know, beyond me.
Well, and now that they've narrowed it down a bit, we can be a little more specific about the case law that specifically says the reasons they've given, identity and intent, don't work, can't do it. Now, Balzort's very clear in regard to identity. That one is absolutely 100% binding. We have no striking similarity, and even if you did determine that there was striking similarity, there is no uniqueness. A stabbing is a stabbing. There's nothing unusual about these stabbings. There's no, let's say, for instance, carving of an insignia into the body to be some sort of fingerprint of the perpetrator. That's what that would be for. There's none of that.
And that's for ID.
But as to intent, in regard, I would cite Jackson versus State, 147 3rd 1067, a Florida District Court of Appeals case from the first.
Right?
Yes, Your Honor. From
See, I read the cases.
I'm glad. From 2014. That case, as I'm sure the court remembers from then reading it, is a bird dwelling case where the state there actually sought to admit Williams' rule testimony to prove intent, just simply because the defendant pled not guilty. Exactly like we have
I'll give her
here.
her
There's
props
nothing
that she is
additional
holding
that
the
we've done that
prosecution
gives them any basis.
to
They're saying it's just
a
because
burden
he's
of
pled
proof
not
that they
guilty.
have to meet.
And that's what happened there. There, the tribal court admitted the Williams
I think
rule
she's weak and
testimony for
wrong.
that, and they got reversed.
But
There, the
hey,
DCA
that's what
stated
defense lawyers
here,
do.
although intent
They
is
have
an
to
element
make
of
the
crimes
state
for which Jackson was
meet
found
the burden of
guilty,
proof.
Intent was not a material issue in dispute in this case. Jackson pled not guilty in a trial whose defense was that he was not involved in the March 2011 incident. He did not, for example, claim self-defense, accident, or mistake.
Stop right there, though. You said at trial his defense was. I have no way. I've heard the opening. We're going through. I don't even know what the defense is in this case. Not that you have to prove anything.
Yep.
I'm not suggesting in any way that there's a burden on the defense.
that's an important
But
point.
what
The,
is
the defense has to
Not
prove
guilty,
nothing.
The same as in Jackson. And that's the point of Jackson, is by simply saying not guilty, you do not open up Williams' rule for intent. You have to actually claim what they mentioned. You have to claim self-defense, accident, or mistake. We haven't done that. We haven't opened the door to any Williams' rule testimony.
Well, I
And
think
just like in
she's
Jackson,
arguing
they're allowed to
mistake
admit
or
Williams' rule
identity.
testimony
Mistaken
just because we
identity?
pled not guilty.
I don't know.
That will be reversed. In regard to Florida versus State, 522 7 2nd 1039, that's a 4th District Court of Appeals case from 1988. Another bird dwelling case where the state did exactly the same thing. They tried to admit Williams' rule evidence to prove intent, just simply because the defendant pled not guilty. And there the court, citing a 2nd District Court of Appeals case, so even though it's a 4th, they're using our case law here to say you can't do that. That 2nd District Court of Appeals case that they cite is Edmond versus State, 521 Southern 2nd 269 from 1988. And there in Florida
pretty much a good
versus
point.
State,
She has
the
to
court
argue this.
said that the requirement of
If this gets in,
striking
she may as well
similarity
load the needle
applies
herself,
even if identity
pretty much.
is not an issue, even if intent is the issue. So the state here, whether for identity or intent, the two that they've now finally mentioned, they're claiming Williams' rule comes in. Even if it does, the requirements that we've enunciated here in the 2nd District Court of Appeals.
This is
of
from
striking
Sugar House
similarity
Distillery
and
in Salt Lake City,
uniqueness
Utah.
must be applied.
One of my
And
favorite
that's
places
again
on earth.
pursuant to Balzort, which I've been citing since the hearing. Just for the record, because it wasn't mentioned here, Balzort's citation is 75 Southern 3rd 830 from 2011. Your Honor, the last case that I want to talk about on this issue is Abel's
she
versus
does have
State,
the
506
boob
Southern
crucifixes
2nd,
going.
1150, a Florida 1st District Court of Appeals case from 1987. There it was a sexual battery conviction, and of course we know
Nice
there's
Johnny
a
Cash song.
more relaxed standard for admitting Williams' rule in sexual battery cases. And even there that was reversed because the state again was trying to simply admit the Williams' rule testimony solely to prove identity and intent because the defendant pled not guilty. And there the court said, discussing Williams' rule for both purposes, they said Williams' rule relevance usually depends on identifiable points of similarity and a sufficient level of
She's
uniqueness.
repeated the same arguments for 2 days now.
That conviction even with the lower standard. This Williams' rule testimony absolutely is reversible error if it's let in. There is no striking similarity. Even if you find it to be strikingly similar, there is no uniqueness. And Balzort, which is binding precedent, demands that it not be allowed in.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Perry. Well said. Let me have Mr. Diaz Any response, Mr. Diaz?
No, Your Honor, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
All right. On
Here it goes.
the issue, the other issue of the right to remain silent, the statements or lack of statements by Mr. Terry when asked by Dr. Mendoza while law enforcement was in the vicinity. I do think that I have some additional testimony now, or at least argument, well, no, from one of the deputies who testified, the 15 feet, and whether that's 15 feet or not, I don't necessarily disagree. But let me let Mr. Diaz start. Here.
Oh, I thought he was going to give his
Do you have
ruling. Now he's
anything
just
else
asking
on
more
this
questions.
issue?
Your Honor, first, I
This
don't
is
want to be
actually very
accused of
interesting.
judge shopping again. I did see Judge Williams this morning outside the courthouse. I believe he's in the building. Again, if the defense feels that this is more appropriately argued in front of Judge Williams, I am happy to do that. Or if Judge Williams has an unavailability and this is a necessity, I defer to whatever the circumstances are.
Well, let me ask you, Judge Williams ruled on this and denied your request to get into him, and then you asked for some leeway if that covered the statements by, or in front of the doctor, and he said you could argue that to me, right?
Yes.
All right, so then let's keep it here.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's not exactly accurate.
Let's keep it here.
Yes, this is this
Your
is
Honor,
from
it has been the
Wednesday.
state's position that I think the court should be as fully informed as possible before Your Honor can make a ruling. I have always asked that we wait
As you will see from the
until
banner,
Dr.
this is
Mendoza
Wednesday's
here,
hearing
so
replay.
testimony can be proffered.
Well, tell me what Mendoza's going to say.
Well, I believe that Dr. Mendoza is going to say that the defendant was brought into Tampa General Hospital. He was brought into the emergency room.
By who?
Well, he was in the custody of law enforcement, but he was brought in by paramedics. He was, as you've already heard, I think one of the deputies told the court that, or testified that the defendant was loaded into an ambulance and then the deputy followed the ambulance. So the deputy is following behind the ambulance. The defendant is not seated in the patrol car being driven to the hospital.
They put cuffs on him.
They did. I don't dispute
Put him
that.
in an ambulance, and then no law enforcement was in the ambulance with him?
That is, I mean, my understanding, and Mr. Dirks did the direct, but I was listening.
All right, but that's not, we're not talking about an ambulance. We're talking about the
I
doctor.
understand, but you asked me who brought him, and so,
But no question, law enforcement,
yes, he was completely escorted and he was in handcuffs. I don't dispute that at all.
you imagine they wanted to keep a close eye on him under these circumstances?
Of course, Your Honor, I'm not disputing that either. I'm not disputing that at all either. What I am saying is that, again, I liken this to conversations defendants have with non-law enforcement individuals. The easiest place I can think of is a jail phone call. But then it occurred to me, because I don't often do it, but there's also the jail visitation system where the defendant is literally being recorded talking to another person, talking.
Not remaining silent.
Well, I understand, but the defendant can be and is being recorded, and it is my understanding, though I'm not a technology expert for what the sheriff's office can do, I believe that can be watched in real time. So even though the deputy could be 6,000 miles away on the other side of the planet, for purposes of hearing what is being said, he's right there. And so if on a jail visitation video, somebody came to visit the defendant and was to ask the defendant some sort of question like, why did you do this? Everybody said you did this, whatever the case may be. Something clearly accusatory, directly accusatory. And the defendant refused to answer that person. It is the state's position that the defendant's refusal or failure to answer that accusatory statement would be admissible.
I think it won't
the
be.
defense's position,
I think
as
they're not
I
going to let
understand
his
it, is
silence
it's the presence
be
of
brought
law
up to the jury.
enforcement
Because he was
that
in
in any
custody.
way
They had him
impairs
handcuffed. The
or
police brought
impacts
him
the
in the
defendant's
ambulance.
decision.
They
Whether
were
law
standing in the
enforcement is standing
room.
3 inches or they're standing 3,000 miles away but electronically are in the same room. I don't know that it really matters the distance. I think the question is whether or not law enforcement is listening. And I cannot find the distinction in my mind. The defendant is handcuffed to a gurney or handcuffed to a hospital bed. The defendant is literally sitting in the county jail. I don't find any distinction there for whether or not the defendant's in custody.
But is there a difference if the law enforcement is in the line of sight? Because I just can't imagine that they're in the emergency room and they're not in the line of sight, and that you have Mr. Terry handcuffed to a gurney and being asked, not by a law enforcement officer and not at the direction of a law enforcement officer, but by a doctor, what happened? And he decides not to say anything, that you can use that silence or his refusal to answer against him when law enforcement was in the line of sight. They're standing right over there. So you're putting him in a position where he has to make a decision, okay, well, I definitely don't want to tell law enforcement what happened. He has that right. He has that absolute right to not incriminate himself. But I want to tell the doctor what happened, and I have to whisper to make sure that that officer over there doesn't hear me. I mean, that's just a horrible situation.
Yeah.
I understand it, Your Honor. What I am trying to point out is I cannot find any case that answers the question directly. I know Ms. Perry sent some cases this morning. I was already on my way over here. I've not had a chance to read them. I will read them this morning.
But think about that. Without a case, clearly, I think that there's no debate over the way I just set that table.
This judge is
That
really
it's in the
good.
emergency room. He's in handcuffs. Law enforcement is close by. They're armed law enforcement officers.
Yeah.
The doctor's asking
See, and
him,
I was
what
thinking
happened?
differently yesterday.
Not, does this hurt? Does that hurt? Tell me what happened, how you ended up here. And there's law enforcement in the vicinity, which you said you're not going to dispute. And you don't have a case to support that, is what you just said. Are you not inviting error, like I always say? Isn't that a dangerous step to take? For me to let that in and to let his silence under those circumstances be argued against him in this case?
Your Honor, I have looked at the case law that exists. I believe that the case, I think Your Honor said it yesterday. The premise of the right to remain silent is rooted in the Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
The Fifth Amendment is a protection against government action.
Yeah.
I have
being
conceded
handcuffed
that
to
if
a
there is
bed.
any suggestion whatsoever, which I think the best person to say that is Dr. Mendoza, that she is acting in any way at the direction of, in furtherance of law enforcement, there is nothing left to discuss. I will concede the argument immediately. I do not anticipate she will say that.
Judge, I can tell you, she's not going to say that. So I'll give you that.
Yeah, right. No, I figured that you would.
And so the question becomes, what if the deputy had stepped aside and could not be seen but could still hear? What if he had gone around the corner?
He doesn't have to deal with that because
and
that's
now
not
he's
what
not in
happened.
sight, but he can still hear?
That's not what happened.
What if
here.
another deputy who doesn't know what is happening in the moment walks by and hears the defendant say, for example,
I
I
just want to
did
know,
it,
is this lawful law?
right? If a deputy had been walking
Was the
by and heard
state
the
of
defendant
Florida
say, yeah, I
in the
slashed my
hospital
girlfriend's
room?
throat with a knife. Some unrelated deputy.
The judge is going
The
to
defendant
protect
is still in
silence
custody.
and allow
He's
the
still
prior
being
bad
asked a
act.
question by a medical person, and he's still being overheard by law enforcement. And so I cannot construct. I understand the idea. I understand the basic premise, and I know, which is why I have brought this up with Your Honor. But I think that this is ultimately a suppression issue. This is a question of whether or not the defendant's rights have been violated. I don't believe the defendant's rights have been violated because nobody has acted in the behest of law enforcement. Therefore, I don't think that the defendant's Fifth Amendment right is implicated. And I can construct scenarios in my mind, whether it's a jail phone call,
Not yet.
a recorded jail visit, or as I just explained, a deputy who happens to be walking by and would hear an incriminatory statement.
Incriminatory.
I think that those are all certainly examples. And
that
I
a
understand
word?
that hearing an incriminatory statement is not the same thing as hearing no statement.
Because this is a comment essentially on his right to remain silent. He has a right to remain silent. I hear, and I brought up the distinction yesterday as to who was asking the question and whether it constituted an interrogation. But law enforcement was in, you've admitted, and you're not going to dispute, law enforcement was in the vicinity, I think is your words.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I don't know what that means in terms of 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet. I have no
You
answer
should
to
know.
that.
But close
should know
enough
that.
for you to elicit, or Mr. Dirks to elicit testimony from them that he could in fact communicate because they were within earshot of that.
Yes, I agree.
So I mean, we can't, as far we can go, move, but we stay within the
I can tell
circle
you,
of coherence.
I can tell you that Detective Vertu is standing in the room. He makes the notation that the defendant does not answer the doctor. So Detective Vertu has not yet testified. I'm sure he's going to say he's very close by, because the next thing that he does is he does try to actually ask the defendant if he wants to.
Well, the other side of that is close enough to hear if he did answer the doctor.
I got it. I'm not disputing that, Your Honor. They're clearly within some distance at which sight and hearing are certainly capable of detecting what is happening in the conversation with the doctor.
Right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
I don't need anything.
Oh.
As I said before, I stayed up all night reading cases. Not only the cases that you submitted, but
falls
horn
asleep.
books on criminal law related to Williams Rule, and also related to right to remain silent and cases. I had a case in my hand where there was an ambulance, and I'm not going to go into the details. You know, that's one of the benefits of being a judge. I don't have to cite, when I make my ruling, I don't have to cite authority for it.
Yeah.
I just have to be comfortable enough that I
That's right.
believe that my decision is the right decision, because if it's
The
not,
judge
as
doesn't
I
have
said
to cite
before,
shit. The
it's
judge just has
likely
to give a
be
decision.
reviewed by a higher authority, and I'm sure that they will let me know if and when I'm wrong. So I did a lot of homework to make sure that I feel like my decision is right. And Mr. Diaz, on the issue of the doctor being able to testify
No.
regarding whether Mr. Terry remained silent when she asked him what happened, my decision is I'm not going to allow that. Just not
I
gonna
agree
do
with
it.
that completely.
All right.
I changed my mind since last
As
night.
to Williams
Now,
Rule,
this is important.
Williams Rule evidence is never a thing that the defense is happy about, because it's evidence of some other bad act coming in during a trial where a defendant is facing a jury to determine whether they did this bad act. So it certainly is not something that the defense is going to lay down and take quietly. Miss Perry, you have done an excellent job on Mr. Terry's part fighting the Williams Rule, and have cited a number of cases, all of which I have reviewed thoroughly, in addition to other authorities that I have reviewed, like Earhart.
Oh,
And
wait, sorry.
at the end of the day, it is my decision that this is, and you've given a list
Yes.
of dissimilarities, but I believe if you go back to any of those cases, you could
It's in.
list dissimilarities. The shirt was a different color. There was 2 lamps in the room instead of 1 lamp. But there are glaring similarities in this case. I won't go into, as I said before, I don't have to support my decision. I just have to be comfortable with my decision. And at the end of the day, I believe that, what makes it difficult is there's no bright line. There's cases all over the board when you read them. They're hard to pigeonhole into a bright line on this. It's a moving target. So I could be wrong, but I think I'm right when I have determined that I believe this is classic Williams Rule, and I'm going to allow it. Now, I do have another question that I want to do on that, because it cannot become a, the premise or the, feature of the trial. And I have some concerns about the need for 2 witnesses, the detective.
She did her job.
Why is the detective
She
necessary
aggressively
in
and
addition
enthusiastically
to the victim?
advocated for her
And
client.
Judge, I'm sorry, but you've only addressed striking similarity. What about the requirement for uniqueness?
Shut up, you lost.
Balsort and Abels both make it clear that for the exact reason they're offering Williams.
Andrew's
Rule,
son is not banned.
uniqueness is
I don't know why
required.
people think that. He's
There's
not on the
nothing
banned list.
unique about a stabbing. There's no identifiable marks. There's nothing that was done that is any different than any other stabbing in either case, in Rogers' case or in Ms. Baker's case, and the stabbings themselves are completely different. You've got 7 for Rogers and only 1 for Baker. How is there anything unique about the manner in which they were stabbed, such that it would be a fingerprint as required by the case law that would point only to Mr. Terry? How does the circumstances here show anything unique, that means
It's
he's
mostly
the only
porn
one who
bots.
could have done
Ms.
this.
Perry,
But
right
he's
or
not on the
wrong,
list.
I've ruled. I've ruled.
I would ask the court in their ruling to give the premise or the
Yeah.
purpose for the uniqueness as required by Bowser.
I will respectfully decline. I've ruled.
That's a judge saying,
Mr. Diaz,
shut the fuck
Yes,
up
Your Honor.
and sit the fuck down.
I don't want it to be a feature of the trial.
I understand that. I understand.
Why do we need the detective and not just the
Well,
victim?
the detective is the one who authenticates the crime scene photos that display the blood path that exit out of the home, down the driveway. He's the one that authenticates the photo that's recovered and the photo of the knife block in the kitchen. Those are the details that I mean, obviously, I concede that.
Well, it's not. It's not for me to determine. I mean, I have a concern about it becoming a feature of the trial.
I have the same concern you do too, Your Honor.
All right. Well, you proceed at your own risk with that.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Mr. Kane.
Yes, in terms of the feature aspect, we would just draw the court's attention to the fact that this witness is also a PDF witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's what?
This witness is also a PDF witness.
PDF
Right.
witness?
A felony witness, so in that sense, we don't know if the state intends on calling Ms. Rogers also for sentencing, but in the event that they do intend to do that, that adds to the feature element and compounds the effect of the testimony to the point where the jury may be focusing solely on Ms. Rogers in either reaching a verdict for guilt or in determining its proper sentence.
Yeah, shut up.
I don't disagree with it. It's a complicated issue. I will certainly give you that. And again, one that, depending on how this trial goes, may ultimately be reviewed by a higher authority. And I've put Mr. Diaz on notice about that issue that I do have some concern about.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand your ruling.
All right. So, you got witnesses?
We do. I just want to clarify something. There are no new photos. I still have all the photos I've shown the defense that they have already seen. I realized that when I created my exhibit list, despite trying to measure twice and cut
Wait,
once,
I was just going through the
one
list of
packets is
people
not
that
listed, so I've
have
created this
been
packet
banned.
66.
Is that not
D.
on-
Watt is on the
It's on the
list.
list,
D.
so I'm just
Watt
telling
should
everyone
not
now,
be
when
on
you're
the
looking
list.
later,
So
we're 66. I'm giving
whoever
everyone
put
advance
D.
notice
Watt
right now.
on the
Okay,
banned
I'll
list,
just add it on mine. Is that an issue for
if
the
it was
defense
me
at all?
accidentally or if it was someone
And
else,
what do you- what
MG
would
Law,
you-
how did you get on
These
the
are
banned
all the
list?
photos of basically along Lithia Pinecrest and then going into the woods of the blood.
All right, anyone that's ever been banned,
Photos of blood trail?
Basically, yes.
This
But
is
it's
weird.
The blood trail along Lithia, not the one. through the
somebody's
backyard.
banning the fuck out of people here on my.
Because I didn't put it, it's not typed
I don't know if
out.
it's me being drunk or if it's one of the mods, but I'm not going to do it. Nobody else do it.
66, A through. Well, I didn't put it on. the
Weird.
exhibit list.
Okay.
So it's A through double R.
Is that going to be admitted through one of our first witnesses?
Not one of the first ones, no.
Because it's 9:20, and I'm sure, is all the jury here?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to get them in. Mr. Dirks?
Yeah, I expect that to be offered with crime scene investigator Durr, who's probably going to be, if everything goes right before lunch, so it'll be after the break.
All right, so we'll have a break. So defense, you have an opportunity to take a look at that and let me know if you have any issues with it. We'll discuss that during the break.
Well,
Is the state ready
D.
for the
Watt
first
and
witness?
everybody else is
State's ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready for the first witness?
We have a couple minutes, just one other issue that we want to discuss.
I just hope they come back. That's all I can think of. You guys can't. It'll just pop up and say, so and so banned somebody, or so and so blocked somebody. Yeah, I just went back through the hidden users list in the studio here, and basically unblocked everybody. That's not a sock puppet or an obvious sex site. I hope that I have no idea what happened to D. Watt. If anybody knows how to get in touch with D. Watt, tell D. Watt they've been unbanned, and a couple of other people as well. I mean, just I have no idea what happened. Should never happen. It just happened. Like I said, whether it was me in a drunken stupor or I have no idea. But anyway, apologies. Shit. Alrighty. We've got some super chat time here, so let's go through a few of these. Well, we've only got a couple of super chats. Julie O says, I bet Judge says nuclear and relator. Ban me, Jeff. I need to get a life, says American Dreamer. Thank you so much for that super chat. Always awesome to get a super chat. And just a map on the wall. One of the people responsible for a lot of my drinking last weekend. You do it on the FIF stream, you lovable lug, although you're a mean drunk. Now, the only person that I know I accidentally banned was Jessica Reloaded. I was trying to make her a mod and ended up banning her. But that got worked out. So I have no idea what happened. There was a lot of people on this hidden list that I had no idea were on the list, which kind of explains where DWAT's been for a while. Geez, I hope nobody got upset and they'll come back eventually. Dang, weird. And just some other things that I thought were interesting. Seeing Jeff rocking the Mega Pint. Brilliant. Yep, this is the official Johnny Depp Mega Pint Legal Vices Pimp Cup. It had rum and Coke in it. Well, which kind of... Oh, I love this guy. Nicola, we love you too. Cheers over in Scotland. 8484 Terry, Legal Vices, what beverage are you enjoying tonight? It was a rum and Coke. Again, a strong rum and Coke. I was going to give a refill, but I forgot to bring the rum. Thankfully, I have a bottle of TX blended whiskey here, which will go... Now it'll be a whiskey and Coke. And I still owe the chat 8 shots from last Friday's drunk stream. Because we have this thing here, $100 super chats automatically qualify as a shot owed. So, hey, if anybody wants to throw $100 at me, I'll do a shot. Pff, grift. This isn't a griftathon, though, so never mind. Yeah, it'll be whiskey, Coke, and then maybe some shots later if this goes boringly. Legal Vices and Mods, I think Kurt banned one. Kurt did not ban. Kurt does not have the power to ban anybody on my channel. Andrew's son is not banned. He is not on the list. Judge, turn your microphone on, Judge. Sean Walters, Legal Vice. Honest question here. Having the right to remain silent. If you communicate with another person in sign language, if it's recorded, can police use that? I would say yes, because it's communication. I mean, you're talking. You're not exercising your right to be silent. You're just using a different language. Good morning from Washington State. Hey, Nikki Taylor, what's up? Thank you so much for the super chat. Deeply, deeply appreciated. All right, are there any more super chats to read while the court is boomering themselves here? All righty. We've got all the super chats out of the way. Let's go back over here into the oldie studio. Look, we've got 899. We've got 900 people here and only 450 likes. We're not even halfway there. Those of you that haven't hit the like button, please pop down there and hit the like button. We need to get up to like 700 or 800. Once we hit that 600 mark, YouTube kind of puts us out there in the recommended live stuff. So, you know, like 500 of you need to get down there. Don't make me sick Andrew Branca on you. You know, we get half of we have to get 50% or I'm shutting down the stream. I don't want to get to that, but literally, I know you guys don't think about likes. Judge, turn your microphone on, Judge. Mic up, Judge, so you can see I have the mic. Okay, the jury's coming in. Hope we get the audio. But like I understand you guys are just watching. You're enjoying the entertainment. You're not thinking about the likes. But seriously, the likes are the most important thing to a YouTube streamer, to a content creator. That is the number one matrix that YouTube looks at when deciding whether or not to recommend videos. So please do me a sincere favor. All 910 of you, make sure you hit that like button. We should be up to 900 likes that fast.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may
and
be
subscribe
seated
if you
at
want
this time.
to.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning and welcome back. Happy Wednesday. As you may know, we are starting a little bit late. I again take full responsibility for any delays. Please do not hold that against the attorneys, the parties, or anyone else. I'm the captain of the ship, and if it leaves late, I'm responsible. So, the first question that I have of you is whether any of you were exposed to any reports about this case from the time you left the courtroom yesterday and the time that you returned, by show of hands. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Did any of you discuss this case, either amongst yourselves or with any room? I have Chaz that they will let us know when, if any decisions are made regarding the courthouse tomorrow. But as schools or any
okay, they're talking about the hurricane. They're pausing. They didn't have court yesterday because of the hurricane in Florida.
Microphone on.
All right, we're up to 521 likes. We're getting there. Come on, we need 600 in the next 20 seconds. We can do it. Let's see.
Dr. Perkins, good morning and welcome.
This is the
You'll
doctor.
come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Florida
help me
has
God.
some severe hairdos for their women.
Please up to the witness chair. Please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjusted. You let me know when you're ready, and then I'll let the attorneys ask you.
Oh wait, did she have a butt? I didn't notice the butt. Oh well. Shame on me. No, she's scary looking. Like, I don't like that severe hairstyle, like pulled back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning,
She has
Doctor.
this
Would
of
you
making
please
you talk.
introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Dr. Ashley Perkins. I am an associate medical examiner with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
She has a cute voice.
All right, as an associate medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, can you give us the benefit of your training, education, or other experience which qualifies you for your position?
Sure. In 2007, I received a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the University of Missouri. 2009, I received a Master's in Biomedical Science from Midwestern University. In 2015, I received a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine from the Arizona College of Osteopathic Medicine. From 2015 to 2019, I did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, and then I was board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology in 2019. From 2019 to 2020, I did a forensic pathology fellowship with the University of South Florida and Hillsborough County, and I was board certified in forensic pathology
enough.
in 2020.
Yeah, let that hair down. She'd look hot. I just don't like that.
All right, then as an associate medical examiner with
Oh,
the
smile too. Smile.
Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office, how many autopsies
Oh,
have
that's
you
funny.
performed?
Over 850.
And so you were in that capacity in May of this year, correct?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of May 28th, 2022. Were you asked to respond to the scene where a body was found on Kite Ridge Road
Yes, sir.
in Hillsborough County?
Yes,
And did you go there?
I did.
Tell us about what time you arrived.
I arrived around 5:30 in the morning.
And when you arrived at 5:30, were there other officers of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office there as well?
Yes.
Did you have any discussion with them, get an idea of what you were going to be asked to do as it relates to the scene?
Yes, I was given a brief summary of the events.
And after you were given a brief summary of the events, what did you do?
I photographed the scene as is, which had already been sealed off by sheriff's officers. And I approached the body once I was given the go-ahead that they had collected the evidence that they needed. The body was already covered with the sheets. I photographed as is, and then I removed the sheet from the body and proceeded to do my external examination.
Ooh. Remove the sheet from the body and give the external
All right, I'm
exam.
going to show you what has been marked for identification, Station 28.
You may.
Introduce some photographs which comprise State's Exhibit number 28, and I'll mark them A through.
Clearly, I need some bourbon and whiskey. No, this isn't bourbon. This is blended whiskey. Sorry. Clearly, I need some blended whiskey and Coke. This lady on the stand is the doctor that apparently did the autopsy
A through H.
on the victim.
If you would take a look at those photographs and tell me if you can identify them.
What was the number of visitors?
I have 28A through H.
Exactly.
Yes, these appear to be photographs from the scene.
From the scene that you just described?
Correct.
And they fairly inaccurately depict the scene, or portions of the scene as you found them.
Yes.
Participants would offer into evidence station exhibit 28A through H.
Other than previously discussed, any additional objections at this time?
Nothing additional.
You'll be admitted.
And Your Honor, I have permission to publish when necessary. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's talk, you mentioned to us that there was a sheet covering Kay Baker.
Yes.
You removed the sheet, eventually removed the sheet, and then was there another sheet replaced eventually?
I bring along a clean, brand new, never been opened evidence sheet. So once I do my external examination as is, then I roll her onto the clean evidence sheet.
All right, then let me show you. First, let me ask a couple of questions. Did you notice any apparent injuries to Kay Baker?
Yes.
And from your external examination,
Sorry, I wasn't laughing. I just kind of
at the scene,
burped a little bit there.
what could you tell? What could you determine from those injuries, at least generally speaking?
Generally speaking, she had several wounds to the neck that were fairly deep. I can assess the depth at the time of examination. There
I'm
was
going to
quite a
see
bit
if
of
we
blood
can bump
around
this
the
to
neck, but there were
1.25
at
speed.
least a few wounds on the neck.
A few wounds on the neck. Yikes.
All right, let me show you what has then been marked as 28A, and I'll publish that now.
Flux. Run away from work. Flux.
See if I can get that.
You're coughing.
My training from
You
Mr.
have a
Diaz
fever.
to
Go
get.
home.
Okay, what are we looking at there on that photograph?
So we're looking at her left side of the neck, and there's a large injury here. It appears to be sharp force injury.
Okay. (28B). Same question. What are we looking at here?
So we're still on the left side of her neck, and again above this black object. Am I allowed to stand up? And
You actually used to, and I believe that there is a yardstick somewhere around there that you can use as a pointer.
If I may,
Sorry.
Dr. Perkins, here's, if you'd like to use this, you can.
So here we're seeing a smaller sharp force type injury.
All right, that's B.
All right, we're almost up to 600 likes, so smash that like button.
Next we have is C. If you would take a look at C
585
and
likes,
orient us
15 more,
if
that
you
gets us to
can.
600.
Is it better like this or like this? What we
First wait comment.
first way, like this?
What?
Okay.
So we're
Oh,
on
don't say
her right
that.
side. This is her right here, right side of her neck. The collarbone is right here, and there's a sharp force injury in the center of the bone.
Thank you. And here's
No,
D.
Kurt was not
28D.
responsible.
You would take a look at that.
Kurt does not have the power to block anyone on my channel.
And this is just an
he wouldn't
as-is
do it
photo
anyway.
before we've removed any clothing.
Somebody
of
did
her
it somehow, but you're not on the list anymore, clearly because you're here.
When you say as
Apologies-
is, that's the first.
Apologies for however you got on that list, but it
observation
had
made, okay.
nothing
Yes.
to do with Kurt. Nothing. He cannot do
20D.
that.
We're looking at her feet as is before we've manipulated the body.
And here's 28F.
So I placed a clean evidence sheet on the ground, rolled the body, and so now we're looking at the back of the neck, and there's an inside wound here.
28G.
And this is a photograph after I rolled her onto the new evidence collection sheet, just a observe for any injuries.
601 likes. Now I have to push this up to 700. Let's go 700.
And 28H.
And again, this
Yeah.
is just the overall
I know who has
photograph
powers
of,
on my channel and who doesn't,
hers
and
for,
he
like,
doesn't.
repeat
So, yeah.
After she's been rolled.
All right. All right, do you recall whether, with the assistance of the sheriff's office, Kay Baker's hands were bagged?
Yes.
Yeah, and tell us why the hands were bagged and what's the purpose for that?
So we allow law enforcement to take any swabs at the scene to collect for any evidence. Once that occurs, the hands are placed in these paper collection bags to preserve any evidence during transport from the body, from the scene to our office,
Possibly.
where we'll continue to collect more evidence, do fingernail clippings, scrapings, things like that to assess for DNA that may potentially be under the nails.
All right, is there anything of significance that you can recall doing at the scene?
Just assessing for the potential injuries and taking photographs as of the decedents and other than that.
All right, did you stray away from the immediate vicinity of the body to see any other evidence, or did you basically maintain your focus upon the body or within feet of the body?
Seriously,
Correct. I
stop.
stay
He
with the
didn't
body
do it.
and
He had
within
nothing
feet
to
of
do
the
with
body.
it.
Did you notice any what appeared to be blood at the scene at or near the body?
Yes.
Tell us about that if you would, please.
Of course, there was a large pool of blood underneath the body, where her body physically was, and I didn't measure it, but within a couple feet. The body was placed between two houses, and one of the houses on the sidewall did have what appeared to be blood.
All right. Other than those observations and that work that you did, is there anything of significance that you did at the scene before we move on?
No.
All right, let's then move on. I presume then the body was eventually transported to the medical examiner's office, or you did some additional work. Is that correct?
Yes.
She has
All right,
lizard
let's talk
lips,
about
like
preliminaries.
snake lips.
Did before you actually performed the autopsy, was there any either evidence collection, photographing, anything like that done before
Oh, yes.
you began
Terry
the
is in
actual
jail.
autopsy process?
Yes, once the body arrives at the medical examiner's office, I'm
He's
present
very
for
much in
when
jail.
our autopsy
On a
technicians,
$1
who are
million
responsible for locking
cash
in the body,
bond.
open the bag, and I watch them process the body. I don't physically process it myself, but they will collect hair, fingernail clippings, and I observe the process as it occurs.
And do you recall whether or not there may have been
the
also
circus cookies.
a
Oh, my God.
representative from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office
Youngsters
there
don't know
as
what
well?
they're
Yes.
missing.
And
Oh
do you
my
recall whether
God.
that officer may have also participated in the collection of or the acquisition of evidence relating to the body of Kay Baker?
Yes, they will swab the hands for whatever evidence they wish.
Now, any of those items that were collected by your office, for
This is
example,
Wednesday.
were
There was
fingernail
no trial on
clippings,
Thursday, no
okay.
trial on
Yes.
Friday.
And were any of those sort of exhibits or items eventually turned over to the sheriff's office?
Yes, once they're collected, they're sealed in evidence envelopes, photographed, and then given into police custody.
All right, you finished that process. What was the next step in the process of performing the autopsy of Kay Baker?
She is placed in, full body radiographs are completed on the body before I do an external examination. And then I, from head to toe, just do an external examination, noting not only injuries, but identifying factors, hair length, eye color, any natural diseases she may have that may be present on the outside. I take measurements of the injuries that are present. I take dirty photographs before I manipulate anything on the body. I take clean photographs to give a better idea of what the injury looks like in totality. And
Your
then I
husband
proceed
better
to an
love
internal
you.
examination, which is the formal
I would
autopsy.
kill for some of those here in Korea.
All right, the condition
So good.
of Kay Baker was displayed in those photographs. Was her body then cleaned eventually as part of the process?
Yes.
So the photographs that we may see from the autopsy, those are after the cleaning process takes place, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some additional photographs, if I may, and ask you if you can identify them.
What's the number, Mr.
Would I stab somebody in the neck for them? Quite possibly.
59, 60, and 61? Thank you.
I'll talk about it on the next break. No, don't start this again. Don't start this again. Please don't start this again. Please don't start this again. Seriously. Oh, law and crime, please. Please, law and crime, don't do this. Don't do this, law and crime. Oh, fuck. All right, let's go back to normal speed for a while. Shit. I hate law and crime so much. Come on. All righty. All right, well, let's completely bail out, reboot it up again. Oh, my Lord. We were doing so well for such a long time. Damn. All righty. Let's go. We're getting it back here. Live. Fleeing murdered girlfriend. Push pause. Damn. We were doing so good there. You guys, stop it. Seriously. Serious. All right, here we go.
Back in just a moment, Charlie.
Back in 1 minute.
If I may first approach the VR and show you what has been marked for identification. This is exhibit number 59A to W.
What happened? Why is it quiet? Did he
Have you had an
confess?
opportunity to
Did they
look at
find the
those
knife in his prison
photographs?
pocket? What
Yes.
happened? I demand to
And do you
know.
recognize them?
I do.
And what are they?
Autopsy photos taken
Oh,
during my
autopsy
house.
photos. Ugh.
And of the autopsy of Kay Baker,
Correct.
was this autopsy assigned a number?
Yes.
Would you please tell us what that number is?
Yes. 22-04991.
Yeah, after you die, you're just assigned a number. You just become a number.
And those photographs earlier enough to depict the photographs of the autopsy in this case.
Yes.
Now, the state offers exhibit number 59.
Other than previously discussed.
Summer of 59.
All right, it'll be admitted at this time. It is 28A through H.
She has a very long neck. I like long necks.
It's already been admitted, this is 59.
I apologize. It is 59A through W.
But her
Thank you very
posture is
much.
weirdly good.
Next, we have all around this, number 60. I'm gonna
I
show you
slump.
60A through L. Actually, if you would take a look.
Say that again, 60A through L.
Correct, Your Honor.
Giraffe fetish. All right. They're just introducing evidence here now, so we can get through a couple of these. Nikki Taylor says, "Good morning from Washington State. Good morning from Korea." Well, actually, yeah, it's still night. It'll be morning in 25 minutes. Welcome, Nikki. Great to have you here, as always. Appreciate your company. Skylar, upset Vices didn't send a StreamYard link as promised in his tweet. Yeah, there may have been a drunk tweet promising to invite everybody
Doctor,
on the
have you
stream.
looked at those photographs?
I have.
We'll just have to watch, I suppose.
I do. I do.
And are they accurate photographs of the autopsy
Yes.
of Kay Baker? Thank you. The state offers State's Exhibit 60A through L, Your Honor.
Any objection?
As previously noted.
All right, they'll be admitted 60.
Z says, would you do Utah versus Jared Lesick if streamed? Oh yeah, 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 definitely. I'll talk about it even if it's not streamed.
A and B.
We'll talk about that case later.
Yes.
Yeah.
And are those photographs from the autopsy of Kay Baker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jeff just Twitter DM'd you a link to a download on day 3 video. Thank you very much.
Discuss any additional objections at this time?
No additional.
I will go there now.
61A and B would be admitted at this time.
And may the state publish when appropriate and necessary.
You may vote.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, before I get into the photographs, you mentioned that you did first an external examination,
Maybe just in time.
including other things, to find out if there was anything in the external examination which may give you a clue other than the injuries that we've made mention of, which gives you a clue that there was some either disease or morbidity going on with Kay Baker other than those injuries.
Correct.
There were none?
I did not see any.
Okay. All right, 61A. You saw a picture of some jeans on Kay Baker at the scene. Are those the same jeans?
Yes.
Okay. That's the front, and 61B. Same jeans as the back?
Yes.
Okay. And you earlier testified about the fact that the hands, Kay Baker's hands were bagged at the scene as well. I want to show you some other photographs, 60A. And do you recognize 60A?
Yes.
What is 60A?
It is the paper bags that were provided by law enforcement at the scene that were placed on the hands at the scene.
Okay. And does it indicate which hand this relates to?
Yes, this is the left hand.
Left hand, all right. And then I want to show you 60B. You recognize 60B?
Yes.
Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit.
Oh, ASMR. Courtroom ASMR.
What is 60B?
So after the body has been processed, she's been fingerprinted at this point, hands have been cleaned up so that we can visualize the injuries, and now we are looking at photographs of the injuries on the left hand.
Okay. I'll ask you some more questions about those injuries in a few minutes. So, after you made your observations, did you then begin the process of the autopsy of Kay Baker?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, did you identify any injuries that you believe are related to your investigation?
Yes.
First of all, let me show you what has marked for identification in State's Exhibit number 59A. Do you recognize A?
Yes, this is an intake photo of the decedent.
You degenerate.
All right. In your autopsy report, you noted a series of injuries that you noted.
Yes.
For the sake of clarity, why don't we go through those one at a time?
Okay.
So that, and then you can describe what injuries, what their significance is.
Oh wow! Now we get
and other
the details
parts
of
about
her
that.
injuries.
So let's start with one.
All right.
In your autopsy report, you have Roman numeral 1. What is Roman numeral 1? And I'm going to try to pull up a photograph which will assist you in your description.
So the autopsy report is divided in the injury section in what would be sharp force injuries. That includes stab and incised wounds, stab wounds, being a wound type that's caused with something with a sharp edge to it that is deeper than it is wide. An incised wound is essentially a cut, so it's longer on the outside than it is deep. So the first section, incised wounds and stab wounds, Roman numeral 1 is a superficial incised wound to the face. These are all in order of,
That means
there's no
a
implied
superficial
chronology
cut
to
to the
these
face.
wounds and no implied significance in the order that they're placed in the autopsy report.
All right, so in other words, you're going to testify about multiple injuries, but you cannot say with any degree of medical certainty as to the order of those injuries when they occurred, the
Correct.
sequence. Just because we're going to go through them in 1 through 12 or 11 or 12 doesn't mean that was the first. Roman numerals 1 is the first, and Roman numeral 11 is the last.
Correct.
No order whatsoever.
Correct.
All right, the first Roman numeral 1 is that superficial injury. Is that the injury indicated on 60A that I showed you earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, would you point to that, please, or I can, is it this one here?
Yes.
All right.
So this is the lower right side of her face, what we call perioral region. They are centered about 7.5 inches below the top of her head and 1 3/4 inch right
she
of her
just
anterior
did.
midline. That's just to give some idea of trajectory. The wounds range from 2 to 3.3 centimeters in length, and they're oriented what we call obliquely, so in about a 2 to 9 o'clock position on her face.
All right. All right, and that was, actually, that was 59A, I believe, 59A.
Only 10 more to 69.
As you look at, as I show you 59B, does 59B also depict that same wound from a different angle?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
Are there any characteristics about that wound which would indicate whether or not she was alive, the heart was pumping, which gives us any indication as to when those injuries might have occurred in relation to when Kay Baker died?
They're a little pale, so it's possible that it was what we call the perimortem state, so the heart's not pumping quite at the same level of what would be normal in life, so she could be potentially in the dying process when those occurred.
Yeah, so basically, she was still alive, but quickly dying while he was stabbing her in the face. Fuck.
All right. Is there anything else of significance?
Shelley Duvall is going to be in a
that
new
you
movie
need
next
to
month. Good for her.
Tell us about that particular injury before we go on to the next one.
No.
All right, let's go move on to the next one. I think it's your Roman numeral number 2.
Correct.
All right, let's go to that one.
So this is a large wound on the left side of the neck. Again, it's categorized as a sharp force wound because it showed features of both stab, again, deeper than it is wide type wound, and incised wound, so a large cut. So both features were noted in this injury on the left side of the neck. It went from the left postauricular region, so right behind the left ear, and continued to the front side of the neck, going from left to right. There was also another wound, so that was a large cut, and there was another wound that commingled with it, blended with it, that looked more like a stab wound, that was oriented a little more up and down versus the wound that was going from the left side of the neck to the right side of the neck, looked more like a cut. So both of these commingled, and this one appeared about 2 centimeters in length, but it was hard to tell the exact measurement based on the fact that it commingled.
What
with
are
the
her
larger
exact
wound.
measurements? That's what I want.
These wounds extended through the skin, went deep into the muscles on the side of the neck on the left side. It also cut the external and internal jugular veins on the left side. It cut the left common carotid artery, which is the major artery
Oh,
in
Jesus.
the neck. The jugular veins are the major veins in the neck. And it went through the larynx, which
Okay, that was...
is the upper portion of your airway.
Wow, so it went through her jugular,
It continued
larynx.
to the right,
That's
went
a
more
deep fucking
superficial,
cut.
and cut the skin.
All right, you gave us a lot of information. First of all, I want to show you a photograph and ask you, does that whether these photographs accurately depict that injury that you just described?
Yes.
That is C. That is 59C. And how about 59 D?
Yes.
All right, you told us a lot of things about that injury.
She'd be a great prison
You
guard.
mentioned that there may be more than one actual wound.
Clouds, illusions, I recall.
And I guess
I really
to us
don't
lay
know
people, that looks like
at all.
one wound. What causes you to think that it's possibly more than one wound?
So let me. So this wound is a large, essentially cut wound that's going from
She
left
was.
to right.
Not
So
now, but
this
she
wound is
was.
oriented in a different fashion. So with the depth that it extended into the tissues.
It was
very
granted.
long stab wound, and then
The ex-girlfriend who got stabbed in the neck will be testifying probably Monday.
And you mentioned that there were several parts of the neck that were involved in that wound.
Several parts of the neck.
And I'd like you to, if you can, locate or describe those. And so I have two photographs here. Would this one work better to assist you, or would the other one, 59C, would that better assist you?
That was literally the first song I learned to play on the guitar in
this
7th
photo that
grade.
you have.
Okay, let me focus in a little bit more. If you can, if there are any of those
angel.
tissues that you describe,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you can point to them and tell us a little bit about the structure of the neck so that we can have a better idea of what was involved.
So running
I like long
here,
necks, Christy.
photographs, that would be where her major veins are running, the jugular vein.
I like
the
long
jugular
necks.
vein,
Long
the
necks are
external
nice.
jugular vein runs a little bit more anterior. The common carotid artery is running with the internal jugular vein. Both about this area. You can't see them in this photograph. They've been
An ice
transected
cream
and
castle.
they're very elastic, so they separate very easily and they retract.
The clouds got
So
in
we
my
can't see in this
way.
photograph, but you can see the number of
Now
muscles
they
that
only
are very
block the
transected. So
sun.
the sternocleidomastoid, which is that big
The
muscle
rain
on
and
the
snow
front
on
of the
every
neck. It goes from your clavicle, the collarbone, to the top of the neck.
And so that all of us are clear as to your terminology, transected, what does that mean?
That means completely cut through.
Free the hair. Free the hair. Actually, you're correct. I do love a good brontosaurus.
All right.
Even though
I'm just
apparently they
gonna
don't
show
call
you-
them brontosaurus
While we're
anymore.
on that wound, I'm going to show you another photograph to see if that can in any way further assist you in your description. This is Exhibit 59E, if you would look at 59E.
So again, we can't see the vessels that have been transected.
No, this is normal speed.
Nor
I don't want it to
can we see the
buffer.
larynx in this case. We can see the depth of the injury, we can see the soft tissues, the muscle, the fatty tissue that covers the neck and is right underneath the skin are exposed in this case.
All right. And
Nah, it's the
and as you look at that
Jesus!
photograph that I showed you before, is there any indication of
Back the
injury
fuck off
or
the
damage
mic, Jesus!
below the chest? Or is that free of injury?
The chest appears free of injury.
Okay.
Jesus, dude. Don't eat the fucking mic. Yes, everyone in the courtroom
All right,
can see
have
the
we
pictures.
sufficiently described what is your Roman numeral 2, that wound?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
What is next?
There is an incised wound to the anterior portion of the neck. Actually, that photograph had it.
The one right here? This one here?
Somebody needs to give some memberships.
You're going to go down? Yes. So, let me
Here?
point to one of them. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is an incised wound to the neck. Again.
Oh, that's
stab
nice.
type wound, and then
That's
the
a
neck had a
good
superficial
blast.
incised wound.
That's good.
This didn't appear to have much in
I'm
the
sorry.
with depth
I did
or
not
do much damage
hurt
other than
you.
staying superficial or on the top of the skin.
Okay, and again, I want to ask you the same question regarding that wound as I asked you regarding the other wound. Is there any indication as to whether or not Kay Baker's heart was pumping, whether there was was there any vital reaction to the body in reaction to that wound?
In this wound, it is mildly pale, so this could be perimortem. The previous wounds, yes, she did have what we call vital reaction, so the heart was pumping during that injury.
Oh, man. God, this is...
All right, then as it relates to that previous wound, the large wound or wounds that we were talking about,
Simply
what can you tell us
irresistible.
about that as it relates to your opinions in this sequence of events and the observations that you made there at the scene?
Again, I can't say what came in what order, but I do know that her heart was pumping. She was alive when she received the large wound that we described in Roman numeral 2.
She was still alive when he slit her
You mentioned
throat.
that her larynx was
Larynx.
transected?
Yes.
All right. Now, at that point, since it's the larynx or the voice box,
Why do people say larynx? It's larynx, you
Kay
fuck.
Baker
Oh,
speak,
that's another...
talk?
Irregardless,
Could she talk at that point?
larynx,
At that point, once the
nuclear,
larynx
those
was
trigger me.
transected, then she would not be able to make much noise. No.
Oh, man.
All right. Then, is there anything else about that Roman numeral 3 that we need to discuss, or should we move on?
No, we can move on.
Okay, let's move on to number 4.
Number 4 was also in that photograph.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So number 3 and number 4 were kind of on top of each other. So let me point to the lens a little bit.
See if I can.
Clarity. 4. Number 4 is a stab wound. It's on the anterior portion of the neck. Again, this is slightly to the left of her midline. This wound penetrated through the skin. The anterior surfaces of the left side of the neck is also hit that sternocleidomastoid, so again, that big muscle that goes up from the back of the ear to your clavicle, your collarbone, hits some of the muscles that lie deeper to that, and superficially penetrated to the anterior body of cervical vertebra
I'd
7.
superficially penetrate her.
So the spinal column.
I'm sorry, that was horrible.
And what sort of damage or injury did occur to that at C7?
So it penetrated to the point that it stayed on the outside of the spinal column. It didn't hit any nerve structures or the spinal cord that it's protecting.
Can you give us an idea of how much distance it would have taken to get to that point?
You have to do approximations. It's not like punching a wall or stabbing a wall. There's a lot of give with the soft tissues. So you could potentially have something very sharp that's not very deep, as long as there's enough force behind it in order to get to that point.
All right, same question regarding anything that you observed about that particular wound that could indicate whether Kay Baker's heart was still pumping at that time and attempting to, her body was attempting to address that wound.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the tissues around that also were hemorrhagic, so blood was pumping to that area, meaning her heart was pumping at the time she sustained this wound.
All right,
All right,
anything else
folks, we have
about
a
that one
new
that
we have a new poll up.
You can tell us about, or can we move on to the next one?
Dr. Morticia, prison guard
What's
Adams,
next?
smash or pass?
This is
smash like a bowl of taters or pass like a bad kidney stone. Ooh, apparently YouTube didn't like that.
Numeral 5. This is stabbing to the right side of the neck. We will need a different photo for this one.
What does that mean? Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as 59H. Does that help us?
Not quite.
Okay.
All right, guys, we got 721 likes. Hit that like button. We need to get up to like 1,000 likes. Let's see if we can hit 1,000 likes
This
in the
is
next couple of
another
minutes.
one of the,
Just reach
of
down
the
there,
right
boom,
side
hit
of
it.
Kay Baker.
Hit it like
Again,
you
that,
hit
that one
Dr. Adams
does
here.
not help us either.
No.
It's
It's right above the collarbone on the right side of the neck.
the one above the collarbone.
Mr. Gertrude, welcome to give the doctor the scalpel and let her pick from one.
Sure.
Say something, doctor. Say something. We have face of making you testify.
These two are
Oh, come on. We're at 200 frickin'... Oh, come on. All
fast.
right, there we go.
This is a yes.
Why is it doing this suddenly? We went like an entire hour with no problems. Come on. Pull out of it. Pull out of it. Come on. Come on. Don't stop. Don't. Ah! No. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. God damn it. Vicky, this is all your fault for getting here. Come on. All right, let's do our thing we usually do. Oh, no! Ooh, we came back just before I dumped and reloaded.
First, let's go with exhibit number 59. W?
I'm sorry, W?
Maybe it's, is it M?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's W.
Yeah, it is W.
Where are looking at the right side of the neck, her ears, ear, her chin, just turn to the left. Collarbone.
All right, I'm going to risk buffering by boosting this up to 125 again.
I'm sorry?
We're talking about this one here.
That one right there, okay. Let me show you the other photograph while you're up. The one that you said would also
They're
help
just
us.
entering photographs here.
And this is B.
Printer God, you went to the KFC in Salt Lake City. The,
So-
ironically, interestingly enough, the world's first Kentucky Fried Chicken
Okay, thank
is
you.
in Salt
All right,
Lake City,
let's
Utah.
discuss that wound.
Nice, Printer God.
So this is labeled room numeral 5 in my
Sweet.
report, page 6. Essentially this wound right above the collarbone, just below the right ear, on the right side of the neck, and this extended through the skin. The right-sided sternocleidomastoid, so the big muscle on the neck, went through some of the muscles that lie right underneath it and penetrated into the first rib on the right.
All right, and can you tell us again the approximate depth of that wound?
The approximate depth was this one was a few centimeters. I did not note it in the report so that I can see.
So a couple of inches deep. Ah.
All right, and again, I want to ask you the same questions about the vitality of the response of the body to that particular wound to help give us any indication as to whether or not Kay Baker was alive when that wound was inflicted.
Yes, so the wound path again was hemorrhagic, meaning blood was pumping to that area, so the heart was pumping during the time she sustained that injury.
Okay, and would that wound have caused Kay Baker to lose consciousness?
No.
Oh, so she was conscious. She was fully conscious.
All right, is there
When
anything
he
else about that
slit her
wound that
throat.
you haven't told us about that we should know?
No.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next wound. What number is that? Roman numeral what?
Roman numeral 6.
Number 6, okay.
This wound was also categorized as sharp force, meaning it had characteristics of both
Should I
stab
slow it back
and
down,
cut
or is this
wound.
okay?
Let me find it here.
But see, if we slow it down, he's
All right, I'm gonna show you-
look at him fucking faking
exhibit,
emotions, you fucking idiot.
59L. No, I'm sorry. It's 59V. V. Is that the wound we're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about that wound. Describe it for us, please.
So again, this had features about the stab and incised wounds, meaning portions of it were very deep and other portions of it
All right.
showed.
Oh, see, now I slowed it down. It's your fault. I slowed it down so it's buffering. All of you that said slow it down, take responsibility for your actions. The problem is he's talking ridiculously slow, wasting a lot of time looking for things, and she talks really fast. All right, let's see if do we have to totally bail from this, or is it going to pull its head out of its ass and pick it back up again? You can slow it down when she takes her clothes off. No, stop that. Why did you slow it down? Because everybody was saying slow it down except for you, apparently. All right, hang on. We're going to have to do our thing.
More of a
No,
cut-type
again,
motion to
perfect
it.
timing.
This wound was hemorrhagic, so the heart was beating during the time it was
I got to go hit the
inflicted.
head. So if it buffers while I'm
And
gone,
it
deal with
indicated
it.
it went through, the posterior surface of the right side of the neck into the right trapezius muscle and several other muscles that are on the posterior surface on the right side of the neck that work in holding the head up and for movements. And it extended all the way to the spinous process of cervical vertebra 3. So again, the bone of the spine, and it did not go through to the spinal cord.
So it went to the spinous process of cervical number 3, correct? And any damage to the spinous process other than enough for you to recognize it, or what?
It didn't fracture it entirely, it just left a very superficial indentation into the bone.
All right, so there was no damage to the spinal cord at that point?
Correct.
Was there ever damage to the spinal cord in this case?
No.
All right, was this wound fatal or potentially fatal?
Without medical intervention, this was potentially fatal.
Potentially fatal? It sounds pretty fucking fatal to me. Slicing so deep into her throat, it hits her bone. Eek.
But this wound also showed signs of hemorrhagic reaction,
Yes, sir.
indicating Kay Baker was alive when this occurred.
Yes.
All right, I see there's a shape to this wound. Is it one wound or is it more than one wound? Can you, based upon your observations and based upon your experience, kind of describe the potential scenarios of how this wound was inflicted?
So the top portion of the wound, has the most depth to the injury. So potential, there's a stab, and then the shape of the wound shows movement, whether it was by her.
That's not the
or
shape,
whether,
shape of my wound.
So it's going deep here, and then it goes more superficial and down. So there's potential, it's two wounds, one wound that was confluent. Those are both possibilities.
The murder weapon was a 3-inch paring knife. They have a butcher's block. 3 knives were missing. 2 knives were found in the dishwasher. The third knife, the 3-inch paring
All
knife,
right,
was
anything
never
else
found.
about that wound that you need to describe for us?
No.
Thank you. What's the next wound?
The next wound. Ugh. This is like
So
the 5th
this is
wound
Roman
she's
numeral
talking
7.
about.
We're on the
wound
back
7,
portion
okay.
of her neck, and it's an incised wound on that left portion of the neck. It's right underneath the hairline.
Okay.
Under the hairline. Oh God. So this is the 7th wound. It was a 3-inch paring knife, so it was it was slightly larger than normal paring knife.
Show you what
Right.
has been marked for identification of State's Exhibit Number 59C. No. Is this? I'm sorry, it's 59U. Does that photograph depict the injury you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about that one, please.
So this is a very superficial wound. It's very pale. So this would be likely a perimortem injury based on the body's reaction to it. Blood loss has already occurred. Heart's not pumping quite as vigorously. She still could potentially have a heartbeat during this wound. It's very superficial. No major structures were injured in them.
200 more
When you say
likes.
perimortem, just to make sure that we all are clear as to what you mean by that term, what does that mean?
Just in and around the time of death. So the heart
It means
could be slowing
she's
down
mostly
significantly,
dead.
but technically
Not
be
all the
pumping,
way
but
dead,
not enough
just
blood
mostly
flow to get
dead.
to that area. That would make it look a little bit more hard to distinguish between whether the heart was pumping or not pumping at that time.
Yeah, and she was conscious.
Again, that wound
But she's
would not be
mostly
fatal.
dead.
Correct.
Would not result in the loss of consciousness.
Correct.
All right, let's move on to the next wound unless there's anything else you need to tell me about that one.
I don't believe so.
Okay, let's go.
This is Roman numeral 8.
All right, what is 8?
This is a superficial stab wound to the right supraclavicular region of the chest.
Okay, the right collarbone.
Yeah, right around the right collarbone.
All right. Let me show you 59B. Does that 59B help us?
No. Potentially the intake photo might have it.
Oh, the intake photo. Okay, thank you. The intake photo does. How about E? How about 59E? Does that help or no?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Florida doesn't use Old Sparky anymore. No electrocutions in Florida. They only use a lethal injection.
It has a little more depth than
I believe Utah still uses the firing squad, and Washington State, I believe, still has hanging as an option.
insignificant. It doesn't
may
hit
be
any
wrong.
major structures. The coloration of it is a little more red-orange. So again, probably more close to postmortem, potentially perimortem, when the wound was inflicted.
Okay. All right. Are there any other wounds other than the hand wounds that you need to describe for us?
There is a very superficial wound on the left infraclavicular region of the chest. Very pale, very likely postmortem, didn't inflict any major injuries. I know it's photographed in the autopsy photos. I don't observe it here. And this is with the lighting. I don't think we can see it in this photograph.
And which side is it now?
It's on the left side.
The stream has been demonetized already. Something about talking about slit throats, multiple stab wounds to the face, and
All
lots
right.
of blood.
Why don't we, what are those then, the incised wound or sharp force wounds that we're talking about? Were there other injury to Kay Baker? which
Okay,
were not
the
sharp
poll is
incised wounds?
67% would
Other than the wounds in the
smash,
hands that we haven't
like a
discussed, there
bowl
were
of
some
taters.
minor blunt impact injuries. So
And
that
33
includes
would
things
pass like a bad kidney
lacerations
stone.
Or like a true cut if you were to fall and strike yourself, and abrasion.
she is smashable.
would be the scraping portion.
All right.
the chat
let's-
has
let's-
spoken.
Let's talk about some other injury. We have
More injuries, Chief.
F, 59F. For example, what is 59F depict if there are anything other than sharp force injuries?
So this is her arm. We're looking for contusions, and in this one it's difficult to appreciate, but I don't appreciate any on this photograph.
Okay. (59H). Is there anything additional you can provide as to any other injuries in 59H?
No.
Okay. (59I).
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. This was like the 9th wound. Jesus.
No.
And 59K.
No.
All right, let's talk about wounds at or injury to Kay Baker's hand. Let's first start with the left hand.
Okay, so she has wounds on her hand. That's indicative of defensive wounds.
What can you tell us about that?
So that's the discoloration. We've taken fingerprints from her as a part of her intake. So that's why we have that discoloration. The hands have been cleaned up to a degree, and right there. There's better photographs of the hand with it open where we can actually see inside.
All right, no, we'll get to those. Let's first start off with the right hand, J, 59J. What can you tell us about that?
So this purple discoloration, that's bruising or confusion is used in the report.
And here's the left hand. What does that show you, if anything? Okay.
All right, come on. This is just kind of wasting a little bit of time here, flipping through the pictures. But this is just something you got to do.
Any non-blunt force trauma that you can recognize in 59T?
There is a contusion right here. It's a faint purple-pink contusion. Or bruising.
59P.
See, he's doing this emotional shit. Come on, dude. If you're man enough to murder her,
superficial abrasions and
come on.
contusions in this area. Very pale pink, kind of orange. Yeah.
59R.
The quality of photograph isn't really bringing out, but there's some superficial abrasions in this area.
And is there anything here?
And yes, it appears it's got an abrasion here. With an orange
yes, this is a death penalty case.
All right, 59S, what does that show us?
S,
as
Jesus.
far as injury or damage, injuries to K. Baker?
This is just an overall photograph after I've had a chance to clean up the back to assess for injuries. I don't appreciate anything. Here, the pink-red discoloration is part of the lividity or the settling of the blood pooling.
So this is the 19th injury photograph they're talking about. Ugh. It's about time for the morning break here. I think they'll take the morning break. Oh, well, shit. Well, maybe we'll take our morning break here now while buffering. Always buffering. Come on. Come on. Unbuffer yourself. Unbuffer yourself. Unbuffer it. Come on. Stop buffering. Stop buffering. Don't buffer. Come on. No buffering allowed. No buffering. Stop buffering. No. All right. Time to do our thing again here. I guess we're going to really have to do it this
Okay, so I want to show you all the photographs of the hands, and I want you to tell me what you can about any of them. This is 59G.
So we're looking at an overall forearm, which appears without injury, and then here on the palm of the hand, that purple discoloration, that's consistent with bruising, contusion.
Yeah, right. I'm at like 5 gigabytes per second up and down load. It's just YouTube law and cuck bullshittery. We just have to smile and roll with it.
I'm going to try to find all the pictures of the hands that we have here. To see if any of those other photographs will assist you. Did you tell us about what your autopsy report showed regarding any injury or damage to the Mr. Diaz has brought to my attention. Oh, thank you very much. We have 60, photograph 60. Thank you very much. All right. To the hands.
Come on, dude. Crack under pressure. Admit you did it. Take your punishment like a man.
60B. What does that show?
Maybe look to sharpen it a little bit so we light it up. Yeah, that's good. So we have a lot of the incised cut type wounds here on the palm.
Yeah. All right, let's just hang tight. What are we going to do? What can we do? Just sit here and hang tight. There we go. We're back.
One here on the pinky, and then one that has more of a braided look.
I hope he
And
takes the
there's an
stand, but I
base one
highly
on this
doubt he
finger.
will
They're
take
all
the
very
stand.
superficial on the hands.
All right. Are you familiar with the term defensive wounds?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Injuries sustained and an attack. So the victim is attempting to protect themselves in some way. In blade type wounds, they tend to, if they're grabbing at the blade or trying to go prevent someone from hurting the face or another part of the body and using the hands for protection.
All right. So for the sake of a hypothetical, if Kay Baker is in a struggle with another person, are those wounds consistent with Kay Baker attempting to defend herself?
Yes, they could be. Yes.
All right. Next, 60.
Nick is streaming the Brooks sentencing.
C.
So again, the wound on the palm, this is just a closer photograph of that wound. There's a little bit of hemorrhage in that skin that you can see. The heart's pumping during this inflection on this wound.
Wow, just got a tweet from one of our people here in chat saying that they worked with this fuck in Michigan.
60D.
Yee. The Brooks victim impact statements are on the 15th. Sentencing will be the morning of the 15th Central U.S. time.
Very superficial. Here, and the image quality is a little difficult. I believe that this photograph is trying to show a closer image of this wound here.
Again, those wounds are consistent with defensive wounds?
It could be, yes.
There's no way you can tell. There's no way you can tell to a reasonable degree of medical certainty exactly how those wounds were inflicted, but they are consistent with defensive wounds.
Correct.
You just can't say one way or the other.
Correct.
Yeah, so like I said, anytime you have like a victim of a stabbing or something like that that has hand wounds, they're usually like
60E?
defensive wounds.
So the wounds here and here, these are just closer images. Again, this one is very, very superficial. So it has that orange-red color, potentially perimortem. This one that's lined up next to it, they appear consistent with each other. And you can see some of the red, purple discoloration in the skin. So perimortem, when these were inflicted, but very superficial, didn't sustain any major damage.
And could those all those wounds be inflicted using a sharp instrument?
Correct.
(60F).
We're looking at the side of the finger. Then with the other adjacent sharp force type injuries, this is likely a part of that whole injury pattern. They're very superficial though. Without the other incised wound, they could be classified as an abrasion. or an incised wound. It's likely that it's part of the incised wound infection.
H.
So now we're looking at the other hand, the palmar side. Another incised wound, cut wound here, and here. Those are the ones I can observe.
Oh man, she's just going on and on and on about all these wounds to the body.
Could potentially be from a blade. There's sharp force injuries for certain, and there's a little bit of a hemorrhagic reaction to it. So perimortem again, very superficial, didn't hit any major structures that would cause death.
60I.
Oh, did we get to 69? Was that what you said? Are we on evidence number 69?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's past time for your morning break, so let's go ahead and take our morning 15-minute break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. All rise, please.
All right, well that takes us up to the morning break, which is very short, only about 15 minutes. We're gonna fast forward here. We're gonna bring it up to speed and let it buffer a little bit, and we're gonna just talk amongst ourselves for a bit here. There's about 6 hours left, counting lunch. There's about 5 hours left here. Shit. Just kind of waiting for I'm fast forwarding here behind the scenes. Alrighty. Well, let's take a look at. We got a bunch of stuff to go through here. Super chat time. Dun 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 dun. Super chat time. Sorry about that. That was really lame, and I apologize. I should be taken out and spanked for that one. All right, what do we got going here? Where's the super chat? That's not super chat. All right. Fast Dad 16 won't let me join as a member, so F the tube. Well, if it won't let you join as a member, then this tube deserves to be F'd. That's just wrong. Shame. Try it again, though. Pound that plussy. Yeah, we don't have a plussy. We don't have a plussy here, though. That's the problem. One of these years, I can't see. I don't do locals. Why don't I do locals? I don't do locals because locals can't monetize with Korea, so I literally have no incentive to do it. So that's the only reason I have locals is so that I can watch other people's locals. That's like literally it. What do we got? Flux. Flux says, I'll give you my lethal injection. Ooh. Tell Mrs. Flux that there may be some competition. Thanks, Flux. And K-Rob with the last super chat. Brooks sentencing is the 16th, not the 15th. Judge is giving one. That's what I said. The 15th is the victim impact statement day, and the 16th, the morning of the 16th, U.S. Central Time, is the actual sentencing. So he's allowing a day for the families of the victim and the family of Darrell Brooks or anybody else he wants to bring in to comment and give their victim impact statements, how it's affected their life, how being smashed during a parade has affected their life. Aspen Fallen says, Flux, you're having lady problems. I had a coworker who would always say that when she wanted to go home and get high. It worked every time. Interestingly enough, Korean labor law actually has a provision in the labor law that women must be allowed 1 day paid leave for menstrual leave every month. But most women don't take it because they don't want to go to the boss and say, hey, I'm on my period. I want to take a day off. So the labor law allows it, but not many people take it. And those that do, usually the boss just considers it a day off. Don't tell me why you need a day off this month. Just take your day off, your day off this month. So yeah, Korean labor law allows for a day's paid menstrual leave. So progressive, isn't it? Valhalla waits. Jeff the auctioneer. Oh, we need to do some auctioneering. I don't even know how we're doing. I haven't looked at the like ratio here for a bit. Let's check out the like ratio. What is our current like ratio? Our current like ratio is 881 likes. Come on, we need 121 likes. We need 120 likes. We get 121 likes. We need to get 1,000. We get 1,000. We have 1,000. We have 100. We have 1,100. We need 1,100 likes. We got to have 1,100 likes. Or we're not going to get through this. 1,100 likes. Right now, we have 881. 881. Go 900. Go 900. Come on, we need to hit 900 likes. Come on, swing on down there. Hit the button. You like the content, so you may as well like it. We got to have 900 likes. Do we have 900 likes? Come on, going once, going twice. I'm going to turn this fucking thing off if we don't get 900 likes. We got to have 900 likes. There we go. That's my auctioneer guy, so I'm not nearly as drunk as you thought I was. Is Morticia Adams on the stand? That's what we've been calling her, so probably. I don't know if that helped the likes or made people unsubscribe, but that was my best attempt at it. Will he take the stand at some point? I don't know. I want him just for the stupidity of it all, for him to take the stand. He would be an absolute utter fool if he took the stand. If I was the prosecution, I wouldn't have him take the stand. I would say, at least up to this point, I have no idea what evidence the prosecution is going to present from this point forward. But just going on what's here now, I would say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client has no responsibility, has no obligation, has no duty to come and prove his innocence. It is entirely up to the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client committed this murder. As the evidence now stands, the prosecution has not put on one iota of evidence, not a single shred of evidence to link my client to that crime. They're trying to take away my client's life. Yet they have not shown when the screen was popped out of the house. They have not shown who committed this murder. They have not presented a knife. They haven't found the murder weapon. They haven't fingerprinted the murder weapon. Therefore, the prosecution has failed in their duty to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client is the one who committed this murder. There's no evidence of an argument. There was evidence of a tiff. There's no evidence of an argument. No one saw my client do anything. No one saw my client leave the house. No one saw my client commit this crime. Nobody knows what happened. Therefore, you cannot convict my client. That's what I would argue. But again, I don't know what. I mean, from now on, they could be marching people in one at a time to say, oh, yeah, we saw it. I have no idea. But that's how I would argue if I were the defense right now. I mean, it is definitely subject to change depending upon what type of evidence they bring. We're up to 933 likes right now. We only need 70 more likes to hit 1,000. So bring that on up. Yeah, okay, we just read that one. Alrighty. What do we got here? Legal vices. Nowadays, they say men can get periods too. Do they get a day off? Yeah, not in Korea. Korea don't play that game. Scrolling down here. Xcomer. What's bone steel in Korean? We'll have to. That would be. I mean, I could translate it, but it doesn't make any sense. Alrighty. Scrolling down here, see if we missed any of the super chats before we jump back into the post-morning break. Do not have the murder weapon. Exactly. That's, I mean, you don't need the murder weapon, but I really do think the prosecutor, like, they're going to go through here and they're probably going to close out their case in chief probably on Monday. So by the end of this day, by the end of day 3 and the end of day 4, sometime between now and Monday, they're going to have to link the defendant to the murder. Honest to God, I haven't seen it yet. As the prosecutor said, we don't know when that window was broken out. It could have been broken out 6 months ago and just left there. There's no positive ID yet that he had anything to do with this murder. So, they've got to come up with something. Well, see, that's what I was going to say. Is like, Char Sabertooth Bone Steel equals Byogong Toad, but that means nothing. it literally means bone and steel. Yeah, anywho. That's why I was saying I can translate it, but it really wouldn't mean anything. They found about 50 knives in the house, but not the murder weapon. Yeah, so he had hours. He had hours to do it. So we'll see. All righty, let's. I guess that's it. That's all the super chats we've had. Anybody want to send any more super chats right now? Now is your chance to do it before we jump back into the stream. If not, we'll jump right back into it and we'll read your future super chats. Oh yeah, someone was asking about what does this perimortem mean? There's pre-mortem, before death, post-mortem, after death, perimortem. What is perimortem? Perimortem, as I was saying, sort of kind of means this.
His daddy can't talk.
Look who knows so much, huh? Well, it just so happens that your friend here is only mostly dead. There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead. Please open his mouth. Now, mostly dead is slightly alive. Now, all dead, well, with all dead, there's usually only one thing that you can do.
What's that?
Go through his clothes and look for loose change.
So that's what perimortem means. Not quite dead, just sort of mostly dead. Panzer prison, absolutely flux. It's a nice warm night, so draw your own conclusions. So there we go. That's perimortem. It means the heart isn't pumping as vigorously as it used to. Things are slowing down. You're in the process of death. Hang tight here. Let's see. We're gonna start this up, and where are we here? All right. Bring us back up. Come on, bring it on up. Bring it on up. Where are you? There you are. Embiggen it, and turn on the volume and go.
Depends on how she's holding the blade. If the blade has two sharp sides to it, there's a lot of factors.
You found defensive or possibly defensive wounds. You found wounds on both the left hand and the right hand.
Yes.
So by that same token, if someone was in the middle of a violent struggle, and the knife slippage is part of that, and if there's both to the left hand to the right hand, apparently somehow an individual is armed with two knives, or somehow or some way the knife was transferred from the right hand to the left hand for that to occur.
Correct.
However, if it was a defensive wound, it would be consistent with an individual attempting to defend themselves using whatever hands were available and warding off an attack with what other means available.
Yes.
Now, we looked at all the photographs of Kay Baker, and you talked about the wounds that were inflicted on Kay Baker. Were there any wounds of significance above the nose or below the chest?
No.
So all the wounds are basically confined to this area between the mouth and the bottom of the neck or the top of the chest?
Yes.
All right. You talked about you did an internal examination as well?
Yes.
As part of the autopsy process. I think we've gone through that. Can we go through that, please?
Sure, we can go through that again. The true internal portion is what's known as the autopsy, colloquially. That is when I'm doing the invasive part of the exam. So I do a stepwise fashion of taking scalpel blade. I have to go from collarbone to the center of the chest and open up the chest cavity, the abdominal cavity, and the neck and the head at some point during the autopsy as well.
Oh my God, this is horrible. Let's bring a guest in. We finally, after 2.5 hours, have a guest. Why do we have a guest? Apparently, I sent all of the potential guests the wrong link. Because that's how I roll. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Your favorite and mine, Christina Radix Verum. Welcome.
Aw, thank you. You had a little boomer moment. It's okay. We all have them.
See, people throw around that word boomer too much. You denigrate a true boomer. That was just a fuck up, you know.
Aw.
Yeah, people. You need to keep the boomer pure. You know.
Oh, okay. We have to save it for when it's really.
Yeah, for when it's a real boomer thing. Words
exactly.
mean things. Yeah. Radix Verum is joining us from the Meme Copium chat. She was cheating on me with Meme Copium for the last 2 hours or so.
It's true. Yeah.
So, are you from the Hillsborough County area of Florida?
Nope.
What part of Florida? Where are you in relation to Hillsborough County?
So I grew up in West Palm Beach.
And this is on the other side. This is on the west side in the Tampa Bay.
But I will say, though, that they're all South Florida and Florida in general is pretty much the same.
Why is that? What?
Because it's just where all the weirdos collect, I suppose.
Well, we actually have a guy that I've been DMing with here. Someone in chat who I'm not going to say, it's not for me to say, but someone in chat has worked with this guy in Michigan.
Really?
Like worked with him.
Oh my God, that's creepy.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, like you're sending like tweets and things that like all the people in the office are like freaking out and shit.
Wow.
But yeah. So. Yeah, I just got another message here.
That's wild. I mean,
that is wild.
Growing up in Florida, though, everyone knows someone that has stabbed somebody or has been stabbed.
You were saying that the other day on here, like all of your girlfriends have either been stabbed or know someone who's been stabbed.
Everybody
what
knows
is up with that?
Somebody that is a stabber or a stabbing victim. It's true. It's just how Florida is. Shane says Tampa is a bit different than the rest of South Florida. That's true. But Florida is Florida, and it's a very strange place. And I'm glad that I no longer live there.
Wow. I mean, I don't know anybody that's been... I know of someone who was shot in the head by their boyfriend, but not stabbed.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it's not someone I know. It's like a couple of degrees of separation.
Yeah, I think for some reason, all of if you think about it this way, a lot of the degenerates go to Florida because it's a party place, it's tourism, so there's a lot of drugs and partying. But also, if you're homeless, you want to be in a warm climate. You know, Florida's the perfect place for homeless people also. And the way that Florida is, especially South Florida, you have like extremely affluent people, and then literally like across the street or like across the train tracks, you have the absolute ghetto. So it's really weird like that. It's just a strange place.
Well, there's lots of meth and alligators, so what do you expect?
Yes, that's exactly right.
How are you doing today, Christina?
I'm doing all right. I was out like running errands this morning, and Andrew was like, "Get on this stream on Meme Copium's drinking stream," and I was like, "Okay." It's raining out today, so I'm like soaking wet, and I had hopped on, and it was wild over there on Meme Copium's channel. I've
I had
learned
to leave
about
to get ready
garlic
for this.
phone. If you don't know what it is, it's hilarious.
Did you play that? That is great. I'm literally going to buy a tablet, like a big 14-inch Samsung tablet, just so I can make better drawings on Fridays on Meme Copium stream.
There you
but
go.
Your stream, you've just recently passed 10,000 subscribers, and you're going to be having a special 10,000 subscriber stream. What about 12 hours from now?
Yeah, tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern. I've invited a bunch of people, so we're going to hang out and we're going to have fun.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do for your 10,000 stream? I just got liquored up for mine. But
Well,
you don't do that.
I don't do that. I am a lady. So I think I'm just going to hang out, and I have some stuff that I'm going to bring up to share with everybody. Just some, goofy stories, things that are going on lately that I'd like to get everybody's opinion on. I know Farron said she wanted to talk about the midterm, so we'll probably do that, but we're probably just going to have fun, hang out, be funny. That's what we like to do. We like to blow off steam,
Well, we're all going to be. We're all going to join you. We're probably all going to be just about an hour late because from what are we looking at? 8 a.m. your time. Is it 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
8 p.m. your time. You're
No,
gonna
it'll
start
be
at-
9 p.m. Eastern my time.
you're starting 9 a.m. Eastern, but I'm doing a 2-hour stream from 8 a.m. Eastern with Farron, her
Okay.
sister Hannah, Meme Copium, and me. We're doing an unexplained story about the Japanese self-deletion forest.
Oh, no.
We're gonna wrap it up about an hour after you start, and then the whole. Oh, by the way, you have to go into your settings, into your YouTube studio settings, into the community, and allow people to dump streams into you.
Oh,
So
how do I do that? I'll do it right now.
I can, but if you go to like the YouTube studio, or down at the bottom,
Yeah.
there's like settings, and then there's the community tab, and then there's like a box that allows people to forward their streams to you. Just check allow everybody. So that way, when I finish the unexplained stream, I can dump all of my people straight into you, and then we can all join.
I did it. Okay. So all channels can redirect to my content.
Yes.
There you go.
All
I've
right.
done it.
So I will redirect everybody to you after the unexplained. And so for those of you that are wondering what's happening, as long as we're taking just a few minutes here to kind of shake off all the horrors of this trial here. In about 10 hours from now, 9.5 hours from now, Fair and Balanced, Hannah Franz, Meme Copium, and I will be doing an unexplained stream. Meme Copium lives in Japan, just across the little bit of ocean over here from me. He has this amazing video that he took over like several visits to the self-deletion forest in Japan, where Logan Paul got into all of his dumbass trouble.
Oh, God.
He has a beautiful video. He has some stories from when he was in there and things he saw and things he did and things he felt.'s going to be talking about that tomorrow morning on my stream. And then following that, we're all going to go over to Christina's $10,000 subscribers.
We hope.
Yeah. So before we jump into this, introduce yourself quickly to we have 1,000 people here right now that some of them may not know you. Give us the 30-second synopsis on who you are.
I am an independent journalist, content creator. I make all kinds of videos on my channel covering lots of different topics, some breaking news stories. Sometimes I go in depth on certain topics. I cover trials sometimes. As you guys know, I'm sort of LawTube adjacent, used to be a paralegal, now full-time content creator. I cover things that I find interesting. If you go on my channel, you'll find a lot of different topics. I kind of talk about feminism a lot, modern women, relationships, dating, things like that. But I also talk about more serious stuff. Well, I just like to have fun, and do my thing. Also, I write articles. I have been slacking on that, admittedly, but I do have a Substack where you can read some of my articles as well. So I write and I make video content. I'm trying to focus more on videos now, though, because people just don't read anymore. This is like a thing now,
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's no attention span. People will read a headline and then they don't read the rest of the article. And it's like, why take the time? It takes me hours to do that, to put together one article, where I could do a video on it, and it takes a lot less time for me, and more people will at least engage with it and get the information. I think it's like this is the thing with younger people. I've talked to younger people who say that they can't even finish one book. It is bizarre.
Yeah. I offered my son $300 if he would read Stephen King's The Stand from cover to cover, and he wouldn't take me up on it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's just not the new generation. It's all video based and things. But we have to clear up one potential misunderstanding right now. Eric says, "Ooh, feminism." Hamburger and Fry says, "What kind of feminism?" Let me just tell you, Christina is red-pilled, based, unbreaded as fuck. So yeah, not feminazism. No. Feminism. Yeah, no. She talks about the evils of it.
Exactly.
She's a friend of Drex, if that means anything to you peeps. So with
should
that,
give y'all an idea.
Yeah, she's solid.
Oh, thank you.
All righty. So this is the doctor that performed the autopsy on the lady.
Oh, okay.
That was murdered, and so far she's talked about. I've lost the exact count, but right around 20 wounds on the body, including defensive wounds on the hand.
Wow, that's so sad.
We did a smash or pass poll. 67% said smash.
Oh, well, I would agree. She's a very pretty lady.
Again, it's that Florida thing, this severe, like pulled back tight, like prison guard hairstyle.
Yeah. Yes.
But all right, with that,
I want to see her take the hair down. I want to see what it looks like.
Seriously. All right, with that, let's jump back into this. We've taken a little bit of a break. We fast forwarded through the morning break. We've probably actually talked longer than the morning break, but we have to shake it out. We've still got about 5.5 hours left. Take out lunch and the afternoon break, and about 5 hours left. So let's go.
To look at all the visceral organs.
Visceral organs. There's a good way to start.
Histologic sections, meaning I take little small portions of the tissue to look under the microscope for any natural disease or disease processes that could be occurring.
She has a really high nose bridge.
And based upon that examination, did you find anything of
I think I told you I kind of have a bit of a nose fetish.
You
have
did.
any effect upon your opinion as to the cause of death of Kay Baker?
Yes, the wound trajectories were consistent enough to cause the death of Kay Baker.
Yeah, she established that she was alive while her throat was slit.
Based upon all of your examinations, did you arrive at an opinion and conclusion to a reasonable medical certainty as the cause of death of Kay Baker?
Yes.
And what was that opinion or conclusion?
So the cause of death in this case was stab and incised wounds to neck with perforation of carotid artery, jugular veins, and larynx.
Okay, let's see if we can break that down, if I can understand that better from you. You talked about the injuries that involved which particular injury that we discussed.
No. Don't pull that shit with me.
Korean internet.
No, it's not. It's law and crime. It only does this with law and crime.
Oh, interesting.
They've removed the download the stream option from the YouTube.
What?
Yeah. See,
Oh, that's rude.
Like, see if you see this, that it doesn't have the download option here.
Oh, wow. That's silly.
Like nowhere. They don't have the download option. I tried to download it with a third-party software. It doesn't allow that.
It's too long. Yeah.
And they've started charging on their website to
oh my God.
to watch the videos, like $2 a video.
Are you serious?
Law and Cuck has seriously cucked out. So
yeah, that is so cucky. Rude.
Yeah, so we just work on this. We do our thing. We just bow out. and we reload it and we go back, and that's what we do. That we've been dealing with that for the last few hours now. So
Yeah.
it's just Law and Cuck being cucktastic.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back at the Law and Crime Network YouTube channel. We're doing the live thing. All right, bring up All right, and by the way, we're still buffering at 240p on the quality, so we're like already down to potato cam.
Oh man.
Yeah, we're down to potato cam, and it's still not working well. So, all right, here we go. Let's bring it on back up. Share screen. Boop. All right, embiggen it.
There we go.
And fire away.
What was the contributing factor to the cause of death?
So the wound that was on the left side of the neck that was described in Roman numeral 2.
It was a Dracula wound.
That was the major inflicting wounds or wounds that had commingled, appeared to have the stab.
Apparently, he cut so deep that it nicked her spinal cord,
including the one that.
Oh my God, that's horrific.
Dissected her or bisected her larynx.
Yes.
He says fucking larynx instead of larynx. It drives me up a wall.
So.
Oh my goodness.
That was the.
You know, he says nuclear.
What happened to Kay Baker? Why did she die? In the sense, was it a loss of blood?
Yes, blood loss, and her airway was also transected. So the blood going in and out of the torso from the heart to the brain, those vessels were transected, and then the airway where the larynx is, she couldn't breathe as well.
Okay, so loss of blood. She would have died from that, and she would have died by the fact that she no longer had an airway.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, he severed her larynx, severed like her jugular, the carotid, and a bunch of other veins, and nicked her spinal cord when he slit her
The
throat.
level of brutality required for that is awful.
Yeah.
The fact that you mentioned that a sharp object was used.
That's brutal.
Can you in any way further describe the sharp object that you, in your opinion, was involved in the cause of death of Kay Baker?
I just know that it had a sharp edge to it, and it was some kind of sharp wound, more than a blunt object.
And it wasn't a blunt object, again, just to make sure that we understand, you can tell it wasn't a blunt object because why?
When you're looking at the wounds, something with a blunt object creates what we call laceration. So you still get cuts, but the difference between a cut from a blunt object and a cut from a sharp object is the borders of the cuts are very smooth and well defined on sharp, such incise wounds, stab wounds, those kind of things. Blunt object creates a very ragged border.
These
to the
autopsy
wounds.
testimonies
You can
are
tell the
just
difference between
brutal.
laceration and incise wound or sharp force wound.
Okay, you can't further define the sharp object other than what you described them. But let me give you a hypothetical. Understanding that you can't give us any opinion to a medical certainty as to that. I want to know if Kay Baker was involved in a struggle with
this was not a snuggle struggle.
And assume further that male was armed with a 3-inch bird's beak knife.
Jeff, Autopsy started the question with she can't give it to a degree of medical certainty. There can't be questions that can't be answered to a degree of medical certainty.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Nope.
Just shut the fuck up and just move on.
Grounds.
Can we approach? Nope. Oh, by the way, they let the evidence of previous stabbing his girlfriend in the neck in as evidence.
They did.
So the previous girlfriend who was stabbed in the neck will probably be testifying
Is
Monday.
it possible that a 3-inch
Wow.
bird's beak knife?
Oh, look at Greta
was
today.
used
Yeah.
To cause the
She's
death
got a
of
spray
Kay
tan
Baker?
going.
Yes.
What's possible is not standard. It's what she can testify to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
I'll sustain.
May we approach, Your
She's
Honor?
looking a little orange.
Yeah.
All right. We'll sneak in a couple super chats. Flux, pants are
Dr.
prison.
Burns,
They
you,
are. I know I read that one, I think,
You
already.
mentioned that some
Isn't putting court proceedings behind a
evidence was
paywall.
collected from
It
the
should be
body
free
of
for
the
people to
kidney
watch
at
off
the
something that
medical
is broadcast for
examiner's
transparency
office.
sketchy.
Yes.
And would those...
They're saying it's our cameras,
would
our
that
setup,
evidence
our deal, pay
including
us.
A blood standard card, okay, David?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
And was a blood standard card obtained?
You don't have to
and
super
turned over
chat
to
to
law
ask for the
enforcement?
captions
Because
on,
of
but
the
thank you
sheriff's
so much
office in this
anyway.
case.
Yes.
I can assure you it has been marked for identification safety exhibit number 62. Ask you to take a look at that package and the markings on that package.
extreme close-up.
That appears to be the blood standard card of TJ.
Yes.
Thank you.
Baloney Bong, how long ago was it, roughly? Armpit cam. Silence in the courtroom. If she'd like smile, put a little lipstick on, and let the hair
Yeah.
down, she'd be really attractive.
That's what I want to see. I want to see her with her hair down.
Yeah.
Because I think that hair makes a big difference on a woman.
Yeah, especially with a long neck like that.
Yes. Yeah. I'd like to see her with kind of some long waves. I think she'd be really pretty.
People accuse me of having a giraffe fetish
Oh.
because she has a long neck.
All right, I gotta open up case exhibit number 62.
Does the defense wish to see it once he's opened it?
I would like to.
You show it to them after you open it.
All right, waiting to get some evidence in here. All right, there we go. Baloney Bong. Which is still just a great name. You have to believe him. It was the one-armed man. It was the one-armed man.
Yo, Twin Peaks reference. Let's go.
The Fugitive reference.
Oh.
Tommy Lee Jones and Harrison Ford. Dr.
Of
Richard
course,
Kimball.
my mind goes to Twin Peaks. What's wrong with me?
That was the Fire Walk with Me backwards talking thing.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, that was a reference to the movie The Fugitive and the old TV series The Fugitive. The movie starred Harrison Ford as Dr. Richard Kimball and Tommy Lee Jones as the FBI agent pursuing him. Did you ever see that movie, Christina?
No.
Oh yeah. Dr. Richard Kimball went home, found his wife being murdered, allegedly saw a one-armed man running out of the house.
Whoa.
They charged him and he fled. Eventually he was caught. But interestingly enough, O.J. Simpson defense lawyer is based on a true story. There was actually a real
goodness.
Dr. Richard Kimball. O.J. Simpson lawyer F. Lee Bailey actually was the defense lawyer for Dr. Richard Kimball, who was accused of the murder and blamed it on a one-armed man.
That is wild.
Yeah, so that's our thing. Let's fast forward so we don't watch douchebag here listening to MC Hammer and DJ Jazzy Jeff and the
what's
French
he doing
Prince.
with those headphones? They're looking a bit weird.
He's listening to what they're saying up here.
Oh, okay. But why doesn't he have them on right?
Because he's hip.
Oh, okay.
And as Huey Lewis said, it's hip to be square.
Yes, yes, it is.
And see, I went to skip 5 seconds ahead, and now we're going to buffer for 20 seconds. Oh, God damn it. All right. Long story here. Let's see if we can at least bump it up to 1.5 speed without it buffering. We need like some yakety sax music.
We
Yakety sax
do.
and-
Speaking of music, it was I was on your show the other day, and one of your audience members made me an intro song now. He makes music, Vibe AI. Yeah.
How come my chat isn't making me intro music? Fuck you, chat.
And it's really cool. I love it.
Fuck you, chat, for not making me intro music. Go to hell.
Yes.
No. You suck, chat.
Jeff, just become a pretty young lady, and you'll get.
Yeah. Nobody sims for me.
You'll get. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Perkins. I'm going to show you what it has been marked for identification.
I don't have boobs. My voice isn't sexy. Yeah, sorry.
7, A through F. We'll take a look at 27, A through F.
What if we do this voice? Is this sexy? If this isn't sexy, I don't know
Do your
what is.
counselor voice.
Shit. Hey, I got a couple simps. That's cool. All right.
Yeah, you do. I see them out there.
Just none of them have musical talent.
Those photographs.
Aw. Oh, I said aw again. People don't like
Aw,
that.
yeah.
All right, and 27, A through F is depicted some
Aw. Oh, I did it again.
wounds,
Grant, that was a nice
to the
comment.
defendant, Matthew Terry.
Yes.
Who the hell's Gibby?
You know,
I don't actually know.
show them 27A.
I'm not clued in on this stuff.
B.
Go to hell.
C. D.
So she has a cute bun back there. I
She's
bet her
got
hair
some
is
cute
kind of
buns
long.
back there too.
I walked
D.
right into that.
She does that. Baby got back.
She looks tall too. I have a feeling she's
And,
tall.
It could be like olive oily. She's just like thin, so she looks tall. I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's because of her neck. She has the long neck, so I assume that like she's
All right,
tall.
Dr. Perkins.
Maddie Graham, shit, I asked Jeff to mention my channel for my 12-year-old and not a word. Hey, 12-year-old.
Based upon your
Maddie has an awesome
experience,
channel. I
as a
don't
medical
go visit it.
examiner,
Check
That's
out
awesome.
Maddie's channel.
Have you had an opportunity to observe wounds inflicted by individuals
I got moobs.
either in a
That counts.
violent struggle? Yes?
Yes.
And have you had the experience of viewing wounds which are self-inflicted?
Yes.
Y'all just said iCarly. Oh my goodness. What is happening in the chat?
Is there anything about your observation of the wounds to the neck of Matthew Terry
The vampire series?
which leads you to
I
conclude
think it's a Disney
that
show.
those wounds must have been
Like a
inflicted
Disney
by
kids
some
show.
other person?
That a zombie?
I don't know.
I don't know. All right. Whatever.
As you look at those wounds, based upon your experience, were those wounds to Matthew Terry's neck, are those wounds more
Correct.
consistent with a self-inflicted wound or more consistent with the wounds inflicted during a violent struggle between two persons?
Objection
Legal basis?
to the categorization. Are we talking about an opinion to a degree of medical certainty?
No rule objection, I'll allow.
He's got this nice like
I
Southern
just,
Florida
based on
zoot suit
photograph, I
thing
didn't
going here.
Examine the
Yeah.
wounds in person. I don't know their depth. I don't know the structures that they had injured, and they're dirty in this photograph. So it's possible it could be inflicted by another or something.
Oh, Nickelodeon. Excuse me. Sorry.
Is that better? Is that better?
Oh my goodness.
You mentioned that it was, you didn't know the depth of the wounds. What significance would that have?
It gives an idea of what structures that were potentially hit, if they're fatal type wounds, if they were wounds that could cause death.
Yeah, so assume that those wounds that were inflicted did not hit any vital structures, damage only some damage to the sternocleidomastoid muscle and fatty tissue, no excessive bleeding which caused immediate necessity of medical intervention, life-saving measures.
No, he's Egon from Ghostbusters.
To lean one way or another as to whether those could be self-inflicted wounds or wounds which were incurred during a violent
Or
struggle.
Matthew Modine from Stranger Things.
Again, we are far afield from what is an opinion based on medical certainty.
Rephrase the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Does the fact that when I described if those wounds were not deep, did not cause that sort of excessive bleeding where immediate intervention was involved, does that affect your opinion?
It could open up the possibility that it could be self-inflicted, but again, cannot be ruled out that it was not inflicted by another.
Are you familiar with the term hesitation wounds?
Yes.
And what are hesitation wounds?
We see these type of wounds in suicides when they're using a sharp blade. So the individual is going to cut themselves, but they tend to hesitate before they inflict that wound. So
No, she's talking about the two wounds to the defendant.
A little bit of injury in and around the
Like,
larger wounds.
he wanted to kill himself, but he was such a
Individual
fucking
had
pussy he
committed
couldn't
to
go through with
the
it and just
process
sort of did
for
superficial
inflicting
wounds.
As you looked at the wounds to the neck of Matthew Terry, were there any indications of hesitation wounds in that injury?
It's difficult to tell in this photograph. It's dirty. I didn't examine the wounds in person. There's a smaller one adjacent to the larger one. Could be hesitation type of mark, but again, I can't say with a degree of medical certainty that it is.
Did you see in the wounds that there were two separate wounds, basically similar wounds on either side of the neck?
Yes.
Again, assuming you had that those wounds were either self-inflicted or those wounds were inflicted during the course of a violent struggle that took place over a matter of seconds to a minute. Does that affect?
What? We're not doing anything.
No, not again.
I so hate this. I so hate this. We're
We've got
never
meme copium raiders. Let's go.
That's probably
very
what did it.
cool.
Memers
That is
coming
so
in.
awesome.
Hey, meme raiders. While you're here, make
Does
sure
that-
you hit
does
that
that
like. We've got
description of
1,000
the-
likes. Let's
the
boost it up.
location of those
Yeah.
wounds
Boost it, guys.
affect your opinion.
And
Tell
y'all
Meme
better
Copium
tune in
to go to
tonight.
sleep.
Very similar,
He has to wake up early to do the
location.
stream, the
It
liquor head.
It's not likely in a situation of a struggle that you would have very equal wounds. But again, I can't say with degree of medical certainty that's not a possibility.
Thank you all for transitioning from Meme Copium.
Yeah,
It
that
probably
was so
goes without
nice.
saying, but those wounds were put in a position where someone, if they wanted to self-inflict wounds, it was in a
It's
a position where they could
That's a
do
good
that.
question,
Is that
Alex.
correct?
I would assume so.
If someone had functioning
We'll
arms
talk about
and there
that
was
in just a
nothing,
bit.
obstructing them, then yes, that is somewhere a person could reach to self-inflict a wound.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Well, they're having a moment. Shannon says, Def kind of looks like Gibby. I have no idea who Gibby is.
What was the height and weight of Kay Baker?
She was a fat cow. Just kidding. She's dead.
The time of autopsy, 5'5", 144 pounds.
Average, I guess. Now, her body was in the street. The attack happened outside the house. In real life, Kimball saw a bushy-haired man, not a one-armed man. He was eventually cleared, but some people still believe he did it. Absolutely correct.
All right, Dr. Perkins, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
All right, she's done. What about the knife he cut his own throat with? How could he hide that after cutting his own? He didn't cut his own throat. He just made two superficial little wounds here.
Yeah, exactly.
And, so he didn't cut his own throat. He kind of like went, oh, I want to kill myself, but I'm a fucking pussy and I won't do the world a
You
favor.
indicated that it was possible, but it's also possible that those wounds were inflicted by somebody else to Matthew Terry, right?
To Matthew Terry, yes.
And also, you talked about how
if they're in the exact same spot and if they're the exact same size, that might make it less likely to be something during a struggle. You didn't get to see those wounds in person to actually see if they were the same size, right?
That's correct.
And seeing them in person would obviously be very different than seeing them in a photograph, of course.
Yes.
And here, you even mentioned that those photographs were dirty, so they're not really the best photographs to even use to judge that kind of thing, right?
Correct.
In regard to your autopsy of Kay Baker, I don't think I have a lot of dispute or question about your findings. I just want to point out a couple of things. You talked a little bit about the blood on the scene because you actually got to go out to the scene.
Yes.
You can't tell anything from the blood except that Kay Baker was there, right?
Just there was an amount of it underneath her body. Yes.
Sure. And you can't tell if that blood on the scene in total was left entirely by Kay Baker or by Kay Baker and Matthew Terry or even by 3 or even 4 people.
That's
right?
what DNA's for.
Okay, so there's nothing that tells you
Right.
how many people were involved in this altercation.
Orgy of blood.
Nothing that tells you who committed the stab wounds that were caused to Ms. Baker.
Correct.
Nothing that would tell you anything about the sequence of how those wounds were incurred.
Correct.
Nothing that would tell you anything about the timing of the wounds.
Correct.
Oh, right.
Can't tell even if these wounds were something that occurred in seconds, right?
Correct.
And additionally,
It's actually a very good
you
question.
can't tell what kinds of blade committed these wounds, right?
Correct.
Could I just have a moment?
Absolutely.
All right, now she's going to talk to a dipshit and then say no further questions. Andrew, 46 and 2. Wait, The Fugitive was based on a true story? Yes. And if you watch my O.J. Simpson stream next Thursday, you will see the actual
Dr. Perkins
fugitive
on
guy's
cross-examination,
lawyer,
you-
F. Lee Bailey, cross-examining
Made some
Detective
statements
Mark
or testimony
Furman.
regarding limitations of what you could learn or what you couldn't learn from the injuries. However, you talked about Roman numeral 2, the fatal injury.
Yes.
From your observations of the scene, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Kay Baker could have moved for any appreciable distance from the place that she was found after sustaining that fatal wound?
That injury would have occurred in that feet of where the body was.
And at that point, would her heart stop and death would be imminent?
It wouldn't immediately stop, but death would have occurred right after.
Okay, so you talked about the wounds earlier, the other 10 wounds or so, that showed evidence of hemorrhagic or vital reaction.
Hemorrhagic fever?
So-
he had Ebola? What?
So how is it possible that injuries would have occurred right there at the scene? How would that happen?
It's not impossible. The wounds sustained to the neck would allow her some degree of seconds of life. It's not a neurological death, like getting shot in the brain and then everything shuts down. This is a bleeding out process and a loss of airway. So it takes a little bit of time for the organs to completely shut down.
Yeah, so it's like, did she
So
bleed to death or
those
did
other
she
wounds,
suffocate because her esophagus
could have
was
been
cut?
sustained
Ugh.
after that larger wound was inflicted. They could have happened prior, and the larger one was the last wound. I can't definitively tell because everything does have a vital reaction.
Okay, so under your scenario, if they could have occurred at the same time, the fatal wound was inflicted, and then the assailant decided to inflict other superficial wounds after inflicting the fatal wound?
It's possible. I can't definitively rule that out.
Or the other alternative is those other superficial wounds which showed a heartbeat were inflicted at a place and a location and a time prior to the infliction of the fatal wound?
Yes.
Okay, so it's consistent with that as well?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
May this
All right.
witness be released by the state?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No.
All right, subject to recall. You may step down.
They're not releasing. They're going to keep her there in case they need to call her again later.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's a public
We'll ask
defender.
the
I'm
state
feeling
court
like it's
next
private.
State calls Dr. Kelly Devers.
Judge, could we first?
Yes.
All right. Well, they're fucking around there. I'll kind of mute it.
There you go.
Well, the court will mute it. So, hey, thanks for doing me a favor, court. We'll get you two in just a second here. We have one super chat. Execution just emailed you with some intro theme ideas, Jeff. That's cool. But do we have a musician that can pull them off? I'll check them out a bit later. Legal Vice, did they compare a similar knife set to the one missing a knife in the home? I don't know. We'll find out. I have no idea. We'll just have to see what they're doing. First, Rowdy Sloth is our newest member. Welcome, Rowdy Sloth. Like Rowdy Sloth is such a cool name too, by the way. It's like the concept of a rowdy sloth. I like that.
That is very silly. I like it.
Yeah, and Rowdy Sloth says first time buying a membership on YouTube. Love you, Legal Vices. Wow, I'm honored.
See, you do have simps. You do.
Hey, I'll take them. Men, women, I don't care. I'll take them. Nate, I just saw your live at Legal Vices. I thought this trial was not happening today. It's not happening today, and it didn't happen yesterday either. Let's do the time warp again. This is Wednesday's trial. As you will notice from the scrolling banner that says this is Wednesday's hearing replay.
Yeah, you got the banner at the bottom. That's
we're
right.
catching up. Banner, Dr. Bruce Banner. This is Wednesday's trial. We're catching up. Thankfully, the court did us a favor by not having Hurricane Day trial and Veterans Day trial. So we get to catch up. We don't have to do anything over the weekend, and we can catch it live on Monday. That's the deal. I will be 3 hours behind everyone. Well, you'll get this message in 3 hours. I want to hear sidebars. I do too, but oh well.
Yeah, I wish we could.
And while we're on this little break here, everybody go over to Christina, go over to Radix Verum and subscribe to her channel, and join her. Looks like about 10 hours from now, right?
Yeah.
10 hours from now for her 10,000 subscriber celebration-a-thon.
That's right.
Lots of YouTube personalities will be there. The LawTube sphere and LawTube adjacent people will be there, myself included. And so we'll all be there to celebrate and to pat her on the back and make her feel special because she
that
deserves
was so
it.
sweet. Thank you. That was really nice.
And as long as we're being awesome, like and subscribe to me too. Hit that subscribe button, definitely. As I said, that is the single most important factor for YouTube's analytics is likes. How many people like the video? If enough people like it, they put it out on their recommendations. It shows up on the little end cards from the videos.
Yeah.
It gets put in people's mainstreams and things. So like the video.
And it literally takes 2 seconds. It's free. It takes 2 seconds to do. It's not hard. Like the video. Also, if you exit the live chat and you leave a comment that is 4 words or more, that also helps with the algorithm because it shows people are engaging with the content. So even if you just go into the comments and say something like fee fi fo fum, 4 words, there you go.
Yeah,
you're gonna confuse Jeff and you'll help boost the channel.
It's that post-stream engagement matrix they look at.
Yeah.
You're not getting any. People say they're not having an option to join. Well, that sucks. I have no idea what that's all about. You should. If I'm like totally demonetized, then that wouldn't be an option. But I'm only at limited monetization right now, so you should still have the join membership somewhere down there. I don't see it because, hey, I don't need to subscribe to my own channel or join my own memberships. But all right, let's kind of skip. He's listening to like Depeche Mode or some shit like that. Culture Club. What's he listening to?
Depeche Mode was a good guess.
What does the fox say? I don't know. He's listening. He's probably too young for a Depeche Mode. Songs from the Big Chair, great song. Yeah, that was Aha, wasn't it? Or was that Depeche Mode?
I like what
Depeche Mode was songs from the Big Chair. Yeah.
Yeah, there was one song I like from them, but it's completely inappropriate, so I refuse to
Take on Me?
credence to
No.
it.
What song is that?
Little 15. I just like the song, but I'm like, wait, this is about like awful things.
Yeah.
You know, inappropriate relationships.
Yeah.
It just had a good tune to it, you know?
It did.
And when I was younger, I liked it. And then I became an adult and I was like, oh, that's highly inappropriate and actually perverted and disgusting.
Oh, you judgmental woman.
Yes.
Stray Cats, Sexy and 17. You know. Little ditty about Jack and Diane.
Oh, no.
American girl growing up in the heartland. Come on, peeps. What the hell are they talking about for so long?
He's probably listening to Drake. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
What do the young people listen to nowadays? What are you youngins like?
Well, he's probably, what, in his 30s? Folsom Prison Blues.
Well, there you go. That's where he's going to be, so he's preparing himself.
Got me under pressure.
Yep. Mac the
yeah.
Knife. Yo, we've got some
there you
Sinatra
go.
fans in here. Thank you.
Yeah, Sinatra, Ella Fitzgerald has sung it. That's
Yes.
a great classic song. And of course, the last time I was going to hit the Dr. Lieber will take the stand next. What are you going to tell us, Dr. Lieber?
No, we are all old, I swear.
Blue moon, I saw you standing.
Yes.
That's Mel Torme. I got a thing for Mel Torme. The Velvet Fog. Oh, what a fucking voice. Joe Choi, our newest member. Welcome, Joe Choi. I thought you were already a member. I'm ashamed it took you this long, but welcome.
Yes, Your Honor. I expected it won't last
Welcome,
that long.
Joe.
K-Rab, if you're on an Apple device, to join, you need to open a browser and join from there. YouTube will not allow it through the app. Oh, that might be a thing.
But I'll wait till after this.
The judge is going to make an announcement. He's coming out. Lancelot 652, thank you so much for the soup. I know she has
Dr.
to,
Devers?
but the argument that someone
Good
came
morning
in the
and
night,
welcome.
stabbed Kate and her husband,
You'll come
but
forward
didn't
and
finish
swear
him
the
off
witness
and ran
wherever
into
you're
the night
comfortable.
seems
Face me and
weak.
raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth?
I am
the whole
Dr.
truth, and
Lieber.
nothing but the
In
truth,
my
so help you God?
mint chocolate chip
Thank
ice
you, Doctor. If
cream
you'll follow the
cardigan
bailiff
and
to the
matching
ramp
blouse,
leads up to
I
the
will
witness chair,
testify
Please
now.
watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone
Is the
in front of you
micro-
is fully adjustable.
I was going to ask if the microphone is fully adjustable, but he beat me to it.
Still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you
Oh,
would
good
please
morning.
introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Kelly Garland Devers.
And
Devers?
I noticed that you
Oh,
said
boo, it's
doctor.
not Lieber, like the
You mean
subtitle
medical
said.
doctor?
Yes, I'm a medical doctor.
Okay, could you tell us a little bit about your educational background then? Because I know doctors have to go to school.
I got my bachelor's degree from Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia. I then became a nurse, and I was an intensive care nurse for
Nurse
about 10
Ratchet
years. And then I went to medical school at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
The prodigy
After
smacked
I-
my bitch up. Nice.
Completed medical school. I went to the University of New Mexico
Oh
in
my
Albuquerque.
goodness.
Great
and
song.
I did a 4-year pathology residency program there. And then I went on to Gainesville, Florida, to the University of Florida.
Everybody
And
wants
I
to
completed a
rule
2-year
the-
neuropathology fellowship there. And then after that, I came to Tampa, Florida, and completed a fellowship in forensic pathology.
Yeah, we're not even
And I've
asking
been
smash or
working at
pass
the,
on this one, guys. Come on.
Sorry.
Yeah,
The,
that should be obvious.
The medical examiner's
Damn,
office.
now I want ice cream.
and,
Seriously,
in
she
Hillsborough
looks like
County.
mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Let
on
me
the
break that
stand.
down for people who don't understand what fellowships and stuff are. Just to become an everyday sort of doctor, not a specialist or anything, you have to go to medical school.
I didn't miss your
Correct.
super chat.
That's,
It's coming
what,
up later.
4 years?
Medical school is 4 years.
Okay. And
Don't
so
worry,
at the end of 4
execution.
years, do you have to take like a test?
We have to
You have to
take
take, like, a
exams
test?
to continue
Oh,
on.
no.
And if
They
you
just
pass your
pass you
exams,
that
then you
like
become a
candy.
doctor, an MD, as they say.
That's correct.
All right, but
The
you talk
Moody
about
Blues.
fellowships. Is that something
In
beyond
your
just becoming a medical
wildest
doctor?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So any medical doctor who
Your
wants to go on to, say, be a
wildest
surgeon or a cardiologist or a dermatologist or a forensic pathologist has
sing
to
Chemical
do
Brothers songs.
specialty and subspecialty training, which means extra years of school.
And so, what special years of training did you do specifically in the area of forensic pathology?
I did a one-year fellowship in Hillsborough County in conjunction with the University of South Florida.
And that's beyond all the other years of schooling that you've taken?
Yes.
All right, so now you've gotten a fellowship, you become a fellow, right? In
Correct.
Forensic pathology. Tell the jury what forensic pathology is. What does that mean?
Forensic pathology is the study and diagnosis of disease and injury for the purpose of determining cause and manner of death.
And so, are you asked to, for example, look at wounds that people suffer and see if you can discern information about how the wound might have been caused, when a wound might have been caused, what it might have triggered in the body in terms of leading to death?
Yes.
How long have you worked as
Brian
a
Adams
medical
cuts like
examiner
a
in Hillsborough
knife.
County?
I've been at the medical examiner's office since July of 2012.
So that's 10 years or so.
Correct.
In terms of seniority, where do you fall in the ranking at the medical examiner's office?
I'm currently the chief medical examiner.
So
Wow.
you're in charge, as it was.
That's correct.
Beyond going to medical school and working on the job for 10 years, do you take classes to regularly update yourself on the science and the literature as far as research, stuff like that?
Yes.
So you are constantly evolving in the knowledge of what the science can and cannot say.
Yes.
I want to ask you,
King
were you
Crimson
asked by a detective, Kevin Ratu, somewhere around August 16th, to look at a series of photos to see if you could discern anything about whether or not a wound might or might not have been
I read it.
self-inflicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I approach?
You may.
Doctor, I'm going to provide you two packets
I said
of
I
photos,
certainly will
27A
if they,
through F and
if they
21A
televise
through
it, and
H.
even
I'm
if
gonna
they
let you look
don't,
through them,
I
and
will
if you
still
see
talk
any
about it.
photos that you've ever previously looked at, if you could please just pull those ones aside. But don't confuse them between packets.
The power of love. It's hip to be square. Love me some Huey. Used to go to Huey Lewis concerts all the time.
Do you need some water, Doctor?
Yes, please.
All right, might be able to give you some. Sorry about that.
I just talked about it again.
I remember all these photos.
So you've seen all of these photos?
Yes.
All right. So I'll have them both here at the ready. I want to ask you, when you looked at these photos, what specifically were you
I want a
looking
new
at in the
drug,
photos, and
when
what
the
were
wall
you
made me
trying to
sick,
determine, if anything?
when the wall made me crash
I was
my
asked
car,
to
made
look
me
at the
feel 3
wounds
feet
of
thick.
not the person who the autopsy was performed on, but another person to offer an opinion.
And so were you looking in particular at, as depicted here in States 21B, the neck wounds on this individual?
Yes.
And so just sort of preliminarily, what, if anything, do you notice about these neck wounds? What could you tell us about the cause or what led to these neck wounds?
These neck wounds appear consistent with a blade injury or a sharp instrument.
And so how do you determine that? Is there something that you're seeing? And if I need a different picture, please tell me. I'm happy to put up a different picture. Is there something you're seeing that says these are blade wounds?
Yes, the edges of the wounds, where they're gaping, you can see the margins of those wounds are smooth.
You have to lay out their
They do not look
qualifications.
like tears in the skin or lacerations.
You just have to. It's just something
So-
you have to do. Foundation
Even if
evidence.
it's
I'm going to
stuff that
zoom
we
in then
already
a little
all
bit. I'm
know.
going to flip packets. I'm going to move over here to States Exhibit number 27C instead. These wounds, you believe are, and let me see if this helps. There we go. Maybe that helps a little. These wounds, is there something that you're seeing specifically then? If you need to stand up and point, you're welcome to do so.
There's a yardstick there, Doctor, that you can use as a pointer.
We don't have laser pointers in Florida. You have to use a yardstick
Doctor,
to
if you
point
would
a
just
thing.
stand a little bit to the side there so you're not blocking the photo.
These edges are smooth, relatively smooth. They're a little jagged,
Spirit in the Sky is actually one of my all-time favorite songs.
They look like they were made with some type of a sharp instrument.
When I die,
All right, so within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, could you tell us that these are wounds caused by some sort of sharp object, for example, a knife?
Yes.
You cannot tell us what kind of knife, though, could you?
No.
You couldn't say whether it's a 3-inch knife, an 8-inch knife. You couldn't say whether it's a serrated or a non-serrated knife.
No.
Now, is it possible that these wounds are inflicted by another person?
Yes.
Is it possible that these wounds are inflicted by the person depicted in the photo, meaning they are self-inflicted?
Yes.
And what is it about the photos or about just everyday logical common sense you can use that helps you reach that decision?
These wounds are within reach of the person's hands so that they could have done this themselves.
Okay.
They're also very, I would say, symmetrical. So it's kind of unusual to see inflicted wounds be, perfectly side by side because people are moving. There's a lot of movement going on when someone is in an altercation with someone else. So it's hard to
that whole album
kind of have
Father
one
and
side of the
Son's a
neck
great
get
album.
attacked and then the other side of the neck at the same time.
Right, so even though these wounds are in a place that a person could reach themselves, and even though they're somewhat symmetrical, is there anything that specifically tells you these are or are not self-inflicted?
Just that they are in a place that a person could reach themselves.
But both options are possible. It could be
Of course,
self-inflicted,
yes.
it could be inflicted by another.
Yes.
Why
Now,
is
Doctor, I want
why
to
is
draw
he
your attention. I'm
doing
going
the
to zoom
pro-
in
the
to States
defendant's
Exhibit
Job for them,
21B,
right? Yeah, that's weird.
and beyond the what I would describe as the holes or the circles in the neck, I want to direct your attention to these dark lines here on the left
Unless
side
he
of
just
the
wants
photo
he wants
above
to
the
take the
circle,
wind
and
out
then
of
on
the
the
defense
right
lawyer's
circle,
sails.
there's a
Maybe
line
he
there,
wants
and then
the
there's
flate.
also kind of
Yep,
one
so
down
it's
here,
already been
right at
brought
the
up.
shirt collar. Are
Yeah.
those things of any interest to you?
Wow.
They have the appearance of incised wounds, meaning they are not very deep. They are on the surface. They could be deeper, because I did not examine this person myself, but they look like a wound that might have been scraped by the tip of a knife or a tip of something sharp.
Okay, and again, I'm just going to swap photos for a second. I'm going to go to 27A. We're looking at it from a slightly different angle, but again, this little mark just above the circle, does that look like another one of those types of wounds?
She's
from this
only
angle,
looking at
yes.
the pictures. She did not examine the body itself.
I want to ask you about
She did not
hesitation
examine the
marks. You familiar
defendant.
with
She's
that
talking about
term?
the defendant
Yes.
now.
Tell
She's
us what a
only
hesitation
judging
mark
from
is.
the pictures.
In
Okay.
cases where people inflict wounds on themselves with blades, they oftentimes will have these what are called hesitation marks, meaning they're
Yes.
trying it out to see, how it feels.
And the coroner testified to
Sometimes
the
they
hesitation
stop
marks
and
as well.
choose another area, or they
Oof.
will keep going and go deeper until they successfully kill themselves. So this is commonly seen in suicides or in other types of self-inflicted wounds, say people who practice self-mutilation, where they actually hurt themselves to feel better.
Do these lines or marks on the neck, other than the obvious circles in the neck, the holes in the neck, do they appear consistent to you with hesitation marks?
They are consistent.
I
Oh,
want to show you also
Hesitation Blues.
This
Fantastic
photo-
old blues song.
States Exhibit 27D. You saw this photo?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'm going to orient it this way, just so it's going up the arm. And what, if anything, do you notice about these injuries?
These injuries also look consistent with incised wounds or shallow wounds.
That is, if you're
maybe
talking
a
about the
sharp tip of
Reverend
something.
Gary
Again, can you
Davis's
say with
version
any
of
certainty that
Hesitation
the tip
Blues,
would
which
be
is
a
one of
knife
the best ever.
specifically?
I can't say with
Hot
certainty,
Tuna
but
does a
it's
pretty good
something
version
sharp.
too, but Reverend
If I
Gary
had like
Davis.
a really sharp end of a screwdriver, I could, for example, do this as well, potentially?
Sure, if it's really sharp.
All right, and so there appears to be multiple of them. Does this look like more than one attempt to cause this injury?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention to sort of the middle of the forearm, right there. There appears to be a spot where the wound sort of widens. Is there anything about that that is of interest to you?
Just that it's probably slightly deeper. That's about all I could say from looking at the picture.
Okay. If a person was being attacked by someone with a sharp object, for example, a knife, would you normally expect to see the wounds all so closely aligned and parallel to each other?
No, that's not what we usually see.
Let me ask you a different question. I know many people, just sort of in everyday world, they do this motion where they're talking about a person committing suicide, and they sort of drag the pretend knife across their wrist like this.
Don't listen to
instead of down
YouTube.
their arm.
Yeah, right.
Can you explain what
Don't
the
We know
listen to
nothing
this
about
difference
this.
between dragging a knife across your wrist
No.
instead of down your arm when attempting to commit
Oh
suicide?
my
Oh,
gosh.
yeah.
Across the road instead of down the street.
That's what I was trying to think of.
I guess let's back up a second. Would a person who wants to commit suicide, have you ever seen a person try to commit suicide or actually commit suicide by slicing their arm?
Yes, many times.
Okay, and so,
Stop.
is there any medical
Don't talk
difference
about this.
between
Lala, I'm not
slicing
listening.
down the
Ah.
arm, like, up and down the forearm, as opposed to across the
No,
forearm
don't talk
or
about
across
this
the
on my
wrist?
channel, people.
It tends to be more effective when it's vertical because
Of
you
course.
get more of the vein.
And you
or
don't
the
sever the
artery.
tendons.
But, I've seen
we're
it
not
done both
talking about
ways.
that.
So this is still potentially a way by which a person might try to commit suicide by going up and down the forearm
Yes.
instead of across the wrist.
Yes.
Now, doctor, as it's all here in front of you.
Yeah, let's see if we can
color in the
move up the
pictures.
speed here,
Can we
because they're
agree
talking
to not say
slow
with any medical
AF.
certainty whether or not any of these wounds are self-inflicted or inflicted by another?
I cannot say that.
And you cannot say in any medical certainty whether or not, if they were self-inflicted, they were done in the attempt to commit suicide.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
I mean,
No,
'cause
don't
you
say
said
it
since You don't
again.
know if they're self-inflicted or not. You don't know if they were done in an attempt to commit
That's
suicide.
right.
If, however, you were provided some sort of statement by the person admitting or stating they were trying to kill themselves, would that impact your evaluation and ultimate opinion?
We're
as
3
to whether or
hours
not these
in,
are
so it doesn't
self-inflicted
really
wounds?
matter, but still, just to be on the safe side.
I want to ask you about some other wounds that
Have you enjoyed having a
not looked
YouTube
at, but you don't need to
channel?
look at the actual pictures. I imagine we just talk about them in general. Do you ever see people who suffer injuries to their hands from a sharp object such as a knife?
Yes.
Oh,
Do you
I've got
sometimes
lots of
think
knife
that those
scars on
injuries
my
are
hands.
offensive
There's a
wounds,
good one,
meaning
right?
they occur
Right-
while the
I
person
can't
is
see it.
stabbing
Oh,
someone else or
boy.
cutting someone else with a
There's a
knife?
good scar right
Do you
there.
ever see wounds that are defensive, meaning, for example, the victim is putting their hands up to defend themselves and now they're being stabbed or cut with a knife?
Yes.
Cuts
Both
like
of those
a
things are
knife.
possible.
Absolutely.
Can you explain how a person might get offensive wounds on their hands if they were using or holding a knife?
Well, the knife.
I find
once
the
the knife has
Keffel's
been
wound to
used
be offensive.
enough times to draw blood, then the blood gets on the knife. It gets very slippery. So the knife can be dropped. You have to pick it up. You could cut yourself picking it up. The person who's warding off the knife could push it at the person and cut their hands. The knife could slip out between the thumb and forefinger and cut through here, through this area of your hand.
All right, and so are there places that you would traditionally expect to see incised wounds or cut wounds on a hand if you are exploring the possibility of it being an offensive wound?
Yes.
Would you expect it, for example, to be
I've
on
got
the
like
outside
4
of the
decent
hand?
knife wounds on
It
my
could be on the
hands.
outside.
Could it be potentially on the palm?
Potentially, yes.
Is there a particular orientation you would expect it to go, though?
Just in regards to where the blade is in space.
Okay,
And
so
you're just trying to either ward it
Like
off
right
or-
here in
We're
your
gonna use a ruler.
palm.
This is not
Yeah,
dangerous.
you can see, kind of see
we're
the
gonna use a ruler.
horseshoe
Certainly
right
one
there.
way you could hold it.
Oh
is
my
sort of
goodness,
like
I can
this,
see it.
Thumb pointed outward, just
That's
sort of
wild.
a frontward stabbing motion.
And there's
Another
one here on
option
this
is you could hold a knife
knuckle.
like this, like thumb pointed
can't really
away
see
from the target,
There's a
and now
little
you're
light
sort of
thing there
stabbing
on the
down.
knuckle.
Those are certainly pretty common
Back
ways
of
to
that
do it.
finger.
Yes. Right. And so
Anyway.
if I had a
Oh my
knife,
goodness.
and the knife was like
Legal Vices
sort
story.
of a kitchen
Molly
knife,
Hatchet,
like a normal
great
steak knife,
band.
something of that sort,
One of
where
my
the blade is
faves.
only
She's
sharp
from
on
Southern
one
Rock.
side, and I stab someone
Flirting
overhand
with
like
disaster.
this, where
Yep.
would you expect the injury to the hand to be?
For the person who's holding the knife?
Yes.
Like it could slide down, your hand could slide down that
Ah.
knife and cut the palm.
So if I was holding it like this, my hand would slide, and if this is the sharp side, it's going to cut my palm.
Yes.
Okay. If I'm holding it the other way, like this,
That's always the thing, like you
Now
see in
I
the movie
stab,
when people
again,
do
the sharp
blood
side is
packs,
down
they always
here.
like
Where do you
slice their
expect the injury
palm.
to be?
Those are people who have
And
never
would
actually
you expect
fucking
the
used a
fingers to be
knife in
cut
their
basically
life. No
across
one
the
in their
fingers?
right mind
Yes.
would
Would you
slice their
expect them to be cut
palm.
up and down, basically going from like
Yeah, that
the
would
base
be
of the palm,
very
or the
painful.
part of the finger
And
of
it
the palm
takes
all the way to the
fucking
tip of the
ever to
finger?
heal
It could
because
be
you're
like that,
always
yeah.
moving it.
Depends on how it's in the hand.
Like she just did.
Do
Yeah.
you typically see people with offensive, or what you think are offensive wounds to their hands on both hands?
Sometimes, but that's not common.
I mean, typically people are either left-handed or right-hand dominant.
Right, yeah.
I want to ask you about a different topic, something we haven't talked about yet. I assume you're familiar with the functioning of a heart.
Yes.
What's an artery and how's that different from a vein?
An artery is under high pressure, so the main artery in the body is the aorta. And so when the heart contracts, the blood goes under high pressure through the aorta, and then it branches out to all parts of the body. So if an artery is cut, you're going to have high pressure spraying of blood coming out of the body.
So where in the body is a thing called the carotid artery?
The carotid artery, if you feel your voice box here, the carotid arteries are deep to the back side near your spine. And it's a protected area. It's very deep.
All right, and so am I correct then that basically every person has a heart, their heart is, we call it pumping or
Everybody has a heart
beating,
except
but really
for the
it's
Tin Man.
constricting, it's contracting.
Yeah.
Yes, it's squeezing.
And when it squeezes, it's shooting blood up an artery, for example.
Oh my
And
goodness.
the carotid artery runs up the neck, I guess, towards the brain.
Towards the brain.
So, hypothetically, if a person were to have their throat cut, their neck cut,
Oh, dear.
deep enough to sever
My
the carotid
channel.
artery, you describe what is called, I think, spurting or squirting?
Yes.
No,
Meaning like
no,
literally blood would shoot out of
no.
the neck?
Yes, like it's under high pressure. When you squeeze a hose real tight and the water comes out a lot faster.
I like
when
squeezing
you squeeze
hose.
it, as opposed to just letting it run out.
And so, does the heart constrict and then
So
relax?
she was a
constrict,
squirter.
And then relax?
Yes.
So, if you were watching blood spurt out of a
Sorry.
person, did you see it
I'm
first
just
shoot
trying
up and then
to
sort of
change
trail
the
off,
subject,
shoot up,
but they're
and then
not
sort of
listening.
trail off?
Yeah.
Doctor, I want to ask you a different question.
She's not amused at my jokes. Sorry, Greta Van Thunberg, or whatever the fuck your name is.
I think I did well enough in school, but can we agree that this is the 3-inch mark on the ruler?
Yes.
He
All right,
knows
if I have a
all about the
3-inch blade,
3-inch mark on the ruler.
of some sort. Steak knife, dinner knife, whatever. And I have a 3-inch blade. Can a 3-inch blade penetrate deep enough into a person's neck to reach their carotid artery?
Yes.
Can a 3-inch blade penetrate deep enough into a person's neck to sever their jugular vein?
Yes.
Could a 3-inch blade penetrate deep enough into a person's neck to cut their larynx, or what most people
Yes.
call their voice box?
Yes.
This looks like
Oh
a
my
relatively small
goodness.
knife, all given circumstances, but is this a deadly knife
I'm
potentially?
like
in the
over here
hand of the right person?
measuring.
Yes.
I have no questions, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
How dare you?
I'm really concerned they have not tied him to this incident yet.
Yeah, what's that about?
Morning, Dr. Beavers.
Good morning.
30 seconds. For 30 more seconds, it's morning.
3 inches is big, right?
I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 27A. If you need to get closer, feel free. Can you see that there's blood in Matthew Terry's nose?
Yes, it looks like there's some.
Yeah, they
Is
found
it
some.
common for a person's nose to bleed when they've been punched?
Yes.
Putting up what is already admitted as State's Exhibit 27B. Is that one of the wounds on the side of Matthew Terry's neck?
That's one of the photos that I looked at. Yes.
Showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 27C. I can't tell from the positioning, so can you tell me if that is the same wound or the other wound as the one we just looked at in 27B?
Well, you can see the oxygen cannula, and to the right of that would be the wound, because that's the bottom of the cannula.
So is that the same one as in the previous photo, or
I think it was the left side we looked at before.
Okay, so this is the second one. And in addition to those wounds that are on each side of his neck, you were also shown photographs of, which right now is admitted as 27D for the state, some marks on Matthew Terry's arm.
Yes.
Those marks there, I know you indicated you can't tell what type of knife caused it, but can you tell even if it was a knife that caused it?
It's just something sharp.
Sure. So it could have been even, let's say, some really sharp thorns in an area where someone was being on the ground
Thorns?
attacked.
Yes, if those thorns had little parallel, they were arranged in a parallel manner.
And we're
Something close
fucking
to that.
3 inches
Sure.
long. She's not really
And
saying
I know
he
that
ran
you
into
said
a
you had
thorn
never
bush.
gotten to see Matthew Terry in person.
Fuck's sake.
At the time, would you have been able to make more definitive conclusions?
Yes, like say the doctor who examined him would be.
Sure, always better to see somebody in
God damn it.
person,
Oh,
right?
no.
Of course. Okay. And you indicated, of course, that you really can't.
Really?
Oh, come on. All right.
Don't do this to me.
Bobo.
Say if it was self-inflicted. It's equally possible that it was inflicted by another person, right?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. In regard to the last few questions the state asked you about could a 3-inch blade cause that, a blade could also go in just partially to a wound, right?
Sure, just like an incise wound, or it just scrapes the surface.
So Matthew Terry's wounds could have been caused by a large knife, a small knife. We really have no idea.
We have no idea.
Could I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Again, the prosecution is doing a very good job as prosecutors, but they haven't linked him to the stabbing yet.
Hopefully it's coming.
Doctor, do you have to be like Mike Tyson to punch a nose to make it bleed?
No.
I mean, could a relatively small person still punch another person in the nose and cause their nose to bleed?
Yes.
All right, and I don't think you really have to be a doctor, but I'm going to ask you because you are a doctor. When a nose starts to bleed, does a nose drip?
Yes, it drips.
And does blood obey the laws of gravity that if I'm standing upright and my nose is bleeding, the blood is going to drop to the ground?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
And by the defense released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. You're welcome. As promised, ladies and gentlemen, it is lunchtime.
Yay,
My regular
lunchtime.
announcements regarding your breaks, not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, also not to do any research related to this case. I do have an announcement. It's an announcement that just came up during the course of that witness, so I have not even told the attorneys yet, and I will be discussing with them during the lunch break. But tomorrow is canceled. The court.
Okay, because of the hurricane in Florida, they canceled.
Oh,
the case.
yeah.
They canceled
Okay.
Thursday, and then Veterans Day Friday. So that's why there hasn't
Oh,
been
my goodness.
any testimony for the last 2 days, which is why we're being able to catch up here.
Okay.
Kind of pull this out here a little bit, and I'm just kind of checking here. There's about 3.5 hours left. We're not doing too bad on our schedule. So while we're, what was that?
Yee!
I'm sorry, I asked. Alrighty. Go ahead and grift your channel here for a second. For those of you that are just tuning in late.
Yes.
And, aren't used to this.
Okay. Yeah, my channel is Radix Verum. It's youtube.com/c/Radix Verum. I cover all kinds of different topics. Sometimes I cover trials if it's a case that's interesting to me, like Darrell Brooks. I cover different cases too, like the Whitmer kidnapping plot case, the Michigan plot, as we call it, which I'm making a documentary on right now.
Wow.
I have things on my channel too about sort of like pop culture, some breaking news stuff, lots of different things. So there's probably something for everybody there. I also talk about like some of the things that have happened in my personal life. I talk about narcissism and dealing with narcissistic people. So you'll find probably something on my channel that you like, that you enjoy. We just hit 10,000 subscribers there. We're doing a 10K celebration live stream tonight, and hopefully it's going to be fun. And that's at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you are just joining, subscribe to my channel if you want to. You know,
No, not if they want to. Whether they want to or
Do
not,
it.
subscribe.
If they want to or not. Yeah, just do it, guys. Also,
We have
while
ways
we're-
of making you subscribe.
yeah, that's right. We'll take you into the side room and shock your ankles, mister. I thought that Brooks had the ankle shockers on.
I'm so depressed he didn't.
It was sad
I
to
feel
learn that
cheated.
wasn't true, you know?
I know. I literally felt cheated that he didn't really have shock bracelets on. 'Cause,
Yeah, so if you don't subscribe, we're going to shock your ankles.
yeah. They're good
Oh my
was it
goodness.
Peter Gabriel that sang Shock the Monkey? Great song.
What?
Anyway,
I don't
yeah.
even want to know what that song is talking about.
Yeah, I think it was Peter Gabriel.
Oh boy. Holy cow. Well, also, if you haven't liked the stream yet, like the video. It helps boost it in the algorithm. And also comment. Do that as well.
And from what I recall, you have a potentially all-star cast lined up for tomorrow. I'm not just saying it because I'm one
Tonight.
of them. Well, it's tomorrow.
Oh, I guess it's tomorrow for
no,
you.
I guess
yeah.
it's this morning for me. We've passed the.
Yeah, I get so confused with like the time difference. Oh my goodness. So hopefully, I think I have Andrew, Legal Mindset, coming on. He said he would, but you know how Andrew is. Farron is going to come on. Her sister Hannah, you, of course. Meme Copium. I invited Aussie Overlord. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. He said he'd try. Sean, potentially criminal. He's going to try to make it also. And actually, the next day, the following day, so Saturday, he's doing his 15K celebration stream, and I will be there for that. So we're just doing we're having fun all weekend, guys. Tonight, tomorrow night. It's going to be fun.
It is. And as the Everly Brothers sang, all I want to do is stream.
No, Bobo. Oh my God, this cat!
Stream,
I swear.
stream,
if I
stream.
accidentally disappear, it's because Bobo has ruined my connection. No, Bobo, stop it. Oh, I also invited Valiant Renegade on. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. BP Creative Creations, he's been invited on as well. I invited a bunch of people, just like anybody I know that I like, I invited on. And then I was thinking, I'm going to be so sad if nobody actually shows up. The girl that is like waiting for someone to pick her up to take her to the dance, and no one comes. Or the kid at school that no one wants to pick you to be on their volleyball team, and you're just sitting there as everyone else gets picked. Why?
I always say that when I do my 25,000 members stream, then when I did the 32,000 last month. I mean, it's it's kind of the imposter syndrome. That's a real thing.
Yes,
and
it is.
And I mentioned it so many times, I feel like the the 6-year-old that invites the entire neighborhood to his birthday party and sits there going, I hope at least one person shows up.
Yes.
And then is really surprised when everybody shows up.
Yeah, that's exactly me. Oh no.
Monty
now
Lopez.
That I've invited people, will they show up?
Did you invite Monty Lopez?
I did, but I invited Ari. Ari Jacobs.
Ari'd be fun. Yeah.
So I have no idea who's going to come. Bobo, enough. Oh my God, this cat. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is annoying, but this creature has a bizarre love for my laptop, and I'm literally holding it back, and it's angry. It's looking at me like it's about to pounce. You have to stop. You have
Flux
to stop.
said that's
Bobo.
how she felt last Friday. Who was all on that stream? It was Nick, Branca, me. God, there's a fuck ton of people.
There was a bunch of us, and then people kept shuffling in and
Flux,
out.
Yeah.
Monty, Ari, Chrissy Mayer. She came in for a bit. But also my friend who I do the I Hate the Antichrist show with, he's going to be there. So everyone's going to get to meet Maddie. That'll be so fun. Did you do the
I Hate the Antichrist today?
That's basically tonight's stream. We're going to do I Hate the Antichrist, but with all our friends, with you guys. So it's really just going to be us all having fun and being silly.
I mean, really, who doesn't hate the Antichrist?
Exactly. That's right. And what that refers to, if you're not a Christian, it's totally fine. What we really are saying is when we do that show, we cover sort of the cultural decline,
Yeah.
the decline of the West. We talk about a lot of this weird degeneracy. You know what I'm talking about. The drag queen story hour type stuff. You all know, okay? It's getting weird out there. And I know you guys know.
Well, Execation says they are entirely my own compositions. Oh, good. You're
getting
the intro
some music.
Yeah, yes. I'm seriously, they're all giving you whatever.
Oh my gosh. Adam, I can't believe you remember that.
We'll get to that in just a second. Lancelot 652 says, I know she has to. Oh, we already read this one. So, hey, I'm not going to do it again, but hey, thanks. Thanks for the super chat. Defendant looks like one of those prissy serial killers getting serious psycho vibes. Very, very small man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All serial killers suck. Just like the Antichrist, they all suck.
That's right.
Pastor of Muppets. That and Spirit in the Sky. Like I said, Spirit in the Sky is one of my favorite songs. Great song.
I have to look into this now.
Oh, you've heard it.
Maybe I have.
No, there's no maybe about it. You've heard it. Everybody on earth has heard that song. Here's $5 to your new career as a Rumble streamer.
Oh, no, yeah, when his channel gets yeeted.
Jesus. Adam Fritz, thank you so much. Ask Radix about when Bobo got stuck in the ceiling.
Yes, it happened. If you know, you know. This creature is a beast. Oh my gosh, you should see this cat right now. It is sprawled out on my desk with its tummy in the air, licking its paws. And I know she's about to destroy something. Like all women.
Corn Pope, yeah. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. Yeah, anyway. Great tunes. All righty. Well, we can blast through the lunch hour here and save ourselves an hour. We don't actually have to talk for the entire hour. We are locked and loaded and ready to go with the last 3.5 hours. The goal is to be done in literally 3 hours. So stop trying to make Jeff sing. Don't be jealous, Darth Hideous. Jealousy does not become you. Math Boy has some fine tunes, probably free for all to use as well.
Grounds, Substained.
Wow.
Don't you bite. Boy. Don't you bite.
Save Bobo, says Crystal.
No, save me.
Yeah,
save me from Bobo.
Satan just says,
go. Let go.
Satan likes the Antichrist.
No.
Moody Blues, Knights in White Satin. Yeah. Never reaching the end. Let's get physical. Yeah, bring some Olivia Newton-John into the chat. Man, those of you, speaking of if you know, you know, back in the 80s, that was a smoking hot video.
I have never seen this. I'm too young.
Olivia Newton-John, let's get physical.
I know the song. I just don't think I've ever seen the video.
It's like a total 80s aerobics workout video. She's like wearing these like neon pink aerobic outfits and
the spandex.
Oh,
the shiny spandex. Holy
Olivia
cow.
Newton-John. Then we'll get back into it here. John, physical. And we'll bring up a page of images. Why not? Oh yeah, it's like the most 80s thing ever.
Jane Fonda vibes. Crystal says, "Oh boy."
Yeah. This is just the Google Images page for physical. Where are we here? Yeah, it's the most 80s thing ever.
Oh my God, no. No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tell me there's one thing more 80s than these aerobics workout deals here, you know.
That is so creepy.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body.
God, the
talk.
80s were so weird.
Your body talk. Yeah.
Truly they were.
Hey man, it had Olivia. All right. Enough of that. Let's get back to the murder trial. Enough of sexy hot 1980s aerobic Australians and get back into the murder. Just ask any teenager in the 80s and they'll tell you about their special relationship with that song.
Oh, boy.
All righty, you go, Judge. Just kind of roll on in here, eat your donuts, and wait for the jury to come in.
I mean, in some ways, the 80s were very cool. Let's be honest here, okay? I was born in 88, though, so yes, I've never seen that video. Excuse me.
The year I came to Korea.
Put your paw down. Don't do it.
Oh, the Bangles, man. Oh, yeah. Not in your room video. Walk like an Egyptian. That was the video.
I remember that song. And the video, too, with the silly dance.
Just that way. She'd be like, walk like an Egyptian. Oh, she was a sultry young thing. Oh, come on, YouTube.
How many of y'all were born in 88? A lot of you guys 80s kids out here. Very cool.
All right, we got to bail on that and bring it on up again because lawn cuck.
Lawn cuck.
Walk like an Egyptian. Walk. Oh, she was so hot. What the hell was her name? Can't remember what her name was, but she was hot. Law and Crime.
Maddie, I was born September 9th, so 9/9/88. How awesome
Lord,
is that?
That was 2 weeks before I came to Korea.
Really?
September 21st of 1980.
So I'm a Virgo, guys. You know,
like a Virgo.
No. Oh my goodness. Oh, have you seen Madonna recently?
She went like Jeffree Star.
What happened to her? Is
She
she
went Jeffree
simply
Star.
mentally ill now? She just did this video of herself, and she's like, she's a grandma now, guys. She's like a grandma, and she's wearing full on like dominatrix outfit, and she's like rubbing her body, and it's like, girl, no one wants to see that. Stop. Please stop.
Literally nobody wants to see it.
No, and then she's had so much plastic surgery, her face looks like a freaking balloon, and her lips. And it's like, you look like you're decrepit and you're falling apart. Like, I'm worried that, pieces of her are going to start falling off. The cheekbones are going to slide out, or like the lips are going to implode.
Oh, come on. She's only 65.
She looks a lot older, and I think it's because of the plastic surgery. Ladies, age gracefully. You do not need to enhance yourself, okay, with surgery. Because I do not like how it ages.
Cher's 76 and is dating a 36-year-old rapper.
That's true. That's true.
It's like, good for her, but he's doing the rap thing wrong.
I just wish, though, she'd have some self-respect at her age and dress age appropriate. You are not 20 years old anymore, Madonna. No one wants to see you in full-on bondage gear, okay? We don't.
Yeah.
Please stop.
I believe it was Andrew Branca that said about Cher, that's okay. There's probably most of her is younger than that guy anyway.
Yes, he knows.
So, all right, let's get back to someone described him as looking like a thumb with a face drawn on it.
What? Oh my goodness.
Grounds. Or in the judge's case, gowns.
And it's sad, guys. It is sad because Madonna used to be very, very beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day, she was incredibly beautiful. But if you look at her now,
yeah, we ain't back in the day anymore.
Looks like a freaking monster. I'm sending you a link. You have to look at this later when you get a chance. Okay, this is Madonna's TikTok. She's got orange hair, no eyebrows, and she's doing weird stuff.
Yeah, she's just gone full on Jeffree Star.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what what Judge Stuffing McMuffin over here is reading. I guess we better pull up.
I'm going to be asking when we resume to admit State Exhibit 58, which is the stipulation. So once the jury's in, I'll stand up and ask to admit 58 and ask to read the instruction of the stipulation.
Does the defense anticipate? No, I don't anticipate that you have any objection. You signed it. So I will ask. When he asks to move it in, I'll ask if there's any objection. And then once it's admitted, I'll read 2.3 stipulations, and then I'll read the stipulation.
Okay, so they're going to bypass some witnesses.
Your Honor,
by
I'm also going to
stipulating
go
some
ahead at
evidence.
this point. I told the defense I would just go ahead and ask to admit State Exhibit 57, which I will do in front of the jury, but these are the medical records. I expect they have a fair amount of objections they want to put on the record. I would suggest you just do those right now, and then, assuming Your Honor maintains your same ruling, I will just stand up and then admit at Exhibit 57 when the jury's in the room.
Let me ask you, if they have a substantial amount of objections they want to put on the record, which I understand and I'm not surprised about, and I've got the whole jury back, is there any reason why we can't hold off on that till either the afternoon break or...
No, we're going to do the medical records right now with the first witness. That's why I'm trying to...
Medical records.
We're going to do Dr. Mendoza right now.
All right, well, then there is a good reason. All right, so objections as to medical records, not
Guys,
already
Madonna
heard. I
was
know you wanna put
licking
some stuff,
water out of a dog
on the
bowl,
record,
okay?
but, anything
That's what she was
additional
doing at
to
her age.
any
It is bizarre. It is
issues
not
that are
appropriate
already resolved by
behavior.
the rulings?
Judge,
for
the issue
an
was
older
resolved
lady?
by Judge Williams. It was in.
Like, what are you
motion
doing?
eliminate
Okay.
in Section B, so I won't go through everything that's there, just quickly though to reiterate the point. The problem is that the records are completely unreliable. I'm gonna go through it with Dr.
Yes, I'm
Mendoza
34.
on the stand in front of the jury,
Right.
about how
No, that's-
unreliable these records are.
Absolutely, I expect that. I mean, I think it's a weight issue and not necessarily admissibility. I'm not.
She has
I'm not
weight
weighing
issues?
in on
What?
Judge Williams' rules. I accept his ruling. I know you're not happy with his ruling, but that's the ruling, and I expect you to cross-examine and challenge the reliability of them with the witness in front of the jury.
Certainly, and the reason that it's untrustworthy was outlined in the motion, so I'll rely on the written findings for that. But I'll also just point out a few things in the records themselves that make it perfectly clear these records are not reliable. They're completely contradictory to one another. There are pages where it says Matthew Terry refused to answer. There are pages where it says he answered and said he was attacked. There are pages where it says he answered and said the injuries
It's
were
pipe time. It's 3 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
There you go.
Testimony said a lot of the things that are in there either are entered by a doctor who doesn't attribute the note to. There are things in there that I outlined in my motion that were attributed to her that she didn't actually enter in there.
He's already made his ruling. Sit down. You're wasting our time.
It would just be pre-populated and would just continue to be entered over and over and over to make it look like there's multiple entries, but it came from the very first day.
Oh, Nicola, you're not
These records
87.
do
You're much younger
absolutely
than that.
nothing.
Yeah, that's a lie. Oh, maybe she means born in 87.
I'm just teasing her.
Of evidence against someone who may never have even said any of the things that are contained therein.
Contained therein. Ooh, that sounds like a lawyer.
The Gandalf pipe. It is a Gandalf pipe. It's
yesterday
very
on
cool. Look
page
how long it
35,
is. Oh
it
my
says that
God.
officers were at the bedside at the time. On
That's
page
what she
58,
said.
It indicates 2 officers were bedside, and although that goes to the related issue that you already ruled on regarding the right to remain silent,
In your favor.
in my favor, which is great, but not on
I
this
was
issue.
a smart judge then, wasn't I?
Well, Judge, I never say that you're not a smart judge. I do disagree with some of your rulings.
I know.
Oh, I love
And in this
pipes and
respect, for the
cigars. It just
medical
depends.
records, These records are coming in without
Oh, you
what is
can't see it.
required
Right
as a
over
foundation to
there
help them defeat the
is
normal
a 75 pipe
The only
humidor.
reason medical
I mean,
records generally come in
cigar
as an
humidor.
exception to hearsay
And up
is
there on top of the
because
wine
they
cabinet
are
is
couched in
like a
presumed
200
reliability. But that
cigar
presumption
humidor.
doesn't
So
come about
yeah.
if there's indications in the records themselves that there's a reason to distrust them. And as I pointed out, there are multiple reasons in the records themselves that prevent that presumption from being in place.
Paper
And
shuffling
without that
intensifies.
presumption, Those records stay pure hearsay. So what is coming in now is a violation of the Confrontation Clause, a
Well,
violation of Crawford
appeal
versus
it.
Washington.
You can't.
And should not be
Yes, you
coming
can.
in.
I'm just kidding.
All right, I hear you. This is, again, though, the issue that Judge Williams ruled on. I'm not weighing in on how I might have ruled. It's all the same, ruled differently. But this is where I often like to say I'm just a gatekeeper. I'm not saying that they are, I'm not making any final findings on them. Just that they can be presented to the jury, they come into evidence, and you sound like you have a lot of great arguments that you're going to make and point out to the jury, while you're going to argue to them, who are the ultimate finder of fact, on the credibility and of the evidence that you'll be making to them. So I look forward to seeing that. But I'm not changing the rules.
Understood.
So,
This pipe is
you want
about
me,
10 and a half inches.
you need to move them in, as you said, in front of the jury. Do you want to perfect your objection now? Do you want me to just do any other objections that you say already nothing other than previously argued?
That's fine.
Okay. All right then, are we ready for jury?
All right, so, does the defense have an objection to the stipulation?
They indicated they did not.
Okay,
They
so
signed it.
that's it.
What
Well,
was the stipulation?
You still got to move it in.
Yeah.
Understand.
What was
Okay,
the
And you have the
stipulation?
instruction to read for
I did.
stipulation. Okay, great, and then I will move those two in there, okay.
I gotta head out. I'm gonna go make myself some lunch. I am
Medical
looking
records and the
forward to
stipulation in
seeing
first
you
and then
tonight.
Absolutely.
All
Thanks for
right,
stopping
bye
on by.
everybody.
Let's get the jury.
Everybody go visit Radix Verum and subscribe to her channel and watch her 10,000 subscriber stream in just a few hours from now.
We're gonna get wild tonight. Be prepared, guys. All right, have a good day. See y'all
See you
later.
later. Bye-bye. All right, boys and girls. In Barney's voice. Maddie Graham asked what time again. She will be doing her stream about 9 hours from now. At 9 a.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Eastern, sorry.
We're ready. All rise, jury entering courtroom.
All right, let's see if we can 125 this bitch. And while you're here, everybody just reach down there, hit that like button. Let's boost these likes up. We're well over 1,000 now. Deeply appreciated. As many likes as we can possibly get. Love you all. And subscribe to the channel if you're so inclined.
Welcome back. Good afternoon. Did everyone have a nice lunch? Did you go out and read the weather out there? All right, well, I think that's just part of what we know is coming, and we've made some announcements about. Let me ask you, was anybody exposed to anything about this case during the break? No, let the record reflect no hands. Did anybody discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else during the break? Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. All right, welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off. I'm going to turn to the state.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit number 57 and 58.
Well, I have 58 in my hand. 58 is the stipulation.
Hey, Digger,
regarding
take care.
identity. Is there any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, that 58 will be admitted. 57 is what?
Medical records.
Any objection other than previously discussed to 57?
Not other than previously discussed.
All right, 57 will be admitted at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as to exhibit number 58, which is a stipulation, I have a very short instruction to read you and then the stipulation itself. When parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts,
So what are they going to stipulate is true?
In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is, now hold it up, it has the evidence tag on it, 58, it'll be in evidence, which means it'll go back into the jury room with you. It reads as follows, stipulation regarding identity. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant Matthew Robertson Terry and the state of Florida that K.E. Baker, the person named in count 1 of the indictment in this case, died on May 28, 2022 in the vicinity of 6209 Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida. And the autopsy of K.E. Baker was conducted on May 28, 2022 by Ashley Perkins. We hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reasons
Okay, that's a waste
alleged,
of time.
dated this 7th day
They're just
of November
stipulating when she
2022,
died and that they
then
did
it is
an
signed by
autopsy.
Justin Diaz, Matthew Terry,
Pointless.
and Jamie Kane. And again, I'm going to give it to the clerk. It will be in evidence. Mr. Diaz, are you ready to proceed?
Ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Mr. Gertz, call your next witness.
Dr. Michelle Mendoza.
Okay, what that was all about is they just didn't want to have to bring in another expert witness to testify the time of death. They didn't want to have to bring in someone else to talk about and prove the time the autopsy happened. So they just stipulated to something that really means nothing. It's just a time-saving measure. You know, the prosecution says, we're going to bring people in here to testify about the time of death and when the autopsy was performed. Do you want to do that, or do you just want to stipulate that this is when the death happened and this is when the autopsy happened? So they did us a little favor there. They cut out at least 2 witnesses, and there we go. And then let's look at what Greta's looking at here.
Dr. Mendoza. Dr. Mendoza? Yes. Good afternoon and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. You can.
I think this guy needs more stuff on his belt.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, and sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear affirmative testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Doctor. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the rank that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end, Doctor, go ahead and have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. The green light is on, so it is on and ready to go. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, doctor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Mendoza. I'm an emergency medicine physician. I currently work for Team Health Special Operations Physician Group. I just recently worked for the last 4 years at Tampa General Hospital as an attending emergency physician there.
All right, so I'm sure there are certain requirements for you to hold the job that you hold. So
now we just have to go through the qualifications,
your work experience, things like that
her
qualify you
history.
to be the emergency physician.
I graduated from New York University School of Medicine in 2005. Between 2005 and 2008, I completed my emergency medicine residency at the Virginia Commonwealth University Emergency Medicine Residency Program. I also had a fellowship at the University of Massachusetts Medical School in Worcester, Massachusetts, that completed in 2009 in emergency ultrasonography. And then between that time period until 2018, I was an emergency physician in the state of Massachusetts, the vast majority of that time until 2016 at the University of Massachusetts Medical School.
Yeah, Andrew,
in
but
Worcester,
that's why we like
Massachusetts,
him.
which is a
And
trauma
while she's just giving her
level 1 trauma
background
center.
and qualifications,
After
we'll hit
that,
this
I
one
worked
chat
for
by
2 years
execution. My
at the
songs are
Hospital
very inspired by
Emergency
maritime
Department,
and Navy.
which is a community
I'll
hospital
be sure to look at
associated
them in the morning.
Massachusetts General Hospital System, which is the Harvard University medical group. And then in 2018 is when I transferred to Tampa and have been working at Tampa General Hospital, also another level 1 trauma center.
You're licensed to practice your profession here in Florida?
Yes, I am, for the last
Anywhere
4
else?
years. Also in the state of Massachusetts.
And so
discount Selena
help me with the
Gomez.
math. How many
No,
years have you actually
don't
been
say
working
that.
as an emergency physician?
If you are including my residency training, where I was granted my MD in 2005, this is my 17th year now.
All right, 17 years of working in an emergency.
She's been a
facility
doctor
capacity.
for 17 years.
Can you give me any idea as to how many different patients you've seen in that capacity?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
I would say that on average,
I mean, she's got to be pushing like 45
in a,
or 50.
Say 10 to 12 hour shift, we're supposed to be seeing on average about 2 patients per hour spread over that time period. So there can be, in the low 20s, mid 20s, but especially at places like Tampa General or UMass Medical Center, where it is a level 1 trauma center, the patient numbers can get much higher, where you're seeing 30 plus patients per shift. So if you multiply that by 17 years and,
Yeah, she's got to be at least 45.
15 to 20 shifts a month, that's really quite a bit of
Good for her.
All right, you talked about level 1 and how those numbers can increase. Can you give us an idea of what a level 1 facility is and why that is so?
All hospitals can achieve different level designations as far as trauma centers. That is conferred upon them by the American College of Surgeons, and it has to do with the capacity of the hospital to treat patients that arrive in a trauma setting. The level 1 trauma center, which is the highest level designation that you can have, is the one that has the most capacity to treat the gravest injured patients. So the requirements usually include the ability to have on-call staff 24/7 in various specialties, including not just trauma surgeons, emergency physicians, anesthesia, neurosurgery, orthopedics, ear, nose, and throat physicians, plastic surgery, a burn center might be another designation as well. So it has to do with what kind of care can be provided at that facility.
Okay, so if you're level 1, you got to be ready for anything.
Correct.
And you got to be able to conduct a quick evaluation to figure out what needs to be done, and if something needs to be done quickly, to do it.
That's correct.
All right, so I want to talk to you a little bit about Tampa General Hospital and their procedures, or how they go about operating the emergency room. Is in terms of, is it a team concept? Is what happens when you get information that someone is going to come in on some sort of alert status to your emergency facility?
In a setting like Tampa General, many times we do have the early sort of notification that a patient is inbound with certain types of injuries. Given the mechanism of the injury, so for example, if someone was either in a car accident or had a gunshot wound or
Yeah, doctors
a stabbing,
and lawyers are
anything
the
that
same.
or
Each
fall
state
from
has their own
a height of
requirements.
some
You have to
sort
meet
off
them.
a tree or a structure. There's certain criteria that we classify the patient as either what's called a trauma alert or a trauma activation. This is not unique to Tampa General. Many academic centers, level 1 trauma centers, have these specific designations. At Tampa General, a trauma alert is sort of the second highest class of notification, where the patient sustained some sort of traumatic injury, And according to the criteria that were met, and there's a whole list of those, they need to be evaluated immediately by the emergency physicians, the trauma team, because there's a possibility that they have some sort of significant injury that needs to be treated.
Yeah, not tonight. We'll probably do it on
A trauma activation
Monday or
is the
Tuesday or
highest
something.
level of trauma designation that a patient can have in Tampa General. And these are the patients that are the most gravely injured, whether it's from a car accident or any other trauma. And these are the people who are either going to lose their life or their limb, or they need immediate OR intervention, at least from the information that the paramedics can glean from the scene. So we need to be.
I wonder how much our malpractice insurance is. Lawyers' malpractice insurance is fucking expensive.
There's a lot of
I'm
things
sure
that
doctors
get
are
activated
equally
as a result of
expensive.
And to that extent, it's definitely a team effort.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And I presume also as well that when you get sort of information from a third party, like an ambulance or whatever, from other emergency individuals, you presume the worst.
That's correct. We have to presume the worst and be ready to treat anything that comes through the door. And many times the story is not accurate, so we have to just be ready for anything.
All right, let me start to focus your attention back on May 28th, 2022. Do you recall being working at Tampa General in those early morning hours of May 28th, 2022? And do you recall treating an individual identified as Matthew Terry with the date of birth of January 18th,
Okay, so she treated this fucker.
That's correct. I was working a shift at Tampa General that night. It was an overnight shift that was from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And in the early morning hours, we were called to the trauma bay for a trauma alert. He was not named that because, as many traumas are, they're assigned kind of a code name when they first arrive, so that we, even if we don't have any identification on them, we can at least start charting on them and start ordering things in case we don't have their given name.
All right, I have medical records, exhibit number 57 relating to the care of Matthew Terry. Did you get a chance to take a look at those records?
Yes, I have.
And just to make sure, are those the records that you have been provided?
Yes, these are the ones.
All right. I want to ask you some questions relating to the treatment and care of Matthew Terry at the emergency bay that morning. And so please feel free to refer to those records if necessary.
Now remember,
you talked about
he
the
didn't
alert
tell her what
status,
happened.
regarding Matthew
And they
Terry.
can't
Can you
use that
tell us-
silence against him.
Can you tell us what was the alert status of Matthew Terry before his arrival on May 28th?
He was designated as what we call a trauma alert, so the second highest classification.
And again, what does that mean, trauma alert?
So again, a trauma alert is someone who has criteria that presents possible significant injury that would need immediate evaluation by the trauma team and the emergency physicians, but not necessarily the most gravely injured, for example, not significantly abnormal vital signs or a significant amount of blood loss at the scene.
Okay. All right, so as you mentioned, the trauma team is alerted. You're awaiting the arrival of Matthew Terry. Tell us what happens when Mr. Terry arrives and how you and the treatment team treated Matthew Terry.
So as with any patient, the entire team is already waiting. Usually there are several resident physicians who are MDs, graduated medical school,
see you,
that are
Vicky T.
completing their residency in the various specialties like emergency medicine and surgery. So there are several members of the team that are all performing different functions. In a trauma alert situation, I am the captain of the team at that time. The trauma activation is when the trauma attending surgeon will show up. Many times during the trauma alert, the trauma attending will eventually show up at some point, especially if we do uncover an injury that we need to intervene upon sooner rather than later. But usually for a trauma alert situation, the emergency medicine attending is the lead physician at that moment. So when Mr. Terry arrived, we were all waiting for him already in the bay. Nursing staff, in addition to the resident physicians, are all starting to transcribe things that are being done at that time. So he arrives, we immediately receive report
Nice.
from the paramedics that tell us what his presentation is. So they let us know that he had penetrating wounds to his neck. They provided the vital signs.
I am
that they
the
obtained
liquor.
on
Nice
scene,
Leahy
and
blast.
interventions that they had
Piss
prior
dribbles,
to
Mr.
arrival.
Leahy.
And then he's transferred from the EMS stretcher onto our stretcher in the trauma bay. At that point, the paramedics exit, and we perform what's called a primary and secondary survey. Primary and secondary survey is an algorithm, so it's a set of examinations that we do with every trauma patient so that we make sure we uncover any and all wounds and injuries that a patient might have. So the primary survey is a very brief, we call them ABCs, and that is assessing a patient's airway, their ability to breathe, and their circulation. Because any compromise of those three things is a hard stop that we have to intervene upon right away, because a patient could die if something is not fixed right at that moment. So that's a very, very quick, brief survey checking whether or not he's able to speak, whether or not his oropharynx is blocked by blood or any other debris potentially, and then whether or not his pulses and his vital signs are normal or not. Then we move on to the secondary survey, which is a more detailed evaluation, and it's a head-to-toe evaluation, and we truly start from the head all the way down to the toes, just calling out every single possible injury that we find from head to toe. And that is looking for any sort of injury to major organs or vital structures at that time. All during this time, nursing will be getting IV access to draw blood work, and we, depending on the mechanism of the injury, we may start doing things like ultrasounds or x-rays to look for other signs of internal injuries. And then after we have completed that secondary survey, we then take stock of anything that we found to then inform what the next step would be, whether it's to get more imaging with the CAT scan, or did we just need to go to the operating room, or do they seem stable and can they just sort of go at that point? It really depends. In Mr. Terry's case, our findings included wounds on either side of his windpipe on the front of his neck. We did not detect any other wounds that required any other intervention. He was stable as far as his vital signs go. The wounds were not actively bleeding. We sort of do a cursory look to make sure there aren't what we call hard signs for neck trauma. And what that means is looking for the possibility that something very vital in the neck could have been injured. So the vital things in the neck include the carotid artery, the trachea, which is your windpipe, the jugular vein, and your esophagus, which is the tube that goes between your mouth and your stomach. And the hard signs would include massive bleeding, air bubbling out of the neck, or what we call an expanding hematoma, which would be bleeding that's not exiting the neck, but it's just sort of building up underneath the skin, so it's just kind of expanding wide.
I am smoking Gowith, Hogarth, and Co.'s
So at this point,
rum twist
given that we felt that he
tobacco.
was stable to undergo further imaging, we elected at that point to order what's called the CT angiography of the neck, which looks for any damage to the structures within the neck on CAT scan. He went off to go get those studies done. He was then admitted to the hospital to have consultation by the otolaryngology service. And they are the surgeons that specialize in any sort of
we are at
issue
125
your
now.
nose and your neck. And he went to the operating room to undergo what's called a laryngoscopy, which is just a look directly with a special tool at the windpipe and the airway. An esophagoscopy, which is a camera that looks at the esophagus, and then they explored the wounds in his neck to make sure there weren't any other structures that were visibly injured, and then repaired the laceration or the cuts to the front of his neck.
All right. So when you evaluated him at the beginning, you said there's a lot of things going on, a lot of people saying and contributing a lot of things. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is someone a scribe? Is someone documenting that information for the purposes of entering them into the records, so that everybody recalls what happens?
There are multiple people writing. There's a representative from the trauma team typing away on the computer. There's a representative from the emergency medicine physician team, and there's a representative from the emergency medicine nursing team. So there's at least 3 people documenting at any given time as the evaluation is occurring.
So you're the captain of the ship at this point.
That's correct.
You're the captain, and then
I'm the
eventually,
captain
after all that is done, and the medical records are produced, you then electronically sign off on Matthew Terry and the documents related to his care.
That's correct. Once I'm no longer required at either that particular patient's bedside, and I have a moment to write down my thoughts over the case, I'll write a short note detailing, just a kind of a summary of what the emergency care was in the trauma bay, and then I sign off on the note that the emergency medicine resident has written as my representative in the trauma bay.
All right, so based upon your description and based upon the care that was provided that you've described, what what came in as an alert, which could mean anything, and you're assuming the worst, when you and your team evaluated Matthew Terry, you realized that he could, it was not a life-threatening situation, and that you could follow care on a relatively non-emergency basis. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the CTs and the different radiographic findings and tests were administered to Mr. Terry, and he was admitted. He was admitted. And do you recall whether or not he was referred to a psychiatrist or psychological or psychiatric evaluation?
So once he's admitted to the hospital, I'm no longer part of his care, but from reviewing the records, yes, it looks like there was a psychiatric consult that was obtained.
And what can cause that? What can cause a reference for a psychological or psychiatric evaluation?
A psychiatric consult can be obtained on a patient if there is any potential possibility, especially in a trauma situation, that they were there's either a situation where the patient committed some sort of act to harm themselves at that moment, or that they suffered significant emotional distress from what event happened to them that might require some sort of medication to help them in their recovery process. There might be a psychiatric consult if there's something during the evaluation that comes up where the patient may make statements that don't make sense to the treating team, physicians. It could be any number of reasons.
Right. And particularly in Mr. Terry's case, if you would make reference to page 50 and 51 and see if that helps you determine the reason for the psychiatric reference or referral.
Resident nurse here, Julie O, says, I yelled radiography like 3 seconds before you.
A note from the trauma team for what's called the tertiary survey. So I'd already explained what the primary and secondary survey was in the trauma team. The tertiary survey is the next assessment after those primary and secondary surveys are performed. For lack of a better term, once the dust settles, they get to reassess the patient to make sure there really isn't anything else that was missed, and to follow up on anything that might have been done after the trauma bay in the interim. And this note was written by Nuri Nelson, who is part of the trauma team and is a nurse practitioner, a member of the trauma team. And she indicates
her glasses look like mine
regarding the wounds, and also the findings from the CAT scan during the emergency medicine visit, and then also at that point that a psychiatric consult was ordered.
And if you would take a look on page 27 of the records to determine whether or not that evaluation was done.
Yes, so on
that
page 27,
correct.
This is by Dr. Chachokta, who is one of the psychiatrists, so psychiatric physicians at Tampa General.
So because she identified them as self-inflicted wounds, that triggered a psychiatric evaluation.
Request is always noted whenever there's a consult of any sort.
So I'm assuming they'll be bringing in whoever conducted the psychiatric evaluation next.
Reports feeling depressed.
All right. And you mentioned in the first part of the evaluation of Matthew Terry, you needed to find out whether if he was in need of emergency care and whether there were substantial or any injuries to his neck, which would require additional intervention. How can you describe the injuries to Matthew Terry's neck in terms of the size of the wound, the depth of the wound, and what structures were involved in the neck and were not involved relating to those two injuries?
So initially, we do
another
a visual or clinical assessment, and his injuries were, like I said before, on either side of his windpipe. They were going straight up and down on either side. They were not actively bleeding. So even though the tissue was open, the wound was open, there wasn't blood coming out of it. The bleeding had stopped. Like I said, there was no bubbling. There was no expanding hematoma. In order to get a better view.
So this is where they're showing they're the hesitation wounds. So even though he had 2 slices on both sides of his neck, they weren't deep enough. The blood wasn't flowing. There was no bubbles. If there's bubbles in the blood, that indicates that there's an oxygen leak somewhere in the lungs, the esophagus, whatever. There's no blood. There was no bubbles in the blood. It wasn't bleeding actively. So basically, it was just a flesh wound.
By 1.6 by 2.3 centimeters on the right side,
which
and then
indicates a
8.6
self-inflicted
by 1.8 by 2.4 centimeters on the left. So just to make sure that
That's what the
everyone knows
prosecution is
vertebral
saying.
mastoid it's this muscle belly that you'll sort of feel when you turn your neck over here. And you have them on both sides, so you can feel them when you turn your neck. They are fairly close to the surface of the neck, and overlying that you have skin, fat, what's called fascia, which is sort of like a sinew in between the muscle bellies. There's a very, very thin layer of another muscle called platysma that's right over that, and then there's a sternocleidomastoid. So depending on how much fat you have in your neck, you can either get to your sternocleidomastoid in just a couple millimeters, or it might be a couple of centimeters before you hit them. And it looks like on his imaging, he
Basically.
had, like I said, two wounds that were at least a couple of inches long by a little more than half an inch wide and deep.
All right, so there was no injury to the carotid, obviously.
That's correct. There's no other injuries to any of the vessels in the neck, and there don't appear to be any injury that is visible to the esophagus. However, the esophagus can sometimes hide injuries even though there's no signs of it on the CAT scan, which is why we do the additional testing procedure that was done later.
Obviously, his windpipe, his larynx weren't affected, at least from your examination of it.
At that time, it did not seem like they were, but again, we always double check with the laryngoscopy and the esophagoscopy.
The external jugular vein, was that affected at all?
So when we do these CAT scans, there's a choice of doing either what's called an angiogram or a venogram. So the angiogram looks specifically at the arteries, whereas venograms look at the veins. Typically, for the smaller veins, like the external jugular, we would probably see that clinically on a patient. Same thing with the internal jugular, because that is a very, very big vein.
All right, 1.5 is too fast.
The results wouldn't comment on any of the veins because of the nature of the study. However, they would have commented on secondary findings like bleeding around the jugular, I would say consistent with a possible jugular injury if there had one, and there was nothing of that sort in the report.
And the reason I ask you, because many of us, we heard the jugular vein, it sounds serious. And it sounds like something that would need emergency medical intervention. So that's my question. My question is, one, is it possible that the external jugular vein was injured or damaged in this process?
So I feel like I have to just clarify one thing. There are two jugular veins, the external and the internal. The external is actually one that you can see if you ever, your kid ever does the breath holding because they're throwing a tantrum. It's that big vein that pops out. That's the external jugular vein. The internal one, you'll never be able to see no matter how hard you hold your breath because that's quite deeper, even though it is.
Where's the juggalo vein? That's what I want to know. So
whenever we think of, oh my gosh, he's gotten his jugular vein, that is referring to the internal one. And the external one could be easily repaired or the bleeding stopped just with manual pressure if there was any injury to the external. The internal one, that would be a much more involved injury and much more involved repair.
Do the records indicate that Mr. Terry had a blood transfusion?
No. There's no mention of that.
Despite, you talked about the severity or lack of severity of the injury, is it nevertheless possible that
what does that
been
mean?
A substantial amount of bleeding related?
YouTube menu is still out.
At some prior time.
I don't know what that means.
There is a possibility that he could have bled at the scene, and we would not, obviously without seeing any sort of direct evidence of it, we would not necessarily have known that.
What?
However, we did do blood work upon his arrival, and his blood counts at the time were normal. They do take a little bit of time to reach sort of an equilibrium, and so a repeat blood test can sometimes be done later on to see if the blood counts are stable. But typically, if there was a large amount of blood loss at the scene, whether it's from a penetrating wound, like a knife wound, or a blunt injury, there would have been other signs that we would have noticed without any blood work. Rapid heart rate, very low blood pressure, neither of which were present upon his arrival.
You mentioned there was testing done. Was there also testing done which revealed any blood alcohol in Mr. Terry's system?
Yes, it's standard that we obtain blood alcohol levels and drug screens on every trauma alert and trauma activation. and his alcohol level at the time was 72, which translated to kind of more commonly known reference ranges when you hear
There's some good music.
Legal.
I'm not
driving
down
limited
with
alcohol
clowns.
0.08. This would be equivalent to 0.072.
Okay, and when was that blood drawn, which revealed that
The
result?
Juggalos
This
suck,
blood work,
but the Insane Clown Posse's good.
that
Juggalos are
would have
just
been drawn right when
dorks.
he arrived.
Don't have to get a specific minute, but if you can give it a ballpark as to when that blood was drawn.
It would have been immediately upon his arrival because that would have been with the IV that was obtained upon his arrival.
And his
So
arrival-
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Around that time.
All right, and so along with that, are you aware that the body naturally eliminates blood, alcohol at a kind of standard rate?
Yes, usually it's at about 240 grams per day, anywhere from 170 to 240
Stop.
grams per day, which is, when you get down to it, it's about 10 grams per hour throughout the day.
Okay, so help me with the math a little bit. If that blood was drawn at 6 o'clock.
Ladies and germs, boys and squirrels, children of all ages. In some parts of the world, it is 4:30 a.m. It's only 2:30 a.m. here in Korea. But in the non-existent land of Australia, it's Aussie Overlord. Woo!
Good morning.
Aussie Overlord, welcome to chat. Woo, we're going to be watching the murder trial. Rock on.
How far gone are you?
I'm not. I was just trying to, inject a little excitement into the morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, tired. Can't complain though. Had a kick-ass win in court yesterday, so I'm still riding a high. But
against the guy who didn't have a lawyer.
Yeah, so it was expected, but it was so fun watching the court tear him apart.
Oh, the bench became enraged at his dumbfuckery bullshittery.
A little bit.
Oh, good. Grounds. All right, everybody. This is Aussie Overlord. If you do not know Aussie Overlord, definitely sneak on over to his channel, subscribe to him, and like everything he's ever done. We're kind of soulmatey sort of stuff. You do a little bit of law stuff. You do a little bit of pop culture stuff. You do a little bit of local stuff, and you do a little bit of kinky, pervy sex stuff on Sundays.
And I've just about set myself up with a American number now. So very soon I'll be starting to do a Rumble exclusive call-in show for controversial opinions.
Haven't done one of those yet. I should do a call-in show at some point. You're a brave man.
Tell me about it.
How are you doing,
Especially since
Nathan?
yeah, can't complain. Going into the weekend, we've got a house inspection on Monday, so a lot of this weekend's going to be spent cleaning and crap like that. But yeah, sorry for being late. The wife just went out for a work function last night, so I was single parenting for most of the night. Fell asleep at around 9 o'clock, putting the child to bed, and woke up about 20 minutes ago.
Well, good for you. But at 4:30 a.m., the most important question that we can ask you: what's in your esky?
At the moment, energy drinks, some flavored water, which I have no idea why it's not just regular water, but apparently it's Berry Storm. And I got bottles of whiskey on hand if we need it.
Well, I think we need it because just saying.
Okay.
Got my drinking song all lined up.
Was there supposed to be a sound effect?
Oh, there was no sound effect? I hope there was for everybody else. If not, whatever. All
Meh.
right.
Moving on.
Well, shit. You just watched me dance there for a little bit with no sound effects, huh?
That was funny.
Oh, well, whatever. I heard it. All right. Here we are. So, whatever. So what are you up to these days? We're just kind of taking a quick little break here. We're in the afternoon session. We got about 3 hours left to go in the afternoon, minus the break. This is the This is the doctor that treated Stabby McStabface for his 2 neck wounds. And her general overall opinion is they were self-inflicted. She was saying there was no bubbling in the blood. It wasn't actively bleeding. They were deep and significant, but they weren't bleeding profusely. So, it
didn't match up with something that had been part of the struggle or anything like that.
Basically, they're saying that she's saying they were hesitation wounds. Like, I want it off myself, but I can't bring myself to actually push it in a little deeper. So that's kind of the overall opinion. And this is, you weren't here yesterday. They were there, and so we don't need to worry about what they were arguing about yesterday.
Okay. So let that be a lesson to you people. If you're going to try and make it look like you killed yourself, don't be a pussy about it. Get it right the first time.
Yeah, so that's what the prosecution still has not tied him to her stabbing yet, and we're running out of witnesses. I think they're gonna arrest. Oh, there was a motion to allow prior bad acts in, which the court granted.
Really?
At least, yeah. Well, because Florida is weird. I mean, at least in the U.S., you cannot bring in evidence of prior bad acts to prove the current bad acts.
No.
As we say, if you're a safecracker, just because you've been convicted of safecracking in the past, you can't bring that up to show that you're likely a safecracker in this instance. But in Florida, they have this Williams rule, which basically says you can bring in prior bad acts to show such things as a modus operandi, or that you have the knowledge requisite. So even though you couldn't bring in a safe cracking from the past to show that you're likely cracking safes in this case, you can bring up prior arrests and convictions for safe cracking to prove that you know how to crack safes.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, where he got drunk, got involved in an argument with his girlfriend, abused her, and then stabbed her in the neck and left her for dead in the street, they're going to bring up the fact that 4.5 years ago, he was convicted of getting drunk, abusing his girlfriend, getting involved in a fight, and stabbing his girlfriend in the neck. So, yeah, they're allowing that in, and the ex-girlfriend who got stabbed in the neck previously is probably scheduled to be testifying on Monday.
Ooh, okay.
But, yeah, like the state has not yet linked him to stabbing the victim in this case.
Okay.
And for as little as they've got to go with, the defense is actually making some pretty good arguments. They're saying, well, the screen was busted out, but she's saying that screen could have popped out 6 months ago. Nobody saw it happen. Nobody testified as to when the screen was broke out, when she allegedly escaped. No one's seen this. So they're doing a pretty good job with what they can, but we're running out of witnesses to actually tie, to bring it in, to close the noose around the defendant. So we'll just have to see how it goes.
Okay.
So here she's talking about the wounds likely being self-inflicted.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, let's say at midnight, 6 hours. You do the math. What would his blood alcohol level be then at that point?
So it would be
okay. When they arrested him, he was at 0.01%, and that was like hours before they found him. I mean, hours after this alleged event. So now she's going to testify as to what his BAC was and all that other stuff.
Okay.
Aware that the body naturally eliminates blood alcohol at a kind of standard rate?
Yes, usually it's at about 240 grams per day, anywhere from 170 to 240 grams per day, which is, when you get down to it, it's about 10 grams per hour throughout the day.
Okay, so help me with the math a little bit. If that blood was on at 6 o'clock, and let's say at midnight, 6 hours, you do the math, what would his blood alcohol level be then at that point?
So it would be probably around 130 if he wasn't consuming any more. So that's assuming that he had a fixed amount at a given point, and at midnight it was probably around 1:30, and he didn't drink anymore, and it descended down into 70 by the time 6 o'clock rolled around.
Okay, and if you've given that result, you know the difference between legal blood and medical blood.
I'm not trying to understand the question.
I didn't
There's
either.
a conversion process where we get records from the hospital and they give us a number, and then that number then is converted to a legal amount, which is different from that. Are you familiar with that? I'm not going to touch it if you're not familiar with it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right, we'll leave that for another day.
I presume they established that she was a expert on blood alcohol levels before asking those questions.
All right, so
No, she's just a doctor.
Okay.
They're gonna get in a fist fight. Punch him! Punch him! She's like, what? She looks confused.
all right, so just to be clear, you earlier explained the moving over the decimal points basically is what you're doing. A 72 is in terms of what you've described as a 0.07 milligrams per deciliter. Does that sound right?
Yeah, 0.07, that's correct.
0.07, and I asked you my hypothetical, assume it's midnight, and then you do the math, and you said it's 1:30. So does that?
I have no
does that
idea.
mean it's a 0.13, just to make sure?
0.13 would be the conversion, yes.
And the 0.13, that would be medical blood.
That would be the alcohol content in
What is
the
medical
in the
blood?
Tampa General Hospital records.
That's correct.
Okay.
That was
All
confusing.
right. Do the records indicate that Mr.
From the
Perry,
sounds of it, there's a
surgery for
process
repair
in the
of
medical
damage?
determination of the blood alcohol
Yes,
level.
he underwent a procedure with the ear, nose, throat specialist where, again, they performed a laryngoscopy to look at his windpipe. They performed an esophagoscopy to look at his esophagus, and then they explored the wounds of the neck, which involves probing the structures and kind of lifting up the muscle belly, and they then proceeded to repair the lacerations.
Do you know approximately what time that repair was done? Was it done the same day? Was it done immediately? Can you give us an idea of when that repair was done?
It was not performed immediately. I'd have to just double check where the
Sounds like a Billie Eilish story. I don't even know what that means, but it's funny. I don't know why it's funny. Come on, spit it out.
So the record indicates that the anesthesia encounter started just after 4:30 on 5/28, so it was later that afternoon.
4:30 in the afternoon on the same day that he was admitted at around 6 o'clock in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay, and we've talked about damages to the structures, to the neck, and that sort of thing. You wanted to make sure that his airway was able to function, he was able to breathe, and he was able to speak. And so were all those things clear? He was able to breathe on his own. He was able to speak. Is that correct?
He was able to breathe on his own. We attempted to ask him.
No. So, yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, I guess we're going to sidebar country again.
I'm so drunk I can barely see, but it helps me get through another day.
It's scary that I can picture the exact scene that's from too.
That's what I tried to do earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so what they were talking about before is that when you take when they take the blood sample for testing for blood alcohol level at the hospital, they have to do a conversion rate before it's converted to what is actually considered the legally used blood alcohol level by the police.
Yeah, the current, I assume the current blood they've drawn is the medical blood, and then you do the conversion for how much has been metabolized to come up with whatever the legal blood was.
If you don't know,
I don't know.
If you don't know, then you have to.
I don't know.
And she's been an emergency room physician for 17 years, so that puts her at least 45. She does not look like that.
Dr. Mendoza, I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much.
And I withdraw my question about her qualifications for that too.
Yeah.
It's a damn long time to work in
The
ED.
beginning of your testimony was interesting. You said that when patients first arrive, sometimes the things you've been told, the story you've been given, isn't accurate.
That's correct.
And that's because some of that information is coming from EMS, dispatchers, police.
Oh no, it's the house rule. Patients
And
always
because
lie.
Some of that information is coming from so many different sources. Sometimes it gets recorded in the records incorrectly, right?
I'm going to bump up the volume. Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume.
That are in these records that we've discussed in regard to the question of whether Mr. Terry's
Yep.
wounds
See,
were
I'm one
solved
step ahead of
or
you.
not,
Biatch.
That look to be like an opinion, but are actually just a question of whether that's something that maybe needed to be ruled out, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not your opinion. You have no opinion whatsoever about Mr. Terry's injuries and whether they were self-inflicted or caused by someone who attacked him.
That's correct.
Now, on page 6 of the records, it actually shows a resident named, and I'm probably going to butcher the name, Yuya Burkhart, who signed on as treating Matthew Terry at the very beginning of the trauma service. But that was actually you that treated him at the beginning of trauma, correct?
Zombie Thunberg freaks me out.
Residents that I work with, and typically when a patient appears on our electronic tracking board as a trauma patient, whoever is going to become part of that treatment team, there's usually a resident involved with an attending. They'll just put their name on it to kind of indicate to everybody else that this is going to be
Shut the fuck up,
Resident
Johnny.
Evil.
from their perspective, and then I'll sign on whenever I can.
And in fact, that brings up a good point.
Oh, we should do
Sometimes
this.
You can't make the notations in the
Resident
otherwise
Evil.
because you're busy treating the patient.
That's correct.
And sometimes it can take a significant amount of time to treat the patient, so you can't get to that till much later.
That's correct. The treatment of the patient is paramount, and we can sort of write everything afterwards.
Sure. And there was actually some confusion when Matthew Terry came into the trauma, right?
That is correct.
And sometimes notes get attributed to one doctor, even if they're written by another.
Sometimes that can happen, yes.
And for instance, on page 16 of the record, I'm sorry, page 11 of the records, there's a notation at 6:02 that was begun by a resident named Lawrence Seymour, but it was actually you that was evaluating
Seymour
Mr.
Butt.
Terry at that time, right?
So Dr. Seymour was one of the residents that was participating in the evaluation of Mr. Terry.
No, Mike, you've got it all wrong.
More often than not, I'd say 99.9% of the time, the resident is the one who first starts the emergency medicine note.
Mendoza!
for any patient that comes in. And then once the attending, in this case me, gets involved, we will sign off on it afterwards. So even though this looks like it was my note, Dr. Seymour was the one who started it, and I basically co-sign it, attesting to the fact that I agree with what he has written, that it was something that we found together during our evaluation and documented as such.
And we all need to take this moment of silence to acknowledge the fact that watermelon smashing comedian Gallagher has died at 76. No more watermelons will be smashed in the name of alleged comedy. All right, just thought we'd bring that downer.
Anyway.
Just because chat keeps mentioning it, I don't want to mention it anymore. Like seriously, are there any more useless comics than Gallagher and Carrot Top? Well, now it's just Carrot Top. So, who looks like a weirdly buff lesbian woman, but whatever.
But you can be listed as the author of a note that you actually didn't author.
So correct. It's a quirk in the computer system where because I'm sort of the final signatory on the note, I get listed as the
Yes,
author,
he has a
but
brother to fill his
the vast
shoes.
majority of the wording on the actual note is typed out by Dr. Seymour, and then there's a very brief note that is my own writing later on. If I can find the actual page for you so you can refer to it. It's on page 20. And it's timestamp 646 under ED course, and patient found with bilateral neck lacerations, unknown history, will obtain labs imaging, dispo per trauma team, which means that we're going to await the trauma team's evaluation to know how to disposition the patient, which is where they're going to end up after the trauma day.
Sure, and that note, as you said, was 40 minutes later, right?
That's correct.
And there are even times when multiple doctors and multiple nurses are getting assigned to multiple patients all at once and they accidentally...
All right, we got to do this too. Also, Kevin Conroy, who did the voice of Batman in so many of the animated series, also passed about an hour ago. So Gallagher and Batman are both gone.
Damn. That was heavy.
Yeah.
I know which one I care more about.
I don't know which one I care less about, but sorry.
Click on the wrong patient, too.
That's correct.
There are even pre-populated parts of the notes that end up coming up and looking like something was said or done later, but that is just coming from the very initial parts when somebody maybe came in through EMS and there were things that had to be ruled out in that regard.
That's correct.
Now, you were asked about a psych consult. Psych consults can be ordered because somebody else suspects that a patient might have an issue that needs to be dealt with, not necessarily based just on anything that a treating physician or even the patient or someone else may have indicated, right?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, regarding Matthew Terry's wounds themselves, there's no way to know whether Matthew Terry's wounds were self-inflicted or caused by someone who attacked him, right?
That's correct.
Good
Any
questions.
reference in his personal medical records about self-inflicted simply were things that your team needed to, or another team later would need to rule out.
That's correct.
Now, his two injuries, you talked a little bit about them, but they actually extend into the sternocleidomastoid muscles, right?
They extended into the sternocleidomastoid, yes.
I know you mentioned that, and just to be clear with
Does
you,
anyone know what a
that means, that means
sternocleidomastoid
the
muscle
stabs
is?
went
Because
through
I
skin,
sure as fuck don't.
fat, fascia, which is a layer of sinew, platysema, which is a
Sinew,
layer of
not
muscle,
sinew,
and
you
then into the
dumbass.
sternocleidomastoid muscle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Nobody in Florida can pronounce anything correctly.
That's correct.
Could I just have a moment?
Yes.
Kind of like people doing random stories about Australian criminal history and not pronouncing everything right. Just saying. We'll leave that one right
No
there.
comment. Yep. Oh, and that muscle's
at
that
me.
one that runs down the side of your throat as well.
Yeah. Apparently it's like the big one that's like there.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
You may be released as a witness at this time. Be careful out there. It's getting windy. Thank you very much.
It's getting windy out there. The typhoon's coming.
Call crime scene investigator Brandon Douglas.
Brandon Douglas.
The only reason I know that's that muscle is because they've been testifying about it for the last hour. Otherwise, it's just the neck muscle. Uvula. There's a good old Chevy Chase and Jane Paul. Not Jane Pauley. Who the fuck? Yeah. Old Saturday Night
Mr.
Live.
Douglas, good
It'll
afternoon.
behoove you to care for your uvula.
Right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. If you'll follow the bill, if not, the leads up to the witness chair. Please.
I bet he works for forensics.
Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone is fully adjustable.
Vast deferens. Stop. Cervix. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury, if you would.
Good afternoon. My
Jane
name is
Curtin.
Brandon
That's
Douglas.
right. Not Jane Pauley.
And
Jane
Mr. Douglas,
Curtin.
what is your profession or employment?
Jane, you ignorant
I'm a crime scene
slut.
investigator.
And you're a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us about
It's like Kevin Bacon if he was a cop.
To be a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office.
Sure. Well, I have a associate's in science degree in crime scene technology. I have a bachelor's degree. It's just in public safety administration. I've actually worked. This is my third agency I've worked for. So every agency I've worked for, I've gone through a field training program, which has lasted anywhere from 3 months to 6 months.
Beef curtains is
altogether,
not a
I've been
medical
in training
term.
For approximately 18 years. So I've gone through numerous.
It's also not a term that should be used.
Topics related to crime scene investigation.
Ever.
Safe to say you've been to hundreds of crime scenes?
Yes, it is.
I want to draw your attention to.
Yeah, if you're from Utah, hurricane is pronounced hurricane.
Were you asked to?
Because we have a city called
respond to
Hurricane,
the arrest
Utah.
of Kite Ridge Drive relating to.
So
a death
something
investigation.
tells me.
Yes, sir, it was.
Something
Tell us
tells
about how you got
me
that information
that he's
and
from
when you
Utah.
got that, when you got that request.
Yes, at approximately 2:58 in the morning, I was requested to respond to 6209 Kite Ridge Drive.
Meat
So
curtains
once I
is
did
the
that, I was actually
scientific
called in from
term.
home, a little early from home. So I got ready, responded to the scene, and I arrived at the scene at approximately 4.
Meatus
So
curritinus.
were you actually on duty when you got the call?
I was supposed to start at 6 a.m., so they called me in a little early.
So you responded, you got out there to Kite Ridge, and what did you first do, or who did you first speak with?
First, I met with Detective Van Yoder and actually CSI Janison.
So there was another crime scene investigator, Ms. Janicek, who's already there.
Sorry, I'll back off from the mic.
Based upon the conversations you had with them or anybody else at the sheriff's office, what did you understand your responsibilities or requests were going to be?
So essentially, I was going to take over for CSI Janicek. She had worked the night shift, so I was going to relieve her.
And did you do that?
I did.
Were you aware that detective?
Yeah, because Saturday Night Live was funny in the 70s.
Performed some task related to this investigation.
Yes, I did.
And were you aware that Ms. Janicek had taken had a swab that she turned over to you?
Yes, yes, she did.
That was
All
the
right.
last two witnesses.
Tell us about how you went about your job. What did you do?
On scene?
On the scene.
So CSI Janicek basically took photographs of the inside of the residence overalls, and I was kind of tasked to kind of come in behind her and meet with Detective Van Gilder. We were going to, he picked out items of evidence that he wanted collected. So I placed yellow evidence markers on those specific items, photographed them, and ultimately collected them.
That was from the interior of 6207 Kite Ridge?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, so you collected some evidence. You actually
Dollar store John Cena.
I did.
6207. And what was the next task that you performed, or did you other perform tasks in the course of that evidence collection and photographing of the interior of 6207?
Probably Monday.
I started in the inside of the house. The items he had picked out, I photographed and collected them, and we also kind of searched the kitchen area to look for any, see if there's any missing knives.
At some point, did Dr. Ashley Perkins arrive on the scene?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so did you have any part or participation in anything that she was doing there at the scene that morning?
Yes, I was standing next to her while she's performing her examination. I was photographing and documenting that process.
Okay. So you're actually there with Dr. Perkins?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Were bags placed on Kay Baker's hands for evidence preservation?
Yes, they were.
And did you assist in that regard?
I did.
All right, we'll get to some of the details regarding the
Yeah,
evidence.
it's Cena, but you're probably one of those people that says Steven Seagal and not Steven Seagal, aren't you?
That you had with the overall crime scene, if you would.
Wait, what?
So after
Oh, they're saying he's a
How do you
dime store
pronounce
John
that?
Cena.
I
John
basically
Cena.
went to the backyard of
I pronounced it John.
209.
Oh, it's
There we
Steven
were looking for
Seagal.
any, suspected blood, which we did find in both of those backyards. And I began to label the various.
He's part of the Hasidim.
Suspected blood with green.
Wait, what?
What?
How do you put a hole in your beanbag chair with a crossbow?
What?
Exactly. Ms. Amanda, she just said, crap, just accidentally put a hole in my beanbag chair with my crossbow.
I love you, Amanda.
Yeah, that might just be the most,
Awesome thing ever.
yeah,
All right.
and completely random.
Random, quick, half-drunk crossbow story.
Of course you'd have one.
Yeah. My back when I was a child, we could do fun shit. Well, we couldn't actually do this fun shit, but my brother, who was 5 years older than me, could do this fun shit.
Mhm.
In wood class, in wood shop in 8th grade, he made a crossbow.
As you do.
And he would just randomly shoot crossbow bolts into our bedroom wall. And he would put up posters and things to hide the crossbow holes in the wall so Dad wouldn't see them and freak the fuck out. But then when I got to wood shop, they wouldn't let me build a crossbow. Apparently, that they realized that eighth graders running around with crossbows is a bad idea.
Yeah, see, when I got to shop, I had to build a step stool, which to this day still provides for my younger siblings to step on so that they can reach the top of the cupboard. But nothing as badass as a crossbow.
Yeah, in my 8th grade wood shop, I made a skateboard. That's all we could do. Crossbow. We had a choice. You could either make a gun rack or a skateboard, but my brother had also built a gun rack and we just didn't need another one in the house. So he built a skateboard.
Wait, we have an update on the story. I tripped over my cat with it in hand. I do have a real target board.
In your house. All right, so that was Legal Vice's crossbow story for the day. Uh, you know what my biggest YouTube fear is?
What's that?
In the not too distant future, I'm going to run out of stories.
Really?
I'm
I'm shocked.
But no, see, this thing's like I don't have any stories, but weird things like that trigger memories.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I never in my life would have remembered the crossbow stories if that hadn't come up. All right, back to the John Cena, Kevin Bacon hybrid here, who looks weirdly like my cousin in this still frame.
And then I ended up swabbing all those things I had marked.
I think he needs an Australian accent.
I don't know that he passed
And
early.
did you happen to notice that there was a window opened and a screen door pushed out at 6207?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any? Did you photograph? First of all, did you photograph that area?
I did.
Did you otherwise take any steps to preserve either the dimensions of the window or otherwise participate in that evidence preservation?
Yes, sir. I put basically a tape measure up next to the window and took photographs with the tape measure.
I want a
All right,
crossbow.
so you were green, right?
Yes, sir.
Was there another crime scene investigator there as well at some point in the crime scene investigation?
Yes, there was.
Who?
That would be CSI Durr.
That's DER?
Yes, sir.
Did crime scene investigator Durr also assist you at least in some ways in your job and your responsibilities or your review of the scene?
Yes, he was there with me, kind of helping identify suspected stains of blood on the ground.
Did you mentioned that you were green? Do you recall whether or not crime scene investigator Durr had his own separate responsibilities?
He did. I was basically.
Oh yeah, I built a lamp too. I forgot. Yeah, I built a lamp.
To the residence, there was a brush line, and then
It was a shit lamp,
right away,
but I built it.
Pinecrest. So he was responsible from the area north of the brush to Lithia Pinecrest.
So you're kind of the backyards of 6207, 6209, maybe 6211. That was your primary responsibility. Crime scene investigator Durr, do you remember what color he was using? Was he using green as well or not?
No, he actually used red evidence markers.
So if we look at the evidence markers, those little cones that they have, the green ones are basically you, and the red ones are basically crime scene investigator Durr.
Correct.
Durr. He can't help it. His name is
You ended up
Durr.
swabbing, those areas that you marked. When you say swabbing, I want you to explain that process, if you would, to the jury, so that we can understand what it is and why you did it.
Explain
the
swabbing and make it sound
swabbing,
sexual.
We have sterile cotton tip swabs, which is basically a cotton tip on a wooden stick, essentially. So what I do would open the package, I apply a little distilled water to both of the cotton tip swabs, and then just swab the surface that we want to swab, or collect the sample from.
Okay, and then what do you do to ensure its evidentiary integrity?
So the two swabs that are in the package, once I swab them, I place it back in the package, and the swab gets put in a white, basically mailing envelope, and that envelope goes into a yellow or a manila envelope.
And what is the purpose of taking a swab? What evidentiary value does it have potentially?
In this particular case, I was swabbing the suspected blood stain, so it collects the blood sample.
All right, and then
Thank God for that.
The process of having those markers. And
Well,
primary
hail the iron-on
the different
patches.
work that you did you then photograph those markers as they were positioned at the time that you collected the swabs?
I did.
So the markers are going to represent the locations of the swabs that you took.
Correct.
Take a swab for monkeypox.
All right, let's start off with the interior of 6207, if you could. I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification, states exhibits 34, 35, 36, and 40. If you would, take a look at each of those exhibits, those photographs, and tell me if you can identify them.
I made a stool
and if they
sample
actually
once.
represent or depict the photographs or the interior.
Thank you for
of
sharing.
6207 when you were conducting.
Was it before or after the colonoscopy?
During? No, you're cleaned out for those things.
Now, at this time, State offers exhibits 34, 35, 36, and 40.
Any objection?
Just get the number of the letters.
Are they composites? Yeah, if you could give us 34A through.
I apologize. It's 34A through C.
Thank you. 35.
35A through G. G is in George. 36A through F as in Frank. 40A through P as in Peter.
Any objection?
Maintain the prior objection,
Other than previous objections.
and that's specifically to states 34.
Yeah, I've been hit by a dart. I used to be on a darts team here in Korea.
All right, 34A.
But it was in a bar, so accidents happened.
through F and 40A through P will be admitted this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
But then I broke both of my arms in a motorcycle accident, and the dart teams didn't want me anymore.
Okay, first, 34. 34A, do you recognize 34A? Or what can you tell us about 34A?
Yes, this was a wire hanger that was on an ottoman in the living room, which I labeled with yellow evidence marker.
Oh, that was the one he was trying to pop open the lock on the door with.
And is that the place you saw it or you found it?
It was.
And then B, that's the same hanger?
Yes, sir. That's a close-up of the hanger with the scale.
All right. And then
We've
C.
all been locked out of rooms in our house and made those little entry
And that is a
tools.
close-up of the hook part that's
Oh, yeah.
bent out straight.
All right, so I don't know if I can get that lightened up any at all. There we go.
Excomers, shame on you.
Okay, so all these are the same
Ooh.
Exhibit 2. One's just closer and one's even closer.
Dude, take the microphone out of your throat. Well, if you've seen Mommy Dearest, you know that it's also made
now
for
we have
beating
35.
children.
Here's 35A.
I'd completely forgotten that movie.
Yikes.
Get close enough where we can read it to you. Is that your handwriting?
It is.
That was an aggressive
Can you read
question.
what it says?
It should say master bedroom.
Okay, because that's what it is.
It says master
Okay, that's the
bader,
door
I
to the
think.
master bedroom.
Correct.
All right. And then here's B.
Oh,
like the
black silk
black
sheets.
set. Yeah, I like that. I like the
And
black
what room is
set
that?
sheets.
This is also in the master bedroom. That was the nightstand next to the bed. Basically.
Okay, let me focus in. There's an evidence marker 3.
I've never found silk sheets to be very
And
conducive, though.
What's that? evidence
Probably needs
marker
traction.
related to?
That is actually marking a
They're
cell phone,
slippery,
which is
too.
to the right of the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Right at 3. You took
Yeah.
that into evidence?
I did.
Doxing the family here.
And they, for some reason, they had the
Here's
3
C,
monkeys as well.
35.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. It's like kind of weird.
What's
My
that?
parents just had a little plaque
So
above their
what I'm
bed that says,
capturing
"I'm a
here,
horny
the
little
top
devil."
Picture is that nightstand we talked about previously. Okay. And
That's
in-
what you
in
wanted to
front of the
hear.
nightstand, and next
Yeah.
to the bed is like a door strike plate.
Those testicle sculptures.
Okay, and here we have
No.
D.
What is that?
And what's that?
And that was, I believe that was the piece of the doorknob, the part that sticks out into the door jamb.
And it says master bedroom, and that's where it's from?
Correct.
That's your writing?
Yes, it is.
E? What's E?
This is the strike plate I was referring to in the not the previous photograph, but the one before.
Again, from the master bedroom?
Yes, sir.
F?
Is that a bionicle helmet? Wow.
This is the door to the master bedroom, just showing there's a.
I used to collect
actually see that.
bionicles.
Splintered
I didn't either. I used to collect bionicles.
on the opening side there.
To the master bedroom.
Yes, sir.
And G?
So basically, you kick the door open.
And that is a close-up.
But
of
again,
the,
we don't know if this happened the night of the murder or 2 years before the murder. Well, we know it didn't happen 2 years before because he was in jail.
I was going to say, there's a hell of a lot of circumstantial stuff here, but there's nothing to time yet.
Through F. Here's A. Zoom out a little bit so we get an overall first. And what is 36A?
This is a photograph in the kitchen on top of the on the counter there above the dishwasher. I was marking cell phone, which I had marked with yellow evidence marker number 1.
Satan's cool.
Okay. Is that the cell phone to our left of marker 1?
Yes, it is.
What a bedroom looks like after a kinky Sunday. Nothing to see here.
This is a little closer close-up of 1. Is that right?
Correct.
Here's also number 1. Is this the reverse side of the cell phone?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the back side.
Okay.
Wait, did I actually say Satan or did I say Satin?
Yeah, it said I like Satin. I like Satan sheets, and then the next comment was Satan's cool.
And so here is 36D. Are we back in the bedroom?
Yes, this is back in the master bedroom.
Okay. Again, that's you mentioned that number 3 was a cell phone.
Where's the Bionicle helmet?
And then 36E.
That is closer.
Stop talking about
That's a close-up
waffles.
of
I want waffles.
Exhibit number 3.
Yes, sir.
We've got to stop talking about Bionicle helmets as well. For some reason, my brain's immediately jumping to the $6 billion man with his bionic penis.
I don't think he had one of those.
Well, if he had a Bionicle helmet, we never know.
We can make you better, stronger, faster.
Next we have
We
40.
have the technology.
We got 40A.
He's a Canadian. We have 40A.
Okay, what's 40A?
Okay, this is the knife collection here. And I'm sure they'll talk about it. They had this like gigantic butcher's block full of knives. 3 of them were missing. 2 were found in the washing machine. The paring knife, which is presumed but hasn't been proven to be the murder weapon, has never been found. And no, lots of people in chat yesterday were wondering if they searched his prison pocket for the knife, but no, they didn't. Stop talking about waffles, god damn it! It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I really want waffles right now. No, I don't want Keffels. Fuck off.
Objection.
Exactly. I don't want waffle. I don't want fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
Deny. I'm a jarts survivor. Do they have jarts in Australia? These gigantic,
the giant ones, aren't
they? Yeah, the long darts.
Long darts. Yeah, no, they got outlawed a long time ago.
Spike you in the the shit that they marketed when I was young. I mean, these gigantic darts that you literally throw as high as possible into the air at your opponents.
Well, wasn't that I'm trying to remember which comedian it was that was talking about those. You know, they're like this big. You throw one up in the air for some reason, and you watch it come down, and you cop one of those into the forehead, and you're getting coloring books for the rest of your life.
Yeah. And if you have something like jarts, you don't use it in the prescribed way. We would always
of course not.
We'd stand across the yard each other and like literally throw them at each other and see who could come the closest to the other person without hitting them. And if you flinched, you were just a bitch and lost.
See, we just used to beat on each other. We didn't worry about darts.
We used to have BB gun fights all the time. Like literally, we'd have like BB gun wars. You had like you like wore them. You had to wear a motorcycle helmet with like a full face and a visor, no headshots. Otherwise, it was just game on. Like literally,
Jeez,
and
it's like you Americans were raising your kids to be like rangers, whereas we're raising our kids to be monks and shit like that. Because it's really we went hand to hand. You guys went like long range.
Well, as my father, who was a drill instructor during the Korean War, said, if you get close enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat, you fucked up.
Damn straight.
Bottle rocket wars. Oh God, we had bottle rocket wars all the time. Someday I'll have to tell the story of how I got in trouble for staging fake gang fights one night. That was pretty fun.
We're gonna come back to that.
Yes, so someday somebody remind me to tell the fake gang fight story. Xcomer Triple Z said, "Did you have a Gilbert U-238 atomic energy laboratory as a kid?" No, but I had an erector set, which even at 6 years old made me giggle. Keffel's covered sticky maple syrup. Oh, well, at least it wasn't orange Fanta.
Oh, it's too early in the morning for this shit.
Well, see, legal advice. I almost got arrested for fake fighting at the mall. I was doing it on the street with like 20 of my best friends. It's a story. And it almost led to a bunch of people being shot a few years later. But anyway, we'll talk about that some other time. That'll be I'll have to write that down for a Fuck It Friday stream, like the drunken gang war thing. All right. Starshine, also apparently a Utah. Haha, say that word. That's a city in Utah, or town in Utah. You'll never get
too late.
Close. It's like one of those Australian things, like where no one that does not live there can ever pronounce it correctly. That is pronounced Tooele.
Tooele.
Yeah. That's Tooele. Yeah. Everyone.
All right. Well, if we're gonna play this game, I've got one for you. But continue. I'll go and get the correct spelling so that we can.
Like I think Wales has like the longest town name in the world, but I think Australia.
Watching that.
Second.
Have you seen the video of the weatherman? He just rolls it off his tongue. It is amazing. Like without breaking a step, he goes straight into it. Remind me. I'll see if I can find the video of it. It's friggin' hilarious.
Yeah, I dated an exchange student from Finland when I was in high school. To this day, I can remember her name, her full name, like 35 years later. But yeah, I was like, I thought, oh, if I'm dating her, I have to learn Finnish. And it took her like 3 minutes to say good morning, and I'm like, yeah, never mind. All righty, let's get back to the butcher's block here. Yeah, this one. And you say, Corn Pope is Corn Pope is Welsh. She's from Wales.
Oh, there it is. Yes, and that is very much. And I swear to you, no word of lie. This weather guy reads the entire way through that one breath without even flinching.
And tell me, Cornpipe, be honest. Did you copy and paste that, or did you just literally type the shit out of that thing twice? That's what I want to know. Did you copy and paste, or did you just like actually type the whole thing out? And literally, that is the name of a town. Yeah. I know you're from Wales. I pay attention to the chat. And yeah, I mean, Rob Brydon is one of my favorite comedians too. So hey, go Wales. I like me some Rob Brydon.
Rob Brydon.
My nan taught me to say it. Okay. That's like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, but it's like a town name and longer and with less vowels. All right. Shut up, Legal Vices. Shut up, Jeff, and get back to this butcher block. I copied and pasted it, but I can spell it. All right, well, congrats. That'd be like the spelling bee question that ruins all of the elementary school students in America. Runner Girl giving us a smiling shit emoji sticker. Thanks. That's my life, just smiling shit. All right, let's go.
This is also in the kitchen. This was a knife block on top of the counter.
From the same kitchen area that the cell phone was from?
Correct.
Exhibit number 1, okay. All right, and this is 40B. What's 40B?
Oh, it's pronounced 9, not man. 9? Somebody else pronounced 9 like that back in the day.
And here's C. 40C. What's 40C?
And this is just another view so you can kind of see the top side of that knife block.
Okay, let me focus it in, zoom it in a little bit,
Enhance.
see if you can read anything.
Oh, this is like
There's an
Blade
empty-
Runner
there's an empty
technology.
space for a knife block. Can you tell what that says?
Yes, that says 3-inch bird's beak.
The murder kit.
Pre-made with all your accessories.
All right. They're approaching. He's listening to Depeche Mode. He's like, come, chameleon. And I know that's not Depeche Mode, that's Culture Club. I changed the tunes in my head already.
Okay, and here's 40D.
Wankachunka?
And what's 40D?
So this is a picture of that same knife block. I had pulled the previous picture.
Wonka Jonka.
The first row there.
Cool,
To the right,
cool
those two
either way.
empty slots were empty. So I pulled one just to the left of the empty slot just to get a picture of what those knives actually look like.
It's like badonkadonk, isn't it?
And basically, when you were there, based upon your observations, did it appear that the knife that's in the hand matches the handles of the other knives?
Hey, I've been to Walla Walla, Washington. The Wallahatchie River.
Okay,
Yeah.
and here is 40E. If you would take a look at 40E. What's 40E?
Those are the
This
two
is
knives found in the
We found
dishwasher.
two, black-handled steak knives in the dishwasher. So that same knife I had pulled out, I'm putting against the knives we found in the dishwasher just to show they're the same brand.
Okay, so the knives in the dishwasher match the other knives that were in the block.
Correct.
Knives in the dishwasher and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man in the moon.
And here's
Yep.
F. Here's 40F.
Triskaidekaphobia, the fear of the number 13.
And what's 40F?
So this is kind of a mid-range picture. So I'm showing. The first
I'm a
half of the photograph was
fucking
the
wizard
area.
at
We can
Trivial
see
Pursuit, but I don't know anything useful at
and then
all.
towards the top left of the picture, you
I
can
think
see
that's a lawyer
two
thing.
in the background.
Yeah.
And there's an open dishwasher there. Is that the dishwasher that you were earlier referring to?
Just full of we're just full of random bullshit stuff that we
Yeah.
just pick up along the way.
G.
Pretty much.
And none of it's useful.
Is that just another angle
I'm
of the same
scared as
area?
fuck of spiders, as am I. Harry Chapin. Not Terry Chaplin, Harry Chapin.
H. Again, same dishwasher, same area, just from a different angle.
Yes, that's correct.
Dendrophobia, the fear of philodendrons. I don't know.
Okay, and 40 I. That's the same dishwasher?
It is.
Okay, there's knives indicated in that dishwasher, correct?
Ah, it's the fear of trees. I was
Two,
close.
kind of black-handled steak
I was going to say the
knives,
fear of
just
flowers,
with
but
steak knives.
philodendron sounded better. All right, again, we're just entering evidence, so we're talking over it and joking over it because it's like, are
Jay,
these the knives you
same
found in
dishwasher?
there?
Yes, so I closed
Is this their
Was the dishwasher
Tupperware?
turned on?
Yes.
Was it clean? Did you contaminate the scene by opening it and having the smell waft out of the dishwasher?
Okay,
Yeah. Cook waffles in there.
Just showing the bottom shelf.
just showing the bottom.
Have you seen that video where they
No.
cook an entire like dinner in the dishwasher?
And this is just a photograph of the
No, I
kitchen.
heard someone saying that there were like you can cook something in
And
the dishwasher. I
contents
can't
in
remember what it
the
was.
Kitchen sink or the contents that you found them.
Seen
This
some
is
weird
weird.
cooking over the years,
Same with the
like
dishwasher.
attaching
Yeah.
steaks to the
Whatever
underside of
was
a
in the
muffler.
dishwasher is-
I think it was a lasagna in the dishwasher.
Oh no, we used to do that like on motorcycle
Okay, here's
trips.
40M.
We'd like make
Oh, yeah,
tinfoil
yeah.
dinners and put them on the muffler, between the
Mhm.
muffler and the engine, and like hot
Same
dinners
kitchen.
waiting for you.
6207.
Yes, it is.
What is depicted in that?
Can you name
What's
the
the
one
one on
and
the
only
animal
animal
that's
that's
not
not lethal in Aussie land?
Yes, my Labrador named Angel.
Ah,
And here's N, 40N.
take Spike Jones breaks.
Again, another the kitchen drawer.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what? We have a Steph. We have a Steph sighting. Where are you, Steph?
And then O.
Hey, Steph.
And this is that same kitchen
Ew.
drawer. You can see we found kind of 4 brown wooden-handled steak knives in the top part of that drawer.
And then P.
And that is just a close-up of the 4 steak knives we found from the drawer.
Yeah, Chris, I'm pretty sure it was Mythbusters that did a video on that cooking as well.
Okay,
There's definitely been other shows that have done it. Oh damn! Why do you get a Big Daddy?
What did I? Who gave me a Big Daddy?
6207.
Steph.
Oh hey Steph, love you babe. Who is Steph? Steph is my most favoritist mod ever, and along with the other mods that are here right now.
A through W.
Oh yeah.
42. A through V is in Victor. 43 A through Y. And
You know,
44
Steph is the best.
A through Y. So as to 41 A through W, 42 A through V, 43 A through Y, and 44 A through Y. If you would take a look at those photographs.
Damn it! Now I got Chameleon stuck in my head. Thank you.
Huh. No, like on a motorcycle, you have the engine block, the main engine block, and then you have the muffler running alongside of it. You wedge it between the engine and the muffler, not on the manifold. But you could do it. You could put it on the manifold in front, but no, you like on the side between the muffler and the engine. The sound of silence. Restless streams.
What could they possibly be arguing over now?
Narrow streets of cobblestone.
Okay,
No
so
shortage of choice murder weapons.
42, 43, and 44. Mr. Douglas, will you take a look at those photographs and tell me if they fairly and accurately depict the scene in the area 6207 through 6211, Kite Ridge, on May 28, 2022.
Well, Valhalla, they haven't actually proved that he did anything.
Yeah, not yet.
Thank you. This time, Your Honor, the state.
That's why this is so drawn out and dragged out, but I don't know why they're spending so damn long on this evidence. Yes, we get it. There was a steak knife missing from the block, or a paring knife, or whatever you want to call it.
So, any objection? No objection. 41A through W, 42A through V, 43A through Y, and 44A through Y will be admitted at this time.
And League of Vices, I want to hear Aussie Overlord try this one, fellow Utah. This town is literally like 10 miles away from my hometown.
I know this one, isn't it? Like Mantova?
If you can,
It's Mantaway.
Tell us what this depicts
Mantaway.
and orient us if you
Okay.
can.
And there's
relating
one-
to this crime scene, either by
And Chads will tell you there's one
residence number
fucking
or
cop
other
in
references
Mandaway,
that-
and he hides at the
be
bottom
helpful.
of this hill around a corner
this photograph
and just
shows- I
blasts
already have my
everybody
green
coming through the
markers put
canyon.
down. The house on the left is 6209.
Ah, I get it. That's because it's not pronounced the same way that the Italian one is pronounced.
Yeah.
I fucked up.
Is that T in the front?
Hey, Steph, how you doing?
And then S
Yes, sir.
in the back, and so on, okay?
Oh.
Is 41B another example of that
Knee
same
Deeps has
area,
been
maybe
popped
a
by
little
that cop,
closer up?
apparently. Sorry to hear that. Hope you bought your dinner first.
Yes, it is.
And there appears to be some discoloration in the grass just to the lower left of T. Is that
Oh, yeah.
discoloration relating to the position of K. Baker?
Yes, it is.
Ah, that's the that's
And
where
is that a
the
close-up? This is
the victim
Ooh.
died.
41C, that's a close-up of that same area.
Yes, sir, it is.
And 41D. Same area?
It is. Kind of the bottom right of the picture is that area we were discussing on the previous photograph, and the center and the top is the port to 6209.
And it appears to be some sort of measuring device that's
A measuring
beneath the railing
device?
there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you put that there?
I did.
And it's a ruler, basically, essentially a ruler?
Yeah, tape measure.
The tape measure, and those are tape measure in inches, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
Of
You guys
course.
have is that a close-up?
We
This is
reject the metric system.
E41E, is that a close-up of that same tape measure area of 6209?
It is, and in the center you can see I labeled some of the red suspected blood with the green scale, and I labeled it DD Delta Delta.
Delta Delta. T is the same area?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And this is G. Let's turn to G. What is G?
This is that same photograph. You can see the green marker T. The top portion of the photograph is another tape measure I laid down, and on the left side of the photograph is the front porch. It's a 6209.
Valhalla, if the
So
metric
T
system was beta as fuck,
on
you
this
wouldn't
photo is
use
the
it
same
to
T
measure
that
your
was on the
bullets.
previous photograph.
Yes, sir.
And Steph is
Here's
a
S.
long-time mod. She's
This
just
is
like
Sam.
super
I mean,
busy running her
photograph
multi-billion-dollar
31.
companies all over the world. So she only drops in when she has
What
time.
does this depict?
That is another large area of suspected blood in between the house of 6209 and 6211.
Same photograph with tape measure?
Yes, sir.
41J?
This one is another large area of suspected blood, which I had labeled with the green marker R, as in Romeo. This is actually on the west side of 6211, kind of near the front porch.
There's appear to be some sort of red colored, like an arch pattern on the side of the wall at the base?
Correct.
Is that the way you found it?
It is.
Okay, 41K?
Boober.
This is just another.
I live in the city in Iowa named Dubuque. No one pronounces it correctly. Take a stab at it. Oh, come on. Manhattan Transfer. They have the great song, The Duke of Dubuque. Everybody knows Dubuque.
And here's L. Same area now with the tape measure?
Yes, sir.
And here's 41M.
This
Oops.
is that same area. I'm just showing
Oh, man, that's sad.
the wall portion of the
Ugh.
residence.
That's arterial squirting right there. Ugh. We already did
And
that.
the neighbors are going to move.
Orient us as to 41Q, if you could, please.
So this is also between.
I'm sorry. No, it's N. It is N with a marker that's designated Q. This is N, 41N.
This is between 6209 and 6211. This fence here is basically the front area of the fence, which belongs to 6211's residence.
And are you looking into the front yard, or are we looking to the backyard? The backyard's the top of the photograph?
Yeah, I'm standing in the front looking towards the back.
Thank you. And here's O.
Oh, man, that's a lot of blood just everywhere. Ugh.
Yeah, here, this is 41O. What is this?
I'm actually surprised you
That
lost
is
as long as you did
close-up
with that amount of
some
spray.
Suspected blood on that little grass leaf right in the center there, and I used green marker Q. It's in Quebec.
So you mentioned all these markers that were made. You took swabs from the suspected blood there.
Correct, I did.
And here's 41P.
And that is that same photograph. I just used the scale.
And now we have 41Q. Tell us about 41Q.
So this is near the letter marker Q. This is that front fence I was talking about. So this red stain I have labeled CC, Charlie Charlie.
Yeah, serious exsanguination going on here. Ugh.
41R. Let me zoom out so you can orient us, please.
So this photograph in particular, you can see the two green scales I used on kind of the center of the photograph.
I lost
This is
count,
actually
but
east
the,
side of 6209 near the back.
The medical examiner
And again,
tallied
you're
up
looking into the backyard?
at least 20
Where
wounds
is-
on her.
If you look at that photograph, where is that wooded area relating to the case?
Basically the top of the photograph. So if you're looking straight back on the top area, that's where the brush line starts.
Let me focus in here a little bit if I can.
Oh, damn.
And did you put those markers there?
I did.
A case I've been following of a mother and two kids that were pulled out of a lake in
Designated by number or letter?
in the ACT has been ruled a murder-suicide.
If you zoom out. The green scale kind of closest to our vantage point was labeled BB, Bravo Bravo, and the one above that or to the right of that was labeled AA, Alpha Alpha.
All right, so it's BB is the one that's basically at the more to the bottom of this photograph as we're looking at it.
Correct.
And above that and to the right of that is what designation?
AA.
That's AA. Thank you. All right, now we got 41S as in Sam. Tell us about S if you can. Let me zoom out so we can become more oriented.
So here I'm just kind of, you see to the right, that is the 6209 address. So I'm kind of standing in the backyard, actually looking towards the front yard.
And we just talked about these markers right here, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And we've previously talked about the markers that are on the grass in previous photographs, right?
Correct.
Right, and here's T. Here's 41T. Let me zoom out. This 41T. Is that same wall at 6209?
Correct. You can see our marker scale I have there, AA and BB.
So now we can read AA and BB better. Okay. Thank you. And now we've got, zoom out. Here's 41U. What's 41U?
And this is a close-up of what I had marked AA, suspected blood with a tape measure in view.
Same AA that we've been talking about.
Yes, sir.
And then 41V.
I'm not going to lie, the amount of in-depth they're going into this makes me think they don't have much in terms of actually tying him to things, because they're going into a lot of detail over this where they don't specifically need
Right,
to.
just to be clear, there's only one green BB, just as like there's only one green T, a Q, and R in the remaining.
Correct.
So you did that specifically to make sure that there was no misunderstanding as to what the markers were and which one was which.
Yeah, Vicky, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing everywhere with a blood
Okay, so
splash.
that number.
Yeah. All right, we've got about an hour and a half left to go here. But to take a quick little break here and introduce a fan favorite and also one of my very close personal dear friends, Danny On. Welcome back.
Hey, hopefully this light isn't too bright. I bought one of those little ring thingies, so if it's annoying, let me try and turn it down.
Ozzy Hayden, have you met Danny before?
I don't believe so.
Nice to meet you,
Danny
Ozzy.
On. Danny
Okay.
On is a resident of Salt Lake City, Utah. She also lived here in Korea back in 2012, here in the great city of Busan. She is also currently engaged in a war to the bitter end in the midterm election race for the Salt Lake County District Attorney.
Wow.
All true. So we're just hanging in there and enjoying life for now.
Yeah. Are we any closer to getting a final tally? I don't
Well-
think the numbers were updated at all today.
So they were updated last night and they weren't looking great. So we'll see tonight. That was about 30,000 votes. Ozzy, we have this funny thing here in Salt Lake County that we don't seem to have an issue with in Florida or Germany or really any other first world country where we can't count votes.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing, I feel like we need to call up Sesame Street and just have the count drop by and go 1, 2, because we are so far behind. It's absurd. I mean, there's only 170,000 votes left to count, and which is what's estimated because we don't know how many ballots were received. So nothing weird there whatsoever.
Wow. Okay. No, I mean, look, in terms of counting votes and that sort of thing.
Someone running for county clerk is also running the election in the county, so figure that one out.
No, look, in terms of counting votes, we sort of smile and wave and laugh a little bit because, I mean, we have our national votes counted basically within the day, so we can't really talk.
Well, as we used to in the States before we went to hell. But
Florida does. They can seem to manage 7 million votes in 4 hours.
Yeah. And Danny is soon to be setting up a YouTube channel of her own.
Correct.
Yeah,
I will
cool.
be setting it up over the weekend. So you guys can expect that by Monday.
All right.
Regardless of the situation, as I was saying last stream, I would like to, have monthly updates, at least in regards to the DA's office, should I win. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, welcome here. We're in the middle of having one of the forensics guys go through all of the blood spatters and stains outside of the house. It's
That's
pretty grim.
bad.
Yeah,
all right.
It's a lot of blood. So welcome. Good morning to that. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, let me guess. The current DA is counting them. Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, the current, if there was any missteps, it would be the current DA who would be investigating it. So I don't see an issue there at all either.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All right, let's jump into this. We got to power through this last hour and a half so I can get a couple of minutes sleep before I do my my brain isn't even working. But before I do my unexplained stream with Farron's sister Hannah, Meme Copium, as we discuss the Japanese self-deletion forest. We're gonna have to find a better way of saying that when we're actually on the stream. But anywho, while we're taking the break, everybody go over, smash Aussie Overlord's videos, like every single one of them, subscribe to his channel, and
if you've already subscribed, just go check because I've noticed that Susan's taking numbers from me. I actually dropped below 8,200 yesterday.
Oh no.
Yeah,
that sucks.
So not impressed, Susan. Start doing your job properly, please.
Yeah. And be on the lookout for Danny on Direct coming live to you soon over the weekend. And please feel free to like and subscribe to me too. Hit that like button, reach down there, hit that subscribe button. And if you are a long-term member, just make sure you're still subscribed because as Hayden said, I have been getting lots and lots of texts and emails and things. One from a person who said that they were deleted 3 times in the same day by YouTube. It happens.
It's not like it's just subscribers. I've had members that have been unsubscribed for some reason. So these are people that have paid for memberships that YouTube's disconnecting.
That ain't good.
So,
all righty. Let's jump back into this here and feel free to comment as we see fit. And let's just get into this. Ugh.
1 to 42.
See, there you go. Steph was unsubscribed.
Okay, 42A.
Of all people.
What are we looking at?
So this is the backyard of 6209. So to the right, you can see the fence line we kind of discussed. That's the fence line of 6211. So I'm standing near the back of 6209, looking north or towards the back. The brush is there at the top of the picture, and on the other side of the brush is Lithia Pinecrest.
Okay, and there's a marker here. Let me see if I can focus in.
Yeah, Steph is always right because she's Steph.
Did you put that marker there? Is it O?
Yes, I did, and yes, it is.
Okay. And I see something green on the fence over here at this area. Was that there before, or did you put that there?
I put that there.
Okay. Here's maybe some other markers along the fence. Yes. We're going to get to those?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is all like blood splattered on the fence and the walls and ugh.
Okay. Okay, what's 42B?
So this is that fence line we previously talked about. You can see the marker O kind of in the lower right-hand corner of the photograph.
Okay.
And it's kind of hard to see, but there are green scales labeling suspected blood along that fence line.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay. (42C).
And for those Salt Lake City people here, I am repping the Sugar House Distillery.
That is a close-up of some suspected blood.
One of my favorite places on earth.
Marker O. You can see if you're looking at the marker, kind of the lower.
Hopefully, if you do so often enough, they'll give you a sponsorship and send you some.
Red stain on it.
Well, they sold me some, but you know.
And let's look at D, 42D.
It's a good D. D is always good.
First. What's that? What is D?
That is that same stain. I just added a scale to it.
Mr. Coach, before you go to the next one, it's been over an hour and a half. I think the jury needs a little break, so we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. All rise for the jury.
All right, we will bring this out, and I will skip ahead. There are no super chats to read because you're all poors, and nobody's sending me super chats. So, just kidding, people. Super chats are not required, but they're always appreciated.
Do a super chat, people. We need to keep this going. This train's got to chug, and it's not going to chug unless we have something to fuel it. So, super chat, my man.
Nobody ever super chats me anymore. I'm a degenerate. No, stop saying those things, people. Is Dexter going to testify forensics? Oh, wait, he's dead now. Spoiler, I haven't watched it yet. Well, now I don't need to. Thanks. I look so tired. Well, I feel great. Oh, you're just telling me I look horrible. But I don't. I feel great. All righty. We've got 1 hour of testimony left. We're like right on schedule. I was trying to wrap up by 5 a.m. here, and it's now 3:51. So, hey, we're doing good. And get a few hours sleep. Ozzy Overloud, what's coming up in your world these days? What's on your horizon?
Well, I mean, look, with the trial this week, things sort of got a little bit out of hand in terms of scheduling. So I've been off my usual evening routine, but we'll be moving back onto those. At some point, I'm hoping to have a few people on. I finally got the Streamlabs Collab Cam working, so I'm going to try and have some actually have some guests on now and do a couple of streams about just getting to know, particularly some of the fans. There's a couple that have been very kind to send me some hard copy fan mail that I want to get on and discuss a few topics with them. And that's pretty much it for the moment. I've got some ideas, some things percolating in the background, but we'll get there.
Any clues as to what's percolating?
Mm-mm.
Ooh.
Mostly because I haven't.
Because you were lying. Okay.
Well, more to the point, I keep watching all these vidIQ videos about when you're supposed to make announcements about things and when you're not, and how you're not supposed to use them to beat up viewers and all that sort of thing. I mean, look, I'll give you this one, okay? 24-hour stream coming up in December.
Oh, cool. That'll be fun.
So,
and I'm planning on having a very moddy Christmas in December, where all of the mods that want to come and join on a stream it'll be like a meet the mods day. So all of my mods can like come on stream and say their stuff. That's what I'm planning for December. And
sweet.
Danny, win, lose, or draw. What's what's your what's on your horizon other than your new channel that'll be coming up over the weekend? What else you got going on?
Well, let's see. I'm working. I've got my husband's business that I get to focus on now, win, lose, or draw. So that's exciting. And as far as the new channel, I think the first story I'm going to do, it's actually funny. As soon as we ended the stream yesterday, someone messaged me and I had seen it in the morning and I was genuinely shocked. Did you hear about Adventures with a Purpose?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So several days ago.
Yeah, the founding member, Big Trouble. Big Trouble, apparently.
Big Trouble with Little Girls.
Big Trouble with Little Girls. Apparently, he's been accused of some inappropriate behavior, aka child you know what?
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be covering that case, I think, as the first case I cover here in Utah, since that will be here in Utah. And for those who are wondering, no, that's not in Salt Lake County. Our DA doesn't actually prosecute. So,
Yikes.
Yep.
Can I be a mod? Well, email me and we will talk. TheLegalVices@gmail.com or Twitter, TheLegalVices. Always looking for mods willing to stay up all night long and do dumb stuff. So, all righty. Well, can't wait to see the new channel coming up there, Danny. It'll be great no matter what it is. So
Thank you. And if you guys see me looking down at my phone, it's because I have like a bunch of people who think I'm going to lose, because I may lose. Who knows? Anyway, they're all sending me, congratulations and these very kind words. And so I feel like I need to get back to them, because for those who are wondering why I haven't gotten back to you, in case you've messaged me and I just kind of like what you comment and I don't respond, I have had zero time to even breathe for the past like 8 months. And Jeff, when you invited me on the stream last night, I was like, oh, I need to sleep. I haven't slept in 8 months. So I took some time to get some rest, and it's just going to take me some time to get through everything. I bought a Cricut, one of those Cricut machines, the printing machines. I bought one of those in the beginning of the race to try and write thank you notes to everyone.
Yeah.
That kind of Cricut. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I have horrible handwriting because I'm self-taught.
Because you're a lawyer.
I grew up on the road and homeless and sort of thing. So I taught myself how to do everything. And my handwriting has never improved despite my various attempts. So I have a Cricut, which I'm going to use to handwrite for me very lovely thank you notes to express my gratitude. Because, man, people have donated so much money and time and energy and effort. I can't even begin to tell you. So,
and that's what I'm saying. And that's what, Steve was saying and Andrew was saying and everybody was saying. And I was saying last night, 8 months ago, nobody knew who you were. You ran just because Sim Gill was running unopposed and he needed to be opposed. You just stepped in and filled a gap. And I remember you were like, I'm just doing this, Now, 8 months later, 100,000 votes, endorsements from the Fraternal Order of Police, the Salt Lake Police Officers Association, whatever they're called, the governor, the attorney general, a congressman. All these people are endorsing you with 100,000 voters, at least, with half that to go. Win, lose, or draw, you fucking won.
Thank you.
Across the board. And even if you don't get even if you don't get DA this time around, you get to be a pain in his ass for the next 4 years.
That's the goal, right? It's not even, I don't know if I'll go for DA again. I'm still looking at other positions. I beat Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee, in the vote count so far in Salt Lake County.
Yeah,
so.
you've got more votes than the U.S. Senator. So yeah, that's just it. Keep on trucking, man. You're awesome.
Oh, thank you. You're very, very kind. It was an adventure, man. I wouldn't take it back for the world. Knowing what I know now, even knowing that I lost, I would go back and do it all again. Assuming I lost. I don't know yet. That's not a concession for legal reasons. That's not a concession. Because for all I know, we could have 200,000 more votes out there. We could have 300. We genuinely have no idea. So I'm just fighting hard to the very end and begging for people to be patient with me as we just hold on until all the votes are counted, because each vote matters. It matters to me. I mean, I'm going down the cured list. So we have something called a cure and uncured list, meaning there are ballots that for one reason or another were rejected. Either the signature didn't match or something. And so I'm going through that. There's about 6,000 votes, I think, last I checked. I could be overestimating. But I'm going to be calling each one of those people to ask them to go and fix their ballot, because clearly they wanted their voice to be heard. And I think it's worthy of them going and doing that. So.
All right. Well, we've had a few minutes here to sit and relax. Giving her £5. I'm too cheap to chat. Well, thank you very much for being too cheap to chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was just joking when I said that. ADDF toxic, sit on a beanbag surrounded by stuffed animals. Don't do that, because apparently Amanda is shooting her she's shooting beanbags with crossbows.
I
Ms.
heard
Amanda,
that. She sounds
yeah.
badass. I want to be friends with Amanda.
Well, apparently she's
Yeah,
tripping
we
over
like Amanda.
chats and launching crossbow bolts through beanbag chairs. That's pretty badass. Bovers, Ozzy, are elections still mandatory in Australia? And Danny, being someone involved in an election, what's your thoughts on that? Like mandatory voting? Is that a thing?
Yeah, so over here we have everything is in terms of state and federal elections completely mandatory. You have to vote. You have to have your name ticked off. You have to go in, fill in the ballot. I've actually got mine coming up in 14 days that I've got to sort out. And I actually think that's part of the reason why we get through things in such an orderly fashion, frankly. I mean, if you don't show up to vote or if you don't do it by postal vote or whatnot early, you get fined. Like, there's a monetary incentive there for you to go in and vote.
I like that.
I don't.
So,
well, I mean,
So I'm a huge free speech advocate, and to me that's akin to compelled speech. I do not like that at all. I think choosing not to vote, choosing not to go in, choosing to be lazy and to be ruled by, the classes that care. I mean, that's up to you. That bothers me so much. So what happens is there like a blank space where you can just not vote on the ballot? Are you only required
yeah,
to
so long as you go in and it's not necessarily compelled speech, because as long as you go in and you have your name checked off, you can just scratch off the paper or whatever. It'll just be counted as a non-vote. It's purely just you have to prove your attendance to say that you've either given your vote or you haven't, basically, because they have to check off. So, for example, you said that you have an issue with not knowing exactly how many ballots have been cast.
Right.
At least this way, we have a running number of exactly how many ballots we can expect. So we have an average idea of when we know they're all counted, when it's basically when we have an end date, so that they're able to provide appropriate resources to make sure that everything's dealt with accordingly and in a timely fashion.
Okay, I'm not going to stand up, but I am going to get cozy here for a second. So this is my I'm going to get on and off the soapbox real quick here, Jeff.
Yeah, real
This
quick.
ticks me off so much. So here in America, we don't have to have mandatory voting. What we need to have is we need to have mandatory reporting. And that's something that I put in the chat. We need to require our clerks to report the number of ballots they receive every single day in their office. And under the Constitution, it says we have an election day, not a voting day. What needs to happen is if we're going to have early voting, we need to have a firm deadline, a firm stop line on when we should expect the vote to be completely counted and received. Period. If we're waiting, on the rare occasion that votes come in late, which they can because we have mail-in voting here, on that rare occasion, you include those and you report those. And if that changes the vote, then it changes the vote. But that's why we have voting commissions. That's why we have things set up and measures in place to deal with those rare exceptions. Even though you may say it's not compelled speech, as someone who's more libertarian minded and not a sovereign citizen, but libertarian minded, I do think that you should have the right to decide not to fill out a ballot, not to participate, and to say, I'm choosing not to. I think that there's a reason for people to do that, one of many, many that I can't even begin to list, but it ticks me off because we have an efficient system that simply needs to be refined and needs to be buoyed up. But there is half of the country who is not interested in doing that because they win the longer they can hold this off. And for those who know, I don't need to explain anything. So there we go.
And here in Korea, for major, it's not required voting, like that's not mandatory voting, but every major election is a holiday. So it's not like you don't have to take work off or do other stuff to go vote. It's just a holiday, which
That I
encourages
agree we
people to
need
vote.
to have. That we need to have. If we're going to have holidays for every other thing, we need to absolutely have an election day holiday where it is an election, not a voting day, an election day where we certify winners to the extent that we can. That should be the election day, period, not the voting day. I'm done.
All right. Well, back to the murder. You got 1 hour to power through here. So let's do it. Oh, we're still in silent mode here. Get back in there, jury. Got a big bald head there. Come on. Don't start buffering on me. Hi, Judge. What's that?
Share the video.
Got a little Dalek cam up there. And Danny, the only thing that needs to be done different next time is when we all get together for dinner and we go to that Vietnamese restaurant, we order the spicy food.
That was such a freaking joke, man. I have so many better places to eat. I'm so sorry. I'll do better.
We have been working on exhibit number 42. I just have a couple other photographs I want to show you from.
Jeff, we can't see the video.
Here's
I know.
42R.
I'm bringing it up right now. Wait, bye guys. There we go.
Oh.
Yes, you get to see Court.
And is that marker you?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you can let me just to orient us. Can in the background there's some garbage cans. What those garbage cans are to which residence?
That is the back half of the residence to 6209.
Is that a handprint?
6209. And is this exhibit T, 42T, is that from that same location, only with some markers on it?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all I have from 42. Let's move on to 43. This is 44. Mr. Douglas, you took photographs of the backyards area 6209 and 6207. Here is 44A. Is this a photograph from a portion from that backyard?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so orient us with B, 44B if you can, some landmarks or areas that are of note so that we can make sure that we're all looking at the same thing.
So the structure here in the kind of top right of the photograph is the back of 6207. So I'm standing in the basically the northwest corner of the property, facing towards the. You can see the back, but I'm facing towards the front.
Right. And there appears to be some markers with letters on them.
And I guess somebody mentioned that the kids were with their father when all of this happened, so I guess that's
is that correct?
good.
Oh, I love your chat. They're the most compassionate chat I've ever seen online.
When it's appropriate. They're also the most vicious chat you'll ever see.
44
Damn straight.
U. Is that a picture just at a different angle or viewing something different from that same area?
Yeah, so I'm kind of this photograph. I'm standing in the same spot as I was previously, but I'm facing more, so you can see the side of 6207 and the fence line of 6205.
Yeah, I believe it's 6207.
Okay, that's 44.
Shame on you, chat. Grow up.
Now let's go to our last set of photographs, 43, if we can, please. Here's 43A. Take a look at 43A, and again, if you would please orient us.
Is that the most Florida colored building anywhere?
That is 6209, and that structure kind of top center is 6207. And on the kind of center right side in the background there, you can kind of see where that jungle gym is at.
Okay. And if we look at 43J, can you again orient us, please?
Yeah, here I'm standing kind of on the property line between 6207 and 6209. You can see the jungle gym in the top center of the photograph, and then the markers we previously discussed to the right of the jungle gym.
The neighbor across the street from where she was bleeding out had a Ring camera, but he testified his battery was dead at the time.
And again, all those markers are the markers that you placed.
And he just watched it out of the window. He didn't do a goddamn thing. He just watched her die.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's all I have for you.
The other neighbors were doing CPR and calling 911. He was just looking through his window.
All right.
I believe that, though. We'll talk about it later. That doesn't surprise me, unfortunately.
I don't know how old her kids were. Young enough to have a jungle gym.
Crime scene investigator, Janice, do you recognize this? Can you take a look at, open it up? I'm sorry, what number is that?
22.
22. It's been cut open, and so if you would. Do you recognize 22?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a envelope from, according to the label, swab of the right hand from Matthew Terry that was turned over to me by CSI Genesee.
Appears to be in a sealed condition.
Yes, it was.
Take off number 22, Your Honor.
Yes, take your time.
Wow, apparently Twitter Blue, the $8 Twitter Blue is already gone.
Really?
I would say
Yeah.
that was exhibit number 22.
Any objection?
No objection.
I can't wait to delete my Twitter.
What?
I hate it. I only opened it just for the race. So
Now, Mr. Douglas,
I just wish Elon would make up his mind. I mean, I would have liked the blue check mark, but I went to buy it and I couldn't get it in my area, and now it's gone.
I'll show you a few exhibits if I can, please. Which number? 7.
someone in chat said she was already having CPR performed by another neighbor.
Yeah. They it was a husband and wife guy. The husband was calling 911, and she was doing chest compressions and stuff, while the other dude was just watching out his window. No, they took away the blue there just a few hours ago. So now nobody can be blue.
Why is my computer making all these noises? Sorry, guys.
Do-do-do-do. Opposite, the wife called and the husband did CPR, whatever. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, first I can show you.
The point is, someone was on the phone, someone was giving chest
Yeah.
compressions.
Look at the package in the market. I can't use that.
Yeah, that first day, some things will get confused because I was kind of liquored out of my gourd.
This is the cell phone I collected from the nightstand in the master bedroom.
That'll be marker 3.
Yes, sir.
At this time, state office 37.
Any objection?
No objection.
37 is admitted.
Next 39. If you would look at 39, tell me if you can recognize it. Package is open. Counter.
It's like he's opening a birthday
What is
present.
that exhibit?
This is the cell phone I collected from the
Parcel.
You know, it's kind of hard to get all of the evidence in that you want, I'd imagine, so that it doesn't, you don't get in trouble on appeal. And you want the jury to take all of the evidence in, but also tell a straight narrative.
8, and tell me if you cannot recognize it.
I understand people's frustration with the, prosecutor getting to the point, but he's trying to build a steady
Yeah,
and
You've got to just lay it down brick by
set-
brick by
set
brick
keys
by brick.
to the residence.
Appear to be in the same condition today as when you took in the evidence back on May 28, 2022.
It is.
Now the state office number 38.
Any objection to 38? 38 is admitted.
This is a very, very textbook trial. This is how most trials go.
Yep.
Competent lawyers on both sides, doing what they can, and just building it brick by brick, piece by piece.
Douglas, you talked about the swabbing that you took and all the markers on the green markers that we talked about.
they could stipulate to all of the images, but
Yeah.
No objection.
What was the number?
The defense is pretty on top of their game, so this is probably just a rushed way to get through a stipulation.
49. So another a stand from Green CC. Green CC. Is it the swab that you took in CC?
Yes, it is.
You recognize it?
For those who are wondering about why CPR when someone's stabbed, the only thing I have to say to that is people, when they don't know what to do the only things they know how to do.
Well, I mean, what else are you going to do? You can't put direct pressure on an ear-to-ear throat slicing. Just trying to keep her alive, you know.
Marker Green BB. Swab from that marker.
I agree it could have been a stipulation, but
I recognize that.
people don't always play
Same
nice.
conditions when you, took
And when you're the prosecutor and you have a defense that's wanting to get a deal all the time,
48 admitted.
wanting to trade, you know,
47.
tit for tat.
Swab from Green marker U. If you would, take a look at that.
This is the best way to just make sure everything gets in that you want. I think this would be a different discussion if they weren't doing a death penalty case.
It is.
State officer number 47, Your Honor.
No objection.
47 admitted.
46, swab from Green R. Take a look at that and make sure that it properly represents the green, your swab from Green marker R.
It does.
Your Honor, the state officer number 46.
Any objection?
No objection.
46 admitted.
And number 50, the swab from the same Green DD, as in Delta Delta.
Yeah, that's what I said if you watched the first day of the trial. But again, 911 was saying do CPR, and you've got to keep that heart pumping regardless of what's coming out of the body.
Did you say that was 50? I had DD at 50 and already admitted.
Oh yeah, Utah has the death penalty.
The only one you
We
don't
used to
is
have a
45
firing
Mark
squad.
J.
I think we still do. Hold on. let
I
me
think we
look.
still do too. I think we have like lethal injection and firing
Okay,
squad.
but what about that one you just referred to as marker DD? What number did you have that as?
That is Exhibit 50.
And it's already been admitted, correct?
That I don't know, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, 50?
I think I started off.
Speaking of ejections, coming up in the news, world first male contraceptive trials underway here in Australia.
Woo!
Was it?
Was 50 admitted?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay. The only one that I don't have on my list admitted is 45. Did you just move that in or you're in the process?
I'm in the process, Your Honor. Number 45 from Green marker
Yes,
J.
this is a
Green
death
marker
penalty
J.
case.
Green marker J. Does that accurately represent what it is, swab from Green J?
It does. It is.
And State Office 45?
We got
No objection.
we got rid of the firing squad in 2015, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
Now, Mr. Douglas, did you go to the medical examiner's office on May 28th as part of your duties relating to the autopsy of Kay Baker?
Yes, I actually went the next day, May 29th, to the actual autopsy.
I'm sorry, on May 29th, you were there May 29th?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as Stacy Whit, number 29.
Correction. So we have firing squad as a backup for lethal injection. So if lethal injection is not
Kay Baker, if you
available,
would take a
firing
look at that,
squad
and
can be used as an alternative.
And if I recall correctly, it's the accused who gets to choose how he wants to die.
Back in May of 2023.
That's how it was prior to 2015.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you'll have to ask her husband first, and I don't think he'll let you.
Now, State Office 29?
Any objection?
No objection.
29 admitted.
Minority Leader Gene Davies is the one who proposed the motion to address the death
Luigi
penalty.
Vance from Kay Baker.
He's also accused of sexual misconduct and sexual
Yeah.
harassment. He's been asked to resign and stepped out of the party.
Is that what it is, in the same conditions when you obtained it?
Yes, it is.
State officer number 30?
Any objection to 30?
No objection.
30 admitted.
Ugh.
All right, next I have 31, right-hand fingernail clippings from Kate Baker. Number 31, if you would take a look at that, if you need to open up the packaging, to confirm it, and look at the packaging and it confirms that fact, let us know what you want to do.
Okay.
Is that the,
Yes, that's the
No.
right hand.
on the right hand, Kate Baker?
No is the simple answer.
State officer number 31, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection.
31 admitted.
When was the last time the firing squad was used? In Utah, it was 2010 with a guy named Ronnie Gardner, who he killed somebody trying to escape from a courthouse.
And you recognize it?
I do.
Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
State officer number 32?
Any objection?
No objection.
32 admitted.
And number 3 is the swab from Kate Baker's neck.
3?
I'm sorry, 33, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No, God, Gary Gilmore was the Gary Gilmore was the first person to be executed after they reinstated the death penalty in the 70s.
And is that the swab taken from Kate Baker's neck?
Yes, it is.
State officer number 33.
Any objection?
Whoa, time out.
33 admitted.
All right, there you go. Ooh, just about closed the wrong window. Ah.
Mr. Douglas, did you perform any other duties or responsibilities related to this investigation?
I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I have no further questions from this witness. Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Douglas.
Good afternoon.
Now, when you first arrived at the scene, you said that you were taking over for crime scene Janicek that was already there?
Yes, that's correct.
And the detective that was present, the crime scene detective at that time, was Detective Van Gilder?
Yes, that's correct.
Did that detective remain with you, or did another detective come and join you while you were out there?
Detective Van Goddard stayed for a short while, then he was actually relieved by Detective Davis.
And were you the only crime scene tech at that point when Janicek left, or did Durr come at the same time that you arrived?
He arrived a short time, I don't remember how long, but a short time after I arrived.
And was CSI Durr involved at all in the interior of the home, in the backyard area that you saw the photographs for?
Not in the interior. He did an initial walkthrough with me of the backyard, and then we kind of split apart after that.
And you would agree that at the time that you're arriving and documenting the scene, it is the scene as you observed it at that time?
Correct.
So anything that may have happened prior to your arrival, as far as contaminating the scene, walking through the scene, things like that, you don't have any knowledge of that personally?
No, it's Veterans Day in the
You are
U.S. There are
relayed
no
at times
no
certain
courts anywhere in the
information,
country
is
in
it-
session.
Like if HCSO broke open a door like they did in this case?
Correct.
Okay, and so you're documenting all the damage, whether it's relevant to the criminal investigation or not.
Correct.
And when you go out and you document crime scenes, you all are documenting more versus less because you want to gather the information that's there and the evidence that's there at that time.
Correct.
Are you involved at all with trying to search the brush area for any potential weapon?
I am not.
Did you ever go into that brush area or into the area where CSI Durr went to document?
Not that I recall.
When you all were out there, did you ever observe any potential footprint evidence?
I personally did not.
Now, have you been out to crime scenes before where you've had that type of evidence?
Sure.
And are there measures that you can take to try to document that and preserve a potential footprint that might be in a crime scene?
Yes, the main one comes to mind. You can photograph it.
And then you can also sometimes cast it.
Correct.
Okay, and you've done both of those throughout your time as a crime scene investigator?
I have.
And so in this case, when you went and walked in the area, there were no footprint evidence that you may have either photographed or scaled like you did with the blood evidence or cast?
Yes, I did not.
There were other ways that you all attempted to document the scene using Faro. Is that right?
Well, we started using Faro, and then ultimately decided to stop.
And tell the jury what Faro is.
Yeah.
Faro is a 3D laser scanner, so it basically has the capability to take multiple scans of the scene to capture a 3D point cloud, so you can kind of fly through the scene.
And in this case, you all attempted to do that, but you weren't able to do it because of the scanner?
No, so initially we had planned on doing Vero scans. So right before Dr. Perkins arrived, the medical examiner, I had started scanning around the body, just so we can capture that area before the decedent was moved. And then once Dr. Perkins left, there was a discussion, and ultimately it was decided that we weren't going to move forward capturing any more Vero scans.
Okay, so although you would have been able to do that, you ended up not going that route.
Correct.
Okay. And there were other areas or ways that you all tried to document the scene by using drone photographs?
Correct.
And what happened with those?
So from what I understand, we did have a deputy with a drone come out and document the scene with his drone, but apparently there was some kind of issue with his the images on his SD card, so those images were lost.
And you were going to use those images in order to create or generate a diagram in this case?
Correct.
And so that prevented you from being able to do that?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you were talking earlier with the state and seeing the photographs of the evidence markers that were placed down, you said you were using green markers and CSI Durr was using a different color?
Correct. He was using red.
Okay, so he's using red and you're using green, and so that would just annotate to the jury at this point that that just happened to be the markers that you all put down.
Correct. Yeah.
There was no other significance to them other than you were the ones documenting them at that moment.
Yes, just to differentiate who collected what.
Now, do you end up swabbing every spot that you put a marker down for?
Yes, I did.
And do all of those swabs end up getting sent to FDLE for future testing?
I don't know what ended up getting submitted. I just do the collection and packaging, and then once I turn it into
I
evidence.
mean, if it's a normal situation, if they find him guilty, they can choose to give him life in prison or death penalty. If it's a normal situation.
Office that you may process further.
Yes, potentially.
Did you all end up processing the window screen that was located outside of the residence?
Not to my knowledge. I know I did not. To my knowledge, I don't believe it was.
Did you all dust that area for fingerprints or for potential fingerprints?
I know I did not. I don't recall anybody doing that, though.
Did you swab that area for potential DNA evidence like you swabbed all the other areas?
We did not.
And when you were looking at before in State's photograph 40F, the dishwasher, now when you arrived at the scene, was the dishwasher in that state, meaning the door open and the drawers pulled out?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And was it your understanding that that was done by either the crime scene detective or Janicek at the time when they were looking for potential evidence?
To my knowledge, wasn't aware of anybody who did that. That was just how I found it when I got there.
Okay, so if that was done, like the other things that may have been done prior to your arrival, you don't have any independent knowledge of that. That's just how it was observed at the time when you arrived.
Correct.
And was there any blood evidence that you located inside of the residence?
There was not.
If I could have one moment.
Witness be released by the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, he's done.
The witness at this time. Absolutely.
What do we got going here? Two more witnesses. And then we're done. So I got to burn through 2 more witnesses here in the next 30 minutes. Oh, why are you buffering?
Now, this is not their normal judge, right?
This is the normal judge.
This is the normal judge.
Yes.
Okay.
Here he is listening to Depeche Mode again. Oh, good. Keep talking.
State, please call your next witness.
United States calls crime scene investigator Durr.
This is crime scene investigator Durr.
What an unfortunate name.
Durr.
Period. 16. Mr. Durr, good afternoon and welcome, sir. Come on down to be sworn. Wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You swear to affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. If you'll follow the
Yes, I Durr.
Please watch your step, sir.
Is the microphone fully adjustable? That's what I want to
The
know.
microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Oh, good.
As soon as you're ready, I'll let
Does
you
he ask every time?
Yeah.
That's cute.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Robert A. Durr III.
Oh my
And
gosh,
profession
his
or
voice
employment?
I
too.
am a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Tell me about your training and experience qualifies you for your position at the Sheriff's Office.
I went through a college-level program on crime scene investigation. Took me about a year to do that. Once hired, I went through 9 months of on-the-job training, which covers all the basic aspects of crime scene investigations. I've also done advanced courses in shooting reconstruction, firearms, fingerprinting, photography.
And how long have you been a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office?
About 15 and a half years.
In your guard attention back to May 28, 2022, were you asked to respond to the scene of an investigation on Kite Ridge Drive in Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall about what time it was when you arrived there?
I believe it was about 5:30 in the morning.
Socialism is evil says,
When you
read my
arrived there,
comment.
did you have
Okay.
discussions with individuals to
I just
determine
read
what
it.
responsibilities were going to be at that crime scene?
I met with Detective Van Gilder, CSI Douglas. and
That's an
then,
excellent username.
Kelsey Davis.
And what was it determined to be your responsibility or job there?
To begin with, I was assisting.
Jeff, you don't need mods. Anyone with the power over another will want to test that. My mods, no, they don't do anything moddy. They just make sure nobody gets me deplatformed. You need people like Flux to be a mod. Flux is a mod.
Yes, sir.
She's very trustworthy. Yeah, Flux is a mod.
Show you some photographs.
So,
first,
yeah,
51H,
there's that.
You would leave through 8 and double I. Have you seen those before?
Yes, sir.
And
Oh,
just to confirm
thank
that
you, C.
The
Warren.
scene, as you saw it back on May 28, 2022, on Kite Ridge Drive.
Yes.
At this time, State
I
Office-
hope you gave me your address because I have to disclose, and also I want to send you a note
Permission to publish.
using
Your
my
Honor.
cool machine.
I didn't get a
I want to show you a
note.
couple photographs. from
You're gonna get a note.
these-
Oh, okay.
these exhibits.
I just need to get my
Mr. Durr,
cool
just to make
machine
sure
set
that
up.
we're oriented geographically. First,
Wherever
let's
it
talk
is.
about A. Here's A. I don't know if it's focused in enough. First of
Have a
all,
monkey.
overall, what is that?
So that's an overall photograph of the backyard area, leading out into a brush area, and in the background is Lithia Pinecrest Road.
All right, so I can see that there's some green cones or markers, and I can see one red marker. Can you tell us what the distinction is between the green markers and the red markers?
So the green markers were used in the backyard areas on the property. The red markers are what we used when we left the property line and then went down along the roadway.
Okay, and then what were the responsibilities of you in relation to the responsibilities of crime scene investigator Douglas?
I was to document the red markers, and he was to document the green ones.
And so, Exhibit 51B, that's a close-up of marker A, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's showing the general location of marker A.
Okay, and that marker A indicates what, if anything, you did with that particular location?
So after photographing it, it appeared to be possible blood. So I collected the leaves that the actual items were, the possible blood drops were on.
So you collected a leaf from the area of A?
Yes, sir.
Did you take it into evidence?
Yes, sir.
You kept it sealed, in sealed condition so that it wouldn't, its integrity as evidence would not be disturbed?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the process of your work in this case, were there other red markers that were placed in the area that you described?
Yes, sir.
The wooded area back into Lithia Pinecrest?
Yes, sir.
The super chat's coming up, Z. Hang tight.
Let me show you photograph double E. If you would take a look at double E. And give us an idea what that depicts.
So on the left-hand side of the photo, you see red marker D, and that's aiming then towards the right-hand side. You can see Lithia Pinecrest in the back, and that was the location of red marker E.
Okay. And so the backyard of 6207, 6209, if you're looking at that picture, it would be to the right or to the left?
It would be to my left.
Your left. And double F of 51, is that another picture with marker E?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do the rest of the photographs in exhibit number 51 also coincide with the scenes from that same general area with your red markers that you placed in the area that you collected leaves as evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right, number 66, I'm going to have you actually do the same thing with some photographs. It's 66A through double R, A through double R. If you would take a look at A through double R. Have you seen these photographs before? I just want to make sure that I'm going through them to make sure that they accurately depict the scene that you were working on May 28, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And they do? Now the state offers exhibit 66A through double R. State offers exhibit 66A through double R. Commissioner Palmachado?
You may. Just give me the number again. The number again?
I'm sorry, 66, A through double R.
Okay, it was on the next page. Got it.
Okay, orient us, if you would, with exhibit 66B. What does this show?
So I am on the Lithia Pinecrest side of the wood line, that wood line brush area. And that would be facing kind of south.
Okay, and exhibit C, is that the same area?
Yes, sir. I'm just moving a little further down.
Okay, and I see there's an evidence marker there. Can you see which evidence marker that is?
I believe that is F, red marker F.
That's marker F. Do you remember what F had in relation to this investigation?
I know there was a potential blood drop in that area.
And do you recall whether or not any canine units were brought out to try to apprehend a suspect earlier before your arrival?
That was before my arrival, but that's what I was explained to me, yes, sir.
Now, see, I know this is boring as hell, but if you want to introduce a picture of some blood stains, you have to authenticate it. You have to bring someone in and says, "Okay, I took this picture. This is what I was looking at. This picture accurately represents the scene at the time." You have to lay this foundation to bring this evidence in. You have to testify to the veracity and accurateness of that piece of evidence, and you need to do this for every piece of evidence.
Recognize 66M?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is the area where the blood trail area.
You have to be a very talented attorney to make this the fun part of the trial. And I have seen attorneys do it really well. I am not one of those. I struggle to lay a foundation that's interesting and that keeps the
And
jury's
evidence
attention.
markers G, H, I, and so on in that photograph as well?
Yes, sir.
And along with that, I want to show you what has been marked marked as 66S. If you would take a look at 66S and tell me what that is.
That is the blood stain area at red marker H.
And we saw a photograph of H before in the last photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And here's T, 66T. Is that another close-up of that same area?
Yes, sir.
And while they're doing that, finally get to Z here.
Photographs
Oh, shit.
Number 66 also indicate areas that were marked by you and that leaves that you took into evidence.
Yes, sir.
Does that include 66 double I?
That's like a house where you don't let your kids go for Halloween trick-or-treating.
Mm-hmm.
Zed says, Ozzy, ex-girlfriend who was stabbed, warned the victim, but the victim attended the stabber's trial and glared at the ex-girlfriend and then moved stabber into her home with young kids. Absolutely true. And Chad Morrell says there's a hurricane in West Virginia and they pronounce it like Utah hurricane. Can you imagine a hurricane hitting hurricane? You have to be from Utah for that to work.
Right, Mr. Durr. You mentioned that you took swabs of, you took into evidence leaves relating to the evidence markers in red that you have demonstrated, you've told us about.
This
in these
prosecutor
photographs.
looks just like my old criminal law
I'll
professor.
show you what has been marked as exhibit number 52.
I feel like everyone's had a criminal law professor that looks like that.
Yeah.
They just seem to be. Yeah, mine was very similar.
Paul.
Yeah.
If this
We had
is-
this. We went to the same law
relates
school.
to that,
We had the same professors.
marker.
At least the
You
ones that
had
are still
Paul
alive.
Cassell?
Yeah.
Of course you paid it. What am I thinking about?
I had him for First Amendment.
Oh, that would have been awesome. I love Judge Cassell.
And you see, is that the seal condition when you submitted it?
Yes, sir.
For those who don't know, he's part of the reason why Epstein got arrested.
He was a federal judge and said he would rather go back to teaching in law school than be a federal judge.
Wow.
He's argued some huge cases in front of the U.S. Supreme
Now,
Court.
at the conclusion of
landmark
the
cases.
investigation,
And
did
he
you
has a very
assist your
soft
fellow
tone
officers in
and
Yeah.
cadence about the way that he speaks.
a
It's a
sharp
very
weapon
pleasant way to
or an
listen
object
to
that might
a
be involved in
Supreme
this
Court case, Your
Yes.
Honor?
Tell us about those efforts and what you did.
We searched the area in that wood line until it was areas where I could no longer fit. It was too dense for me to get into. Looking through the grass, looking up into the trees areas to see if anything might have gone up, down.
Yeah, see,
other-
Danny and I had the same professors. Good, Paul. I'm sure you had Tommy Torts.
I freaking love Tommy Torts. He assaulted me so many times in all of his hypotheticals.
Using that as a reference.
And every time you hear me use the term 12 ignorant slobs to talk about the jury, that's from Tommy Torts.
So it would have been around the area where we saw.
For a
I
third of
just
the
love-
recovery, what is your argument to the 12 ignorant slobs?
Along that area. It was pretty much the whole backside of that
The
yard.
defendant.
Yeah.
And then the next yard next to it.
It's muy
Obviously, on
bueno.
the backside of the
He
fence.
was hilarious. I friggin' miss him.
To the north of that area, it got pretty dense where I was no longer able to get in there.
So you weren't able.
The Black Book has already somewhat been made public. You can go and find it online.
The dark web.
Some of the evidence that was introduced in the civil trial is what was introduced in
Right, thank you. Mr. Durrell, no further questions?
Ghislaine's trial as well.
All right, so this guy's whole deal was just to authenticate some pictures.
Good afternoon.
There was a blood trail along the fence line between the two residences, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a second blood trail along the back edge of the property line, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And a third blood trail that went straight across to the decedent's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
3 blood trails.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that a metal detector was used in order to look for a sharp object. Just to be clear, the area that was searched was the area where Matthew Terry was found injured, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just have a moment?
I didn't use the metal detector though.
Oh, certainly, but you were there.
That's the area I searched, yes, ma'am.
And you're aware that metal detectors were used to try to find something in the area where Matthew Terry was found?
Yes, ma'am.
And none was found?
Not that I know of, no, ma'am.
If I could just have one moment?
Absolutely.
Decades between Jeff and Danny had the same professors. 20 years.
Was he your favorite octogenarian when you went to law school then? Probably not.
Tommy?
Yeah.
He was a young buck.
I can't even imagine a young
So
Tommy
trail to
Torts
me is
just
just a
bouncing
drop-in
around the
area where
room
droplets are
like Yoda.
found. So it's just our way of determining or delineating different markers. So
My
as we make
octogenarian
markers,
was,
it's just an area. So if we knew one started and came across the yard.
God, I can't think of his name.
Anything that came down
But
the
he
fence line,
started teaching law in
anything that left the
1939.
property then was just a big other area.
Are you suggesting that is a specific designation?
Tommy Torts taught me how to have fun
Just
Yeah.
possibly somebody
with the
walked
law.
there, but we don't know. And
to just genuinely enjoy the insanity.
So when you use the term trail, it connotes that you have possibly indicated there were 3 separate and distinct trails that you determined were involved in this investigation. Is that what your testimony is?
we don't know how many were involved. We're just saying it was just different areas.
Could be the same person with the same trail making 2 different trails?
Objection, speculation?
Sustained, it's speculation.
Do you have any idea if someone was running and throwing off blood, and are you saying that you have, based upon what you observed, a definite notion that those 3 trails are 3 separate trails?
Objection, would call for a blood spatter examination.
I like how she does standing objections. I think
Yeah.
that's the best way to get an objection through. On your
All
feet.
They're gonna be. She's saying that they have to have a blood spatter expert. Well, that's gonna happen on Monday. They're gonna bring their blood spatter guys in on Monday, and likely the ex-girlfriend who got stabbed by him before. I think she's scheduled to testify for Monday too. Here's listen to Purple Rain. You know, Jazzy DJ Jeff and the Fresh Prince. Parents just don't understand. Oh, don't buffer at the end. There you go.
Sinbad, you can't donate now. It's all over. I don't even know what the results are. You're so kind. Thank you. I love Virginia. Are you in Northern Virginia?
Professor Swenson. That was his name. Sorry, just suddenly came back. He was property professor who began teaching law in 1939.
I feel like property law, like you should have an expertise in it.
Fucking waste of time.
Such a waste. Thought of the suggestion that there were 3 separate trails. What I want you to do.
Jeff went to law school on Pangea.
What it is that you observed out there at the scene, which caused you to conclude, if you did conclude, that there were 3 separate and distinct trails.
So we had the one, what I think of as Trail 1, which led from the back of the decedent's residence.
I graduated in 1996.
Up to the area where the decedent was located. Then I had a secondary one that led from the decedent straight down along the wooden fence line. And then the third trail to me was the trail that left the property, which we
I started school in 1996.
Law school?
Nope.
Is there any other facts or circumstances?
Grade school.
That lead you to conclude any other information about the trail?
Me too, Ozzy.
Any other information other than what you testified about?
Yes, Danny knows that I sat in Ted Bundy's seat.
May this witness be released by the state?
I tell everybody that story.
I had a jerk of a professor who would brag about saving a girl from Ted Bundy when he was younger.
Ah, yes.
All right, I'll ask you to call your next witness.
They call Detective Anthony Watson.
Anthony Watson.
Smash or pass?
The prosecutor?
I can't tell. It says camp at Legal Vices. I think they want to smash or pass you, Jeff.
What?
Mighty meat, behave.
Detective Watson? Sir?
It may be about you, Ozzy. There is no behavior to be had here.
All right, this is our last witness for the day.
You'll follow the kind of the ramp that leads up to the witness chair. Please watch your step.
Is the microphone fully
31
adjustable?
Valhalla.
Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone.
How old did you think I was?
Good.
I thought you were
afternoon.
at least
Good
6
afternoon.
years older
Detective,
than
if you
me.
would please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is.
But you and I are the
Detective
exact same
Watson,
age.
County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, there you
Watson,
go.
how long in total?
Nice to know the grays are coming in nicely.
27 years.
This guy looks like Meatloaf.
What is your current assignment with the Hills County
Yes!
Sheriff's Office?
I see
Assigned
that.
to the Investigation Division, Homicide Section, but I'm attached to the State Attorney's Office as a liaison.
And let me be clear then. Do you work for the Sheriff's Office or do you work for my office, the Office of the Prosecutor, the State Attorney?
So I work for the Sheriff's Office. What I am is kind of a go-between between the State Attorney's Office and the Sheriff's Office. I kind of assist with court matters to make sure that deputies arrive on time to their court stuff, to make sure that they get their notifications, things like that. To make
Jeff's
the
graduation
officers
party was the Big Bang. Hard to get older than
My
Pangea.
boss? No. My boss, your boss? No. Okay. I want to ask you, before you became the liaison between the Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office, what did you do? I was an homicide detective in the investigation division, which I still
Laugh
am.
it up, you children.
Having that guy break glass in case of emergency.
Look, it could have been worse. They could have said that the Big Bang was how you were conceived.
How long were you in the homicide
Yeah.
section?
Then in the
Yeah.
investigation
Don't make me
division
think of that.
for about 6
I don't want to
years.
think of my own conception.
I want to talk with you about an investigation that involved a defendant by the name of Matthew Terry, where you asked to assist Detective Kevin Ratu with obtaining a buccal sample from the defendant.
I was, sir.
And just so we know who you're talking about, do you see the person you came to know as Matthew Terry here in the courtroom?
I do, sir.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so I know exactly who it is you're talking about?
He's the gentleman that's sitting at the table to my right wearing the light-colored suit, blue shirt, blue tie, and the dark-rimmed glasses.
Your Honor, that's the record.
Why couldn't they ask that during the Brooks trial? Just point to
Before we
the, point to
get
the
into this, let's
asshole.
just talk about what is a buccal sample and how does one obtain that?
So a buccal swab is essentially, I'll make it in layman terms. It's a
Jeff, give us a review of Garden of Eden v. Eve.
We insert inside, whenever we're trying to get the buckle swab from, insert it inside.
That was a good one. I like that one.
Vigorously on both cheeks. And what we're trying to do is get some skin cells and some
That was pretty
saliva
good.
on the long Q-tip. It's about a 6-inch long Q-tip. And the purpose of that is for DNA comparison.
Do you do the DNA comparison yourself?
No, we do not.
All right, so you just go to where the defendant is, pull out your Q-tip, swab it
Oh,
against the mouth,
yeah,
and
that was
then
good.
pound that item. Is that correct?
Fight Club Meatloaf.
Since you're
His name is Robert
Steps
Paulson.
or precautions to make sure that you're not collecting anybody else's DNA other than the defendant.
Yes, sir. The swabs that we use, they're sealed inside of a small envelope.
Jeff was born when Branca practiced law.
Make sure that the swab.
Yeah, he's in his 40th decade. He's in his fourth
Place it right
decade.
inside
I'm
the
not
mouth.
yet.
Vigorously rub it for about 10 seconds on both sides of the mouth. Place it back inside.
Branca
the envelope,
doesn't seem
and
that
then
old
place
to
it
me.
inside an
Am I
additional
weird?
envelope as
I'm
well.
weird.
He's like early 60s, I believe.
So the buckle sample, other than
What?
whatever contact it makes with
Yeah.
the envelope it comes in and goes back into, doesn't have contact with anything except a person's mouth.
He looks
It's
great.
all that energy.
And you wear gloves through the entirety of the
Yeah.
process?
Yes, sir.
Even when you put it into another envelope and ultimately impound it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I want to show you what's been pre-marked as state.
Matthew
Number
Terry says,
63.
"Oh my
Did
God,
you
he
have a
pointed
chance
at me."
a few minutes ago?
I did, sir.
And what is that?
This is the envelope containing the buccal swab that I obtained on August 31st from the defendant.
Now, it's just so there's no confusion. You're holding there kind of an orangey colored envelope. Is that the envelope you're talking about the swab goes into?
No, sir. If you'll give me one moment.
What kind
he
of
came with
swab
props.
is it?
What was that?
What kind of swab is it?
A buckle swab. I'm still not sure what that is.
I don't know either, but I think he's going to demonstrate.
The
No,
actual
he's not
envelope.
demonstrating.
Is inside this larger envelope. So this is the envelope here that I put it inside of. So the buccal swab itself is contained within this envelope. This envelope is then taken to our evidence control section, placed inside the large envelope where it's sealed, used for transport purposes.
All right, so for ease of description, I'm going to call it big envelope and little envelope.
Yes,
Is there
sir.
anything about big envelope that in some way tells you that that is exactly the item that you ultimately impounded after taking a buccal sample from the defendant?
There is, sir. This is the evidence control section identifier,
Loophole.
which has the case number on there, as well as the identification that I put on it, which was the swab taken from Matthew Terry on the date. And then on the back side would be my initials, as well as my ABN, which is my identifier.
And so what date is identified there as the date that you impounded this item?
Clear
August
allegiance.
31st, 2022, sir.
And is that the same day that you obtained the buccal sample, meaning you actually swabbed the Q-tip on the inside of the defendant's mouth?
It is, sir.
Now, as far as the envelope inside, the little envelope, how do you know that that's the right envelope?
So this envelope has my handwriting on the outside of it here in red. It has the defendant's name, Matthew Terry. I also placed his date of birth as it was provided to me on that date verbally, and then I compared it on his wristband that he was wearing at that date.
He went to all the effort of putting the glove on for the first time, and now he's taking it off and he doesn't care.
Room 16 located downstairs in this building.
All right, so you actually came to court and met with the defendant when he was in court appearing in front of another judge with his attorney?
That's correct, sir.
All right, and so other than the fact that that packaging now has red tape that indicates it says something about FDLE, whatever FDLE may be, is there anything about either of those packages that suggests that they have been tampered with or otherwise molested since you originally created them?
None whatsoever, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would move into evidence what has been pre-marked.
Phrasing.
Interesting word choice.
63 will be admitted at this time.
I mean, not incorrect, but interesting.
Oh, okay. I know we're just like right here at the end, but apparently the writer Megan Fox has been suspended from YouTube for cyberbullying and harassment.
Oh, what?
Who's that?
She's a
Megan
friend.
Fox. She's a good YouTuber, friendly person.
Well, no wonder
Uh,
she was suspended.
That's BS. She's people get a fucking sense of humor. All right, time to start the Megan Fox writer support stream shit stuff. I actually invited her on, but she said she was doing stuff.
Well, this is probably the stuff she was doing.
Well, this was before she got suspended. Fuck. All right. Anyway, let's wrap this up.
Freaking YouTube.
Detective, any reason to believe, and again, you're not a DNA analyst, so you don't know if there's DNA here or not, but any reason for you to believe that if there is DNA on this, there's anybody's DNA other than the person whose mouth it came out of?
None whatsoever, sir.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Just one question, just because of the way it was asked. When you said in front of another judge, it was an earlier hearing in this case, not some separate case, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be released
All right,
by the
that's
state
it?
Yes, Your Honor,
and
thank
by
you.
the defense.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let me have the attorney's approach.
All right. Now they'll just tell us what time court is starting on Monday, and we will be all caught up. Yeah, Megan is super based. Her and Farron were, I think. No, she wasn't there the other day. I was trying to think of who all was there.
If she's based, I'll probably like her.
Oh, you'd love her.
Start a long witness now. It's been a long day for you, and the weather is probably getting worse outside. I have not had a chance. I've been a little busy, so I haven't had a chance to watch the news or any reports. But again, we are closed here tomorrow, and we are closed for the holiday on Friday. Then, of course, we're closed on Saturday and Sunday. So you get a 4-day weekend. We're not going to see you back until Monday. But we are still on track to finish next week. Please avoid any reports of this case outside of the courtroom. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. Please do not do research related to this case. Please have a safe day tomorrow in light of the tropical storm, whatever that brings us. Please have an enjoyable holiday on Friday, a nice weekend, and then we will see you back here on Monday morning. We'll bring you in the courtroom at 9 a.m. Again, thank you.
So 9 a.m. there in Florida, 10, so that's 11 p.m. here. So 9 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Korea time, which is 2 p.m. London time on Monday. That's when we'll start live with the court.
Thank you all very much for your patience, your time, and your service. All rise for the jury.
All right, for the jury and Peter Griffin, judge. Wow. So that's where we are. We're wrapping it up, and they haven't tied him to the murder yet. So they've got to come up with some good witnesses. It seems like they're going to be resting their case on Monday with the ex-girlfriend and some blood splatter people, some DNA people. So they've got to have some DNA in there somewhere. I mean, they got to tie him with DNA or something.
Probably so that the jury doesn't forget, right? So keep it fresh in the jury's mind right before they go to deliberate, having that finger pointing at the very end.
Mm.
Having it all sort of accumulate.
Yeah.
Culminate.
Culminated. Yeah.
I mean, I've been saying people have been critical about that, but I've been saying, because they have been very textbook about this. Linear, they've been very linear. I've just been saying they're casting out their nets and slowly kind of corralling him. And at some point, they've just got to jerk that net and catch him. I mean, I can't imagine that they're going to let him get away with this, because like Stephen Gosney was saying the other day, in a good prosecution, in a normal case that we all go through normally, it's just an official march to prison.
Mm.
And they can't possibly be taking him to trial with no evidence. Of course, they just did that in New Mexico with Dean Cummings, but anywho. Theories on what happened to the knife. Well, they found him hours after the stabbing occurred. So he could have done anything with that knife in an hour. Or 2 hours, or I think it wasn't like 5 hours, but I can't remember how many hours. I think it was like 3, 4, 5 hours before they caught him. So, I mean, could have done anything with that knife. I mean, it's not good they don't have it, but you got to do with what you've got to do. You know what I mean?
My theory is
you got to make do with what you have.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Nice. He either dropped a knife in a bucket of bleach somewhere and just really, really sanitized it, ran it through a washing machine, who knows, put it along with all the other knives so it looked just the same.
It's definitely missing from the butcher's block. It just doesn't exist in the house.
Then my other guess was going to be a lake. It's freaking Florida. There's lakes everywhere and alligators and crocodiles. Well, alligators, not crocodiles, but tons of stuff everywhere. Tons of places to hide it. I'm guessing a lake.
Or hell, you can throw it in the back of a passing truck. I mean, you can do anything with it. You have time to do literally anything. But maybe, there's got to be some sort of DNA tie-in to blood. I mean, something's got to happen, because right now, I think if they stopped the trial right now, I'd have to let him walk. They haven't tied him to this yet. I mean, I don't even think circumstantially they've tied him to this.
Really? I think they have. I think circumstantially they have it, but they need to have at least two good witnesses to get in there and really tie it in, to say this is what we believe happened. There's got to be some theory, nexus theory, beyond just, he was conveniently missing, he was upset, stabbed himself, or won't say how he was stabbed, right? There's enough there, but they need to really tie it together with a very strong theory. That has to be, there's got to be evidence to back that theory, and they have to be able to lay that out for the jury. My hope is that with their next two witnesses on Monday, that's what they'll be doing, is developing this theory through what the witnesses say. So they don't have to explicitly say, yeah, he went and did this and this and this. It's just evident within the record what it was that he did.
I mean, even though I can't say no, even though I very, very strongly believe he did it, I don't think that the prosecution's met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, I have reasonable doubts.
At this point, I agree.
Yeah, I don't think my reasonable doubts are correct, but I have them. And if I have them, you have to acquit.
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the alternative? She just attacks herself?
Somebody else did it. Somebody attacked both of them.
Unknown third party. There's enough there that there's the 1%.
And that's where they were going with the 3 blood trails a minute ago. Yeah, there's 2 victims and 3 blood trails. But that's where I'm thinking the DNA people are going to have to bring their game. I mean, because all we know that's beyond a reasonable doubt is they had a minor tiff in a restaurant, and she sent text messages to her friend about 30 minutes later saying, "Oh, he still won't get off me about allegedly dancing with this other guy." That's all we know. So I mean, there has to be something coming Monday. There just has to be. I can't believe this is all we have. So we'll just have to wait and see. But again, I mean, this could be a brilliant prosecution where they just suddenly just yank that net, and all these circumstantial things, all these tangential issues just come together, and they wrap it all up in a nice, pretty little package. I mean, I think he was guilty as F too. Corin Pope says, "I don't know anymore. I have reasonable doubt." And I started thinking, I still think he's guilty as fuck. But, what I think, and then you have to weigh it against the legal standard of, did they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? Is there any other reasonable explanation for what happened? And I don't think they've ruled out they haven't positively identified him as the murderer, and they haven't ruled out a possible third party. We'll just have to wait to see what the DNA is.
No, and we've got to remember that this is a death penalty case too, so they only get one chance to get this right.
Yeah, they've got to nail this down. So, strong closing argument, strong witnesses. I think they possibly could, but it's not as forgive the pun, but it's not as clear cut as like the O.J. Simpson trial, and that to me was clear cut. I think they did meet their standard. I think they met their burden.
Not even close to me, but we can talk about that on O.J. Simpson Day.
We should talk about that
on my Thursdays. Yeah. But I mean, with this, if the prosecution rested today, and I was the defense, I wouldn't even put on a defense. I would say we have nothing to say. And then your closing arguments just go through and say they didn't prove this, they didn't prove that he did it. They keep talking about broken doors and broken windows. That could have happened 6 years ago. There's no testimony as to when the door was broken, when the screen was punched out. There's no murder weapon. There's no one saw him stab her. There's no evidence that he stabbed her. There's no evidence he stabbed himself. No, I guess concrete evidence, no direct evidence.
I agree.
I wouldn't put on a defense. I just say no. We're done. The prosecution didn't meet it. There's way beyond a directed verdict. I mean, the jury needs to decide this, but I wouldn't put on a defense if I was the defense.
Go so far as to advise the jury that we are so confident that the prosecution hasn't proved this, that we're not going to bother providing a defense. These are the things that haven't been proven, and we rest. It's gutsy,
if they
but yeah,
put
I can
him
see
on the
doing
stand, if they put him on the stand, they're idiots. That he will not testify.
Mm-hmm. It would be stupid. It would be stupid at this point. They haven't even. I agree with you. They haven't met their burden. So that's why I'm saying it just depends on Monday. I mean, maybe they're holding on to their, last hurrah, and they're going to tie it up with a nice little bow and say, see all of these, different bricks that we've laid out. Now we're going to throw a capstone on it and you'll realize this was a pyramid all along, or something like that. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. And then that's what they've got to do, I think.
Yeah. Because if not, so someone in the chat said, oh, I don't want a death penalty case hanging on circumstantial evidence. I agree. That's why I agree with you. I don't think they've met their burden just yet. There's a lot there, though. So if they can tie it all together.
The ex and detective seem to be the focus for their case, which is exactly what they can't do. Well, they can use the ex-girlfriend is going to testify that she got stabbed in the neck, and so that's how he rolls. That's his modus operandi. But you can't hang your entire case on. That's why I'm thinking there has to be a DNA connection. There's got to be his DNA all over her. Some of the blood on him had to be from her, vice versa. There's got to be some solid DNA evidence. That's what I'm waiting for.
Couple that with a blood splatter analysis.
Yeah. Since defense claiming not guilty, it was make state's case weak right now. I think the rebuttal will be strong. We'll have to see if they don't put on a defense, they don't get it. The prosecution doesn't get a rebuttal. I mean, it's over. So there's got to be something. They've got to come hard in the next couple of days. That's it. We'll just have to wait and see.
How did the neighbors become alerted to the distress?
They heard somebody running through the backyard and thought it may have been an animal or a person, and then it turned out to be a person.
Oh.
And heard they heard her like just kind of crashing through the bushes and stuff.
Weird.
Yeah. Well, it is 7 a.m. in Aussie land. The sun is up, and breakfast needs to be on the table.
No, I'm 55 minutes from doing my usual show, so I'm thinking I might even just start early.
Wow. Well, thank you for being here, Ozzy. 55 minutes from now or sooner than that, go over to Ozzy Overlord. Subscribe to him. Like everything he's done. And before all of you bail out of here, make sure you like my stuff. We've got 1,300 likes. That's pretty good. So make sure you like it and subscribe if you haven't done so. I appreciate all the subscriptions we've got in today. Keep it up. We'll be here on Monday. We'll do my Maritime Monday streams. Oh, well, go ahead. Give us a couple of days for you, Ozzy. What do you got coming up for the next couple of days that you want to talk about? You got your stream coming up right now.
Yep, well, got my Hell, I need a break. No, fair enough. Yeah, guys, I'm going to take a break too, probably. So I'll put it up. I'll definitely be streaming by 4 o'clock. What's that? Started up and dumping Dozzy. Oh, God.
Yeah, you need to clear your head a bit. And you've got your Kinky Sunday coming up.
Yes, Kinky Corner on Sunday
Kinky
as per
Corner on
normal.
Sunday, yeah.
Getting all the degeneracy out of a system for the week. Beyond that, I'm looking at doing a couple of Australian cases sometime next week. There'll be videos going up there, and yeah, we'll be trying out some new stuff basically, and probably some of the more. Have I ever driven a ute? Yes, I've driven a ute. I actually learned to drive in a ute.
The what? The ute?
What's that word again? What, a ute?
Ute. Yeah, okay. What is he got?
But yeah, beyond that, I'm just sort of keeping on.
Wow, Matthew Terry says you're now my favorite law tip. And speaking of Matthew Terry, our defendant here, as I mentioned earlier, some of you may not have heard, someone in our chat confirmed for me that they actually worked with him in Michigan. So we're talking backstage here to possibly get him on, or his they're both, him and the defendant's supervisor on next Monday. We're working on it to see if that'll happen, to get some insight. I asked for some proof, got what appears to be some pretty solid proof that was actually the case. So we'll have to see. For me, 5 hours from now, Farron's sister Hannah and Meme Copium we will be doing our unexplained stream, where we'll be talking about the Sea of Trees in Japan, otherwise known as the Self-Delete Forest. That'll be fun because Meme Copium has made some amazing videos. I've seen a lot of the video he's made. He did a lot of amazing video.
Great stuff there.
From the forest. A lot of good stories. But he had some experiences there. We're going to be talking about that in the Unexplained. Monday, we will start with my Maritime Monday. So this is starting at 11 o'clock my time. So 9 a.m. Eastern, 7 Eastern. We'll be doing Maritime Monday, where we're going to be talking about the Shackleton expedition. We're going to be watching an 1.5 hour long documentary about the Ernest Shackleton expedition to Antarctica that went horrifically disastrously, but it's an amazing story of survival. Then on 11, we'll be doing this. We'll be doing this again. Tuesday, we'll be doing this. Wednesday, we'll be doing this until we get a judgment. We'll be doing this, but also I'm conflicted because Tuesday is the Daryl Brooks victim impact statements as well.
Can I join you for that? I'm not a sicko, but I really am interested.
Well, Nick is going to be streaming that, and I just have to decide what I want to do. I think I'll probably have to stick with this because I've been with this since the beginning.
Maybe Nick will let me on.
Maybe
I can grift over there.
I will ask him for you.
Thanks.
Ozzy Overlock can put in a good word for you too.
Yeah,
Would you do that? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Louise, I cannot run for AG until our current AG decides to run for something else, because Sean Reyes is great and he endorsed me. So that would be a huge stab in the back, and I'm loyal. So.
And Porcelain Thunder says, "Why don't you teach us all about maritime law so we can get out of jail of just about any crime? So we can get in a courtroom with a gold fringed flag." Yeah, right. I wish it worked that way. But yeah, so Tuesday will be the Daryl Brooks victim impact statements. Wednesday will be sentencing. And even if I am streaming this trial, I will break away during that sentencing just because I want to see it. And then Thursday is more O.J. Simpson, F. Lee Bailey cross-examining racist and potentially evidence planter cop Mark Furman. And that's it. That takes us up for the whole next week. And Danny, what do you got coming up soon?
Sleep, hopefully.
Yay.
I have to go take down all my signs, which is so annoying. So for those who don't know, this is my fan, but I have 2,000 of these yard signs out scattered throughout the valley. I have like 100 of the large signs, and I think I have 50 medium signs left, but I think most of those have been taken down by my haters, aka Antifa. So so those are gone. And I mean, it's actually really convenient when cities decide to just dispose of them for you if you're not going to be running for re-election. The hard thing is if you do win and you want to run for re-election, like I now have to go buy all these signs again. So it's a mess. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to be running for DA again. Because the payoff, I mean, it's a lot of sacrifice and you have to really, really care in order to be a good DA, in my opinion. And I think our DA has stopped caring, which makes him a good politician, but not a good DA. And so I'm feeling sort of, in terms of payoff, I think a congressman or a congresswoman gets paid like $234,000 a year compared to a DA who's only making like $180 a year. So who knows? And a congressional seat is far less than, I mean, you need to gather far less votes than you do for the county. Apparently. So countywide, we have like 1.3, 1.4 million people, 500,000 registered voters. who could potentially vote on a county race. So that's why I have more votes than our state senator, Mike Lee, is because I have a larger voting base, or at least here in Salt Lake County. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think this weekend it's just going to be, planning and writing thank you letters and, scheming, if it were, as it were, just making plans.
And we look forward to the YouTube channel in whichever form it takes.
I think I'll launch it on Monday. Hey, do you know, can I just change the name of mine?
Somebody's alarm is going off.
That's mine. Sorry.
Okay. Porcelain Thunder says the real winners in the election game is Big Sign.
Facts. I'm pretty sure that, so I drained my opponent's bank account. It went from 398,000 down to only 98,000 as of our last reporting period. So I completely drained his war chest, which that in itself is a huge accomplishment for all those puny attorneys who were laughing and being like, oh, she can't run the DA's office. Oh, she's not qualified. I'm like, you losers, you're stuck. Your entire advancement in your career is done. It's over. Game over for you. I'm just getting started, baby. So I'm so stoked. Like, there's so many good things yet to come. I do think legal commentary and political commentary on a channel would be fun. So maybe I'll just change the name of my my current channel so that I keep the subs I have and the views I have. And I'll just hold on to the one strike. And I'm going to do a thank you video anyway for all my supporters and everybody who's donated. For those who don't know, I raised like 67 grand on my own. And then someone donated 150,000 to a political action committee that was helping me out. And then a federal PAC also decided to donate. So I have a lot to clean up. I have a lot of bills to pay. I have a lot of disclosures to still do, but I am going to, probably change the channel name to Danny on Direct, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. All right. Well, that wraps us up here again. As soon as Danny gets her thing set up, go like and subscribe to Aussie Overlord. And what were you going to say, Aussie?
I was just going to say, I've already set it up, guys. So the people that are wondering if it's going to be at 7:11 or 7:30, I've got it running live now. I'm just going to switch straight over there. There's no point in me taking a break now with 45 minutes. I'm not going to get any sleep. So
hang on. Let me set this up to send everybody your way.
Cheers.
Give me just a quick second. So hopefully this will work out to where everybody here will be automatically sent over to Aussie Overlord, and Hayden can take care of you through his morning. And Danny can eat some food, and I can sleep for about 4 hours. Give me a quick second here, guys. All right.
Aussie, I'll be watching you too.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
Settings. All right, we're getting there. No. Me, stupid. I'm tired. My brain is getting foggy. I got to go to content. Live. This.
I'm checking out. Love you, everybody. Bye.
Hang on. Hang on for 30 seconds if you can.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Just wrap this up so I can say goodbye to you separately here. Aussie, we are doing this here. Settings, customization. We're going to be dumping over to Aussie Overlord in just a quick second here. Add, redirects. Aussie Overlord. Which one are we looking at? Law, News, and Laughter?
That's the one.
All righty. And save. We are saved. And all righty. We'll see you in a bit, Hayden. Take care. And we're going to dump over to you in just a second. So until then, everybody have fun. Hopefully y'all get redirected to Aussie Overlord. If not, go search for Aussie Overlord and watch it anyway. Until we meet again about 4.5 hours from now, enjoy your legal vices. I'm out of here. Bye, Danny. Bye, Aussie. See y'all later.
Adios.